Nightfall by Isaac Asimov. By mid-1941, the heart of the Golden Age, John Campbell's editorial direction had paid off handsomely. We've seen the explosion of new talents like Del Rey, Van Vogt, Heinlein, and Sturgeon. Now we come to a writer whose career began more slowly but was now reaching fruition. Isaac Asimov was born in Petrovichi, Russia, around the beginning of 1920. The exact date is unknown because Russia was then on the Julian calendar, with 13 days discrepancy from our Gregorian one. And neither the then new communist regime nor his parents, who dated things according to the holy days of the Jewish calendar, could supply a definite record. Asimov celebrates his birthday on January 2nd. Late in 1922, his family emigrated from Russia, where anti-Semitism was in force then too, and arrived in New York City in February 1923. Before long, Asimov's father opened a candy store in Brooklyn, and Isaac worked there after school. There was a newsstand in the store, and Isaac was allowed to read the science fiction magazines as long as he kept them in pristine condition so that they could still be sold. He began writing to the letter columns, eventually joining a fan club that included Frederick Pohl and Donald A. Wollheim, and finally decided to try writing science fiction himself. He submitted his first manuscript to Astounding, delivering it to Campbell in person on June 21, 1938. Campbell spent over an hour talking with him and promised to read the story that night. He did, and rejected it with a thoughtful 2-page letter that encouraged Asimov to continue trying. Many years later, Asimov says, I asked Campbell why he had bothered with me at all, since that first story was surely utterly impossible. It was, he said frankly, for he never flattered. On the other hand, I saw something in you. You were eager, and you listened, and I knew you wouldn't quit no matter how many rejections I handed you. As long as you were willing to work hard at improving, I was willing to work with you. Campbell rejected Asimov's first 8 stories. However, Raymond A. Palmer accepted one of them, Marooned Off Vesta, for Amazing Stories. Palmer's rate of a penny a word was the same as Campbell's, but Asimov had little respect for Amazing, so the joy of his professional debut in the March 1939 Amazing was less than it might have been. Fortunately, by the time the story was published, Asimov had managed to sell to Astounding. He'd submitted a story titled Ad Astra, and Campbell had liked it enough to discuss a rewrite. Asimov followed his suggestions, and on January 31, 1939, he received his first acceptance from Campbell, who changed the title to Trends, and published it in the July 1939 Astounding. The publication of Trends, Asimov's first important story, coincided with his graduation from Columbia with a Bachelor of Science degree in chemistry. L. Sprague de Camp remembers meeting him in June. A slim, good-looking stripling of medium height, with blue eyes, dark brown hair, and a downy mustache. Campbell introduced Asimov as one of his newest writers, which must have buoyed Asimov's spirits. Asimov was asked to say a few words from the platform of the first World Science Fiction Convention in July, and Campbell, who was sitting in an aisle seat, waved him forward delightedly. Asimov good-naturedly called himself the worst science fiction writer unlynched. Obviously, he wasn't that bad, but Campbell did reject the next 7 stories Asimov showed him. Asimov succeeded in selling many of Campbell's rejects, mostly to newly founded magazines like Future Fiction and Astonishing Stories. But by March 1941, more than 2 years after Campbell accepted Trends, he'd still sold only 4 stories to Astounding. Then on March 17, 1941, Asimov went to Campbell's office with a new story idea. Campbell countered by quoting to Asimov the passage from Ralph Waldo Emerson that was to become the beginning of Nightfall. Campbell asked him what he thought would happen if the stars appeared only at very long intervals. When Asimov was unable to come up with a good answer, Campbell said thoughtfully, I think men would go mad. They discussed the notion for quite a while, even deciding on the title of the story, and Asimov began writing it that night. He worked on it for 3 weeks off and on, submitted it to Campbell and did some slight revision, and on April 24th, Campbell bought it. He was so delighted with the story that he paid a bonus of 1/4 cent a word, the first bonus Asimov had received. When it was published in the September 1941 Astounding, Asimov found the story illustrated by a beautiful cover painting by Hubert Rogers and Asimov's name on the cover. The readers loved the story, and in 1 month, a hopeful third-rater, as Asimov considered himself, became a major science fiction writer. Years later, Nightfall was voted the best SF short story or novelette of all time by the Science Fiction Writers of America by a wide margin. There's an ironic sidelight to this. Ralph Waldo Emerson was an ancestor of Theodore Sturgeon, born Edward Hamilton Waldo. Though Sturgeon was one of Campbell's regulars at the time, it was Asimov to whom he gave this story idea. Isaac Asimov is such a towering figure in science fiction today that it's difficult to imagine how surprised most readers were when Nightfall first appeared. He was only 21, and his role in science fiction till then had been characterized by humorously brash letters to the SF magazines and a dozen or so stories, most of them minor efforts in the lesser pulps. A fan magazine of the time commented, "Nightfall by that conceited and precocious brat Asimov is an excellent story." A typical reaction. But Campbell had accurately seen Asimov's potential, which was evident in more than his willingness to work hard. Asimov was basically a scientist who had a facility for storytelling, so he wrote science fiction to help finance his college education. He was now a graduate student at Columbia. Scientific content was important to him, and he had little patience with authors or editors who didn't agree. When Palmer deleted the science from his second story in Amazing, preserving only the most unavoidable information in footnotes, Asimov put Amazing at the bottom of his submissions list thereafter. He faced a problem in writing Nightfall, though, because the story needed a good deal of background information, how to explain the astronomy of a multiple star system without forcing the story to a grinding halt. He took refuge in a device that was common in science fiction then, the use of a newspaper reporter as hero. Reporters were familiar as characters not only in science fiction, of course, but also in movies, detective stories, and many other forms of popular entertainment. The young reporter out to prove himself by getting a scoop for his paper was a phenomenon of the time, when any major city might have half a dozen newspapers vying day to day for circulation. The reporter was also a useful character because his job required him to investigate strange happenings, ask for explanations, even chase after criminals and secretive scientists in quest of the all-important news story that might earn him a bonus or a raise. Thus, the science fiction magazines were rife with reporter-narrators saying, "I had to bet the boss a bottle of scotch I'd get a headline exclusive story," and ending with dialogue like, "Why, it's the greatest story the system's ever known. They'll give it headlines 2 feet high." Another reason for the prevalence of reporters as heroes was the fact that so many pulp writers earned their daily livings as reporters themselves. Clifford D. Simak and Cleve Cartmill, for instance. One of Robert A. Heinlein's early stories featured a reporter named Cleve Carter. These fictional reporters went to foolhardy lengths to provide their newspapers and their authors with stories. In A. E. Van Vogt's The Seesaw, a building from the future suddenly materialized in a city of 1941. While hundreds of people, both private citizens and police, stared in consternation, a doughty reporter went to the door and found it open. Pure reporter's instinct made him step forward toward the blackness that pressed from beyond the rectangle of door. That reporter didn't live to write his scoop. He was catapulted onto a time journey that ended in the remote past, when, charged with stupendous temporal energy, his body exploded and caused the formation of the solar system. But the hero of Harry Bates' famous story, Farewell to the Master, later adapted into the movie The Day the Earth Stood Still, fared better when he trespassed overnight in a museum to investigate a robot from some far planet. After watching the supposedly dormant robot kill a gorilla and bring a dead scientist back to life, he was found by the police, who asked what had been going on. "Gentlemen, I'd tell you gladly, only business first," Cliff answered. "There's been some fantastic goings-on in this room, and I saw them and have the story, but," he smiled, I must decline to answer without advice of counsel until I've sold my story to one of the news syndicates. You know how it is. Allowed by the police to make a call, Cliff made a deal which would bring him more money than he had ever before earned in a year. He got thrown in jail for a night on general principles, but he'd achieved his scoop in the best tradition of heroic journalism. The veteran reporter in L. Ron Hubbard's "The Professor Was a Thief" also went in for trespassing, with the aid of wire cutters on the gate of an eccentric scientist. Though he'd been fired by the boss's jealous son-in-law, he got his story and saved New York City from a plague of disappearing buildings, too. Grant's tomb, the Empire State Building, Grand Central Station. The boss himself stepped in at the end to rehire him, this time as managing editor. Maybe you can make this son-in-law of mine amount to something if you train him right. Asimov's newspaperman in Nightfall wasn't this sort of dauntless newshound, but he served a somewhat more sophisticated purpose. He enabled readers to understand the story situation not only from the explanations he gathered, but also by the very questions he asked. And the situation was one of the most fascinating in all of science fiction. What do you think would happen if you lived on a world where no one in memory had ever seen the stars, and suddenly they crowded into the sky? References: The Early Asimov by Isaac Asimov, Doubleday, 1972. Introduction by Isaac Asimov to Before the Golden Age, Doubleday, 1974. Isaac Asimov, Genius in the Candy Store by Sam Moskowitz, Amazing Stories, April 1962. You Can't Beat Brains by L. Sprague de Camp, Fantasy and Science Fiction, October 1966. Theodore Sturgeon, Storyteller by Paul Williams, Pendragon Press, 1978. Among the Hams and Prose by Joseph Gilbert, The Fantasite, September 1941. Improbability by Paul Edmonds, Henry Kuttner, Astonishing Stories, June 1940. Spaceship in a Flask by Clifford D. Simak, Astounding Science Fiction, July 1941. My Object All Sublime by Lyle Monroe, Robert A. Heinlein, Future combined with Science Fiction, February 1942. The Seesaw by A. E. Van Vogt, Astounding Science Fiction, July 1941. Farewell to the Master by Harry Bates, Astounding Science Fiction, October 1940. The Professor Was a Thief by L. Ron Hubbard, Astounding Science Fiction, February 1940. Nightfall by Isaac Asimov, copyright 1941 by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Copyright renewed 1969 by Isaac Asimov. From Astounding Science Fiction, September 1941, by permission of the author. If the stars should appear one night in 1,000 years, how would men believe and adore and preserve for many generations the remembrance of the city of God? Emerson. Otten 77, director of Sorrow University, thrust out a belligerent lower lip and glared at the young newspaperman in a hot fury. Theremin 762 took that fury in his stride. In his earlier days, when his now widely syndicated column was only a mad idea in a cub reporter's mind, he had specialized in impossible interviews. It had cost him bruises, black eyes, and broken bones, but it had given him an ample supply of coolness and self-confidence. So he lowered the outthrust hand that had been so pointedly ignored, and calmly waited for the aged director to get over the worst. Astronomers were queer ducks anyway, and if Otten's actions of the last 2 months meant anything, this same Otten was the queer duckiest of the lot. Otten 77 found his voice, and though it trembled with restrained emotion, the careful, somewhat pedantic phraseology for which the famous astronomer was noted did not abandon him. "Sir," he said, "you display an infernal gall in coming to me with that impudent proposition of yours." The husky telephotographer of the observatory, Binet 25, thrust a tongue's tip across dry lips and interposed nervously. "Now, sir, After all, the director turned to him and lifted a white eyebrow. Do not interfere, Binet. I will credit you with good intentions in bringing this man here, but I will tolerate no insubordination now. Theremin decided it was time to take a part. Director Otten, if you'll let me finish what I started saying, I think I don't believe, young man, retorted Otten, that anything you could say now would count much as compared with your daily columns of these last 2 months. You have led a vast newspaper campaign against the efforts of myself and my colleagues to organize the world against the menace which it is now too late to avert. You have done your best with your highly personal attacks to make the staff of this observatory objects of ridicule. The director lifted the copy of the Sorrow City Chronicle on the table and shook it at Theremin furiously. Even a person of your well-known impudence should have hesitated before coming to me with a request that he be allowed to cover today's events for his paper. Of all newsmen, you! Otten dashed the newspaper to the floor, strode to the window, and clasped his arms behind his back. You may leave, he snapped over his shoulder. He stared moodily out at the skyline where Gamma, the brightest of the planet's 6 suns, was setting. It had already faded and yellowed into the horizon mists, and Otten knew he would never see it again as a sane man. He whirled. No, wait, come here. He gestured peremptorily. I'll give you your story. The newsman had made no motion to leave, and now he approached the old man slowly. Otten gestured outward. Of the 6 suns, only Beta is left in the sky. Do you see it? The question was rather unnecessary. Beta was almost at zenith, its ruddy light flooding the landscape to an unusual orange as the brilliant rays of setting Gamma died. Beta was at aphelion. It was small, smaller than Theremin had ever seen it before, and for the moment it was undisputed ruler of Lagash's sky. Lagash's own sun, Alpha, the one about which it revolved, was at the antipodes, as were the 2 distant companion pairs. The red dwarf Beta, Alpha's immediate companion, was alone, grimly alone. Otten's upturned face flushed redly in the sunlight. In just under 4 hours, he said, civilization as we know it comes to an end. It will do so because, as you see, Beta is the only sun in the sky. He smiled grimly. Print that. There'll be no one to read it. But if it turns out that 4 hours pass and another 4 and nothing happens, asked Theremin softly. Don't let that worry you. Enough will happen. Granted, and still, if nothing happens. For a second time, Binet 25 spoke. Sir, I think you ought to listen to him, Theremin said. Put it to a vote, Director Otten. There was a stir among the remaining 5 members of the observatory staff, who till now had maintained an attitude of wary neutrality. That, stated Otten flatly, is not necessary. He drew out his pocket watch. Since your good friend Binet insists so urgently, I will give you 5 minutes. Talk away. Good. Now, just what difference would it make if you allowed me to take down an eyewitness account of what's to come? If your prediction comes true, my presence won't hurt, for in that case my column would never be written. On the other hand, if nothing comes of it, you will just have to expect ridicule, or worse. It would be wise to leave that ridicule to friendly hands. Otten snorted. Do you mean yours when you speak of friendly hands? Certainly. Theremin sat down and crossed his legs. My columns may have been a little rough at times, but I gave you people the benefit of the doubt every time. After all, this is not the century to preach the end of the world is at hand to Lagash. You have to understand that people don't believe the Book of Revelations anymore, and it annoys them to have scientists turn about face and tell us the cultists are right after all. No such thing, young man, interrupted Otten. While a great deal of our data has been supplied us by the cult, our results contain none of the cult's mysticism. Facts are facts, and the cult's so-called mythology has certain facts behind it. We've exposed them and ripped away their mystery. I assure you that the cult hates us now worse than you do. I don't hate you. I'm just trying to tell you that the public is in an ugly humor. They're angry. Otten twisted his mouth in derision. Let them be angry. Yes, but what about tomorrow? There'll be no tomorrow. But if there is, say that there is, just to see what happens. That anger might take shape into something serious. After all, you know, business has taken a nosedive these last 2 months. Investors don't really believe the world is coming to an end. But just the same, they're being cagey with their money until it's all over. Johnny Public doesn't believe you either, but the new spring furniture might as well wait a few months, just to make sure. You see the point. Just as soon as this is all over, the business interests will be after your hide. They'll say that if crackpots, begging your pardon, can upset the country's prosperity any time they want simply by making some cockeyed prediction, it's up to the planet to prevent them. The sparks will fly, sir. The director regarded the columnist sternly. And just what were you proposing to do to help the situation? Well, grinned Theremin, I was proposing to take charge of the publicity. I can handle things so that only the ridiculous side will show. It would be hard to stand, I admit, because I'd have to make you all out to be a bunch of gibbering idiots. But if I can get people laughing at you, they might forget to be angry. In return for that, all my publisher asks is an exclusive story. Binet nodded and burst out, Sir, the rest of us think he's right. These last 2 months we've considered everything but the 1,000,000 to 1 chance that there is an error somewhere in our theory or in our calculations. We ought to take care of that, too. There was a murmur of agreement from the men grouped about the table, and Otten's expression became that of one who found his mouth full of something bitter and couldn't get rid of it. You may stay if you wish, then. You will kindly refrain, however, from hampering us in our duties in any way. You will also remember that I am in charge of all activities here, and in spite of your opinions, as expressed in your columns, I will expect full cooperation and full respect. His hands were behind his back, and his wrinkled face thrust forward determinedly as he spoke. He might have continued indefinitely but for the intrusion of a new voice. Hello! 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 It came in a high tenor, and the plump cheeks of the newcomer expanded in a pleased smile. What's this morgue-like atmosphere about here? No one's losing his nerve, I hope. Otten started in consternation and said peevishly, Now what the devil are you doing here, Sheeran? I thought you were going to stay behind in the hideout. Sheeran laughed and dropped his tubby figure into a chair. Hideout be blowed. The place bored me. I wanted to be here, where things are getting hot. Don't you suppose I have my share of curiosity? I want to see these stars the cultists are forever speaking about. He rubbed his hands and added in a soberer tone, It's freezing outside. The wind's enough to hang icicles on your nose. Beta doesn't seem to give any heat at all, at the distance it is. The white-haired director ground his teeth in sudden exasperation. Why do you go out of your way to do crazy things, Sheeran? What kind of good are you around here? What kind of good am I around here? Sheeran spread his palms in comical resignation. A psychologist isn't worth his salt in the hideout. They need men of action and strong, healthy women that can breed children. Me? I'm 100 pounds too heavy for a man of action, and I wouldn't be a success at breeding children, so why bother then with an extra mouth to feed? I feel better over here. Theremin spoke briskly. Just what is the hideout, sir? Sheeran seemed to see the columnist for the first time. He frowned and blew his ample cheeks out. And just who in Lagash are you, redhead? Otten compressed his lips and then muttered sullenly, That's Theremin 762, the newspaper fellow. I suppose you've heard of him. The columnist offered his hand. And of course you're Sheeran 501 of Sorrow University. I've heard of you. Then he repeated, What is this hideout, sir? Well, said Sheeran, we have managed to convince a few people of the validity of our prophecy of doom, to be spectacular about it, and those few have taken proper measures. They consist mainly of the immediate members of the families of the observatory staff, certain of the faculty at Sorrow University, and a few outsiders. Altogether they number about 300, but 3/4 are women and children. I see. They're supposed to hide where the darkness and the stars can't get at them, and then hold out when the rest of the world goes poof? If they can. It won't be easy. With all of mankind insane, with the great cities going up in flames, environment will not be conducive to survival, but they have food, water, shelter, and weapons. They've got more, said Otten. They've got all our records, except for what we will collect today. Those records will mean everything to the next cycle, and that's what must survive. The rest can go hang. Theremin whistled a long, low whistle and sat brooding for several minutes. The men about the table had brought out a multi-chessboard and started a 6-member game. Moves were made rapidly and in silence, all eyes bent in furious concentration on the board. Theremin watched them intently, and then rose and approached Otten, who sat apart in whispered conversation with Sheeran. Listen, he said. Let's go somewhere where we won't bother the rest of the fellows. I want to ask some questions. The aged astronomer frowned sourly at him, but Sheeran chirped up, "Certainly, it will do me good to talk. It always does. Otten was telling me about your ideas concerning world reaction to a failure of the prediction, and I agree with you. I read your column pretty regularly, by the way, and as a general thing I like your views." "Please, Sheeran," growled Otten. "Huh? Oh, all right. We'll go into the next room. It has softer chairs anyway." There were softer chairs in the next room. There were also thick red curtains on the windows and a maroon carpet on the floor. With the bricky light of Beta pouring in, the general effect was one of dried blood. Theremin shuddered. "Say, I'd give 10 credits for a decent dose of white light for just a second. I wish Gamma or Delta were in the sky." "What are your questions?" asked Otten. "Please remember that our time is limited. In a little over an hour and a quarter we're going upstairs, and after that there will be no time for talk." "Well, here it is." Theremin leaned back and folded his hands on his chest. "You people seem so all-fired serious about this that I'm beginning to believe you. Would you mind explaining what it's all about?" Otten exploded. "Do you mean to sit there and tell me that you've been bombarding us with ridicule without even finding out what we've been trying to say?" The columnist grinned sheepishly. "It's not that bad, sir. I've got the general idea. You say that there is going to be a worldwide darkness in a few hours, and that all mankind will go violently insane. What I want now is the science behind it." "No, you don't." "No, you don't," broke in Sheeran. "If you ask Otten for that, supposing him to be in the mood to answer at all, he'll trot out pages of figures and volumes of graphs. You won't make head or tail of it. Now, if you were to ask me, I could give you the layman's standpoint." "All right, I ask you." "Then first I'd like a drink." He rubbed his hands and looked at Otten. "Water?" grunted Otten. "Don't be silly." "Don't you be silly. No alcohol today. It would be too easy to get my men drunk. I can't afford to tempt them." The psychologist grumbled wordlessly. He turned to Theremin, impaled him with his sharp eyes, and began. "You realize, of course, that the history of civilization on Lagash displays a cyclic character, but I mean cyclic." "I know," replied Theremin cautiously, that is the current archaeological theory. Has it been accepted as a fact?" "Just about. In this last century it's been generally agreed upon. This cyclic character is, or rather was, one of the great mysteries. We've located series of civilizations, 9 of them definitely, and indications of others as well, all of which have reached heights comparable to our own, and all of which, without exception, were destroyed by fire at the very height of their culture. And no one could tell why. All centers of culture were thoroughly gutted by fire, with nothing left behind to give a hint as to the cause." Theremin was following closely. "Wasn't there a Stone Age, too?" "Probably, but as yet practically nothing is known of it, except that men of that age were little more than rather intelligent apes. We can forget about that." "I see. Go on." "There have been explanations of these recurrent catastrophes, all of a more or less fantastic nature. Some say that there are periodic rains of fire, some that Lagash passes through a sun every so often, some even wilder things. But there is one theory, quite different from all of these, that has been handed down over a period of centuries." "I know. You mean this myth of the stars that the cultists have in their Book of Revelations." "Exactly," rejoined Sheeran with satisfaction. "The cultists said that every 2,050 years Lagash entered a huge cave, so that all the suns disappeared, and there came total darkness all over the world. And then, they say, things called stars appeared, which robbed men of their souls and left them unreasoning brutes, so that they destroyed the civilization they themselves had built up. Of course, they mix all this up with a lot of religio-mystic notions, but that's the central idea." There was a short pause in which Sheeran drew a long breath. "And now we come to the theory of universal gravitation." He pronounced the phrase so that the capital letters sounded. And at that point Otten turned from the window, snorted loudly, and stalked out of the room. The two stared after him, and Theremin said, "What's wrong?" "Nothing in particular," replied Sheeran. "2 of the men were due several hours ago and haven't shown up yet. He's terrifically short-handed, of course, because all but the really essential men have gone to the hideout." "You don't think the 2 deserted, do you?" "Who? Pharaoh and Yamat? Of course not. Still, if they're not back within the hour, things would be a little sticky." He got to his feet suddenly, and his eyes twinkled. "Anyway, as long as Otten is gone." Tiptoeing to the nearest window, he squatted, and from the low window box beneath withdrew a bottle of red liquid that gurgled suggestively when he shook it. "I thought Otten didn't know about this," he remarked as he trotted back to the table. "Here. We've only got one glass, so as the guest, you can have it. I'll keep the bottle." And he filled the tiny cup with judicious care. Theremin rose to protest, but Sheeran eyed him sternly. "Respect your elders, young man." The newsman seated himself with a look of pain and anguish on his face. "Go ahead then, you old villain." The psychologist's Adam's apple wobbled as the bottle upended, and then, with a satisfied grunt and a smack of the lips, he began again. "But what do you know about gravitation?" "Nothing, except that it is a very recent development, not too well established, and that the math is so hard that only 12 men in Lagash are supposed to understand it." "Tch, nonsense. Baloney. I can give you all the essential math in a sentence. The law of universal gravitation states that there exists a cohesive force among all bodies of the universe, such that the amount of this force between any two given bodies is proportional to the product of their masses divided by the square of the distance between them." "Is that all?" "That's enough. It took 400 years to develop it." "Why that long?" "It sounded simple enough, the way you said it." "Because great laws are not divined by flashes of inspiration, whatever you may think. It usually takes the combined work of a world full of scientists over a period of centuries. After Genovi 41 discovered that Lagash rotated about the sun Alpha rather than vice versa, and that was 400 years ago, astronomers have been working. The complex motions of the 6 suns were recorded and analyzed and unwoven. Theory after theory was advanced and checked and counterchecked and modified and abandoned and revived and converted to something else. It was a devil of a job." Theremin nodded thoughtfully and held out his glass for more liquor. Sheeran grudgingly allowed a few ruby drops to leave the bottle. "It was 20 years ago," he continued after remoistening his own throat, "that it was finally demonstrated that the law of universal gravitation accounted exactly for the orbital motions of the 6 suns. It was a great triumph." Sheeran stood up and walked to the window, still clutching his bottle. "And now we're getting to the point. In the last decade, the motions of Lagash about Alpha were computed according to gravity, and it did not account for the orbit observed, not even when all perturbations due to the other suns were included. Either the law was invalid, or there was another, as yet unknown factor involved." Theremin joined Sheeran at the window, and gazed out past the wooded slopes to where the spires of Sorrow City gleamed bloodily on the horizon. The newsman felt the tension of uncertainty grow within him as he cast a short glance at Beta. It glowered redly at Zenith, dwarfed and evil. "Go ahead, sir," he said softly. Sheeran replied. Astronomers stumbled about for years, each proposed theory more untenable than the one before, until Otten had the inspiration of calling in the cult. The head of the cult, Sor 5, had access to certain data that simplified the problem considerably. Otten set to work on a new track. What if there were another non-luminous planetary body such as Lagash? If there were, it would shine only by reflected light, and if it were composed of bluish rock, as Lagash itself largely is, then, in the redness of the sky, the eternal blaze of the suns would make it invisible, drown it out completely. Theremin whistled. "What a screwy idea." "You think that's screwy? Listen to this. Suppose this body rotated about Lagash at such a distance and in such an orbit and had such a mass that its attraction would exactly account for the deviations of Lagash's orbit from theory. Do you know what would happen?" The colonist shook his head. "Well, sometimes this body would get in the way of a sun," and Sheeran emptied what remained in the bottle at a draught. "And it does, I suppose," said Theremin flatly. "Yes, but only one sun lies in its plane of revolutions." He jerked a thumb at the shrunken sun above. "Beta. And it has been shown that the eclipse will occur only when the arrangement of the suns is such that Beta is alone in its hemisphere and at maximum distance, at which time the moon is invariably at minimum distance. The eclipse that results, with the moon 7 times the apparent diameter of Beta, covers all of Lagash and lasts well over half a day, so that no spot on the planet escapes the effects. That eclipse comes once every 2,049 years. Theremin's face was drawn into an expressionless mask. "And that's my story?" The psychologist nodded. "That's all of it. First, the eclipse, which will start in 3/4 of an hour. Then universal darkness, and maybe these mysterious stars. Then madness, and end of the cycle." He brooded. "We had 2 months leeway, we at the observatory, and that wasn't enough time to persuade Legash of the danger. 2 centuries might not have been enough. But our records are at the hideout, and today we photographed the eclipse. The next cycle will start off with the truth, and when the next eclipse comes, mankind will at last be ready for it. Come to think of it, that's part of your story, too." A thin wind ruffled the curtains at the window as Theremin opened it and leaned out. It played coldly with his hair as he stared at the crimson sunlight on his hand. Then he turned in sudden rebellion. "What is there in darkness to drive me mad?" Sheeran smiled to himself as he spun the empty liquor bottle with abstracted motions of his hand. "Have you ever experienced darkness, young man?" The newsman leaned against the wall and considered. "No, can't say I have, but I know what it is. Just, he made vague motions with his fingers and then brightened. "Just no light, like in caves." "Have you ever been in a cave?" "In a cave? Of course not." "I thought not. I tried last week, just to see, but I got out in a hurry. I went in until the mouth of the cave was just visible as a blur of light, with black everywhere else. I never thought a person my weight could run that fast." Theremin's lip curled. "Well, if it comes to that, I guess I wouldn't have run if I had been there." The psychologist studied the young man with an annoyed frown. "My, don't you talk big. I dare you to draw the curtain." Theremin looked his surprise and said, "What for? If we had 4 or 5 suns out there, we might want to cut the light down a bit for comfort, but now we haven't enough light as it is." "That's the point. Just draw the curtain, then come here and sit down." "All right." Theremin reached for the tasseled string and jerked. The red curtain slid across the wide window, the brass rings hissing their way along the crossbar, and a dusk-red shadow clamped down on the room. Theremin's footsteps sounded hollowly in the silence as he made his way to the table, and then they stopped halfway. "I can't see you, sir," he whispered. "Feel your way," ordered Sheeran in a strained voice. "But I can't see you, sir." The newsman was breathing harshly. "I can't see anything." "What did you expect?" came the grim reply. "Come here and sit down." The footsteps sounded again, waveringly, approaching slowly. There was the sound of someone fumbling with a chair. Theremin's voice came thinly. "Here I am. I feel... all right." "You like it, do you?" "No. It's pretty awful. The walls seem to be..." He paused. "They seem to be closing in on me. I keep wanting to push them away, but I'm not going mad. In fact, the feeling isn't as bad as it was." "All right. Draw the curtain back again." There were cautious footsteps through the dark, the rustle of Theremin's body against the curtain as he felt for the tassel, and then the triumphant whoosh of the curtain slithering back. Red light flooded the room, and with a cry of joy, Theremin looked up at the sun. Sheeran wiped the moistness off his forehead with the back of a hand and said shakily, "And that was just a dark room." "It can be stood," said Theremin lightly. "Yes, a dark room can. But were you at the Jongler Centennial Exposition 2 years ago?" "No, it so happens I never got around to it. 6,000 miles was just a bit too much to travel, even for the exposition." "Well, I was there. You remember hearing about the tunnel of mystery that broke all records in the amusement area, for the first month or so, anyway?" "Yes. Wasn't there some fuss about it?" "Very little. It was hushed up. You see, that tunnel of mystery was just a mile-long tunnel with no lights. You got into a little open car and jolted along through darkness for 15 minutes. It was very popular while it lasted." "Popular?" "Certainly. There's a fascination in being frightened when it's part of a game. A baby is born with 3 instinctive fears: of loud noises, of falling, and of the absence of light. That's why it's considered so funny to jump at someone and shout boo. That's why it's such fun to ride a roller coaster. And that's why that tunnel of mystery started cleaning up. People came out of that darkness shaking, breathless, half dead with fear, but they kept on paying to get in." "Wait a while. I remember now. Some people came out dead." didn't they? There were rumors of that after it shut down. The psychologist snorted. Bah, 2 or 3 died. That was nothing. They paid off the families of the dead ones and argued the Jongleur City Council into forgetting it. After all, they said, if people with weak hearts want to go through the tunnel, it was at their own risk. And besides, it wouldn't happen again. So they put a doctor in the front office and had every customer go through a physical examination before getting into the car. That actually boosted ticket sales. Well then, but you see, there was something else. People sometimes came out in perfect order, except that they refused to go into buildings, any buildings, including palaces, mansions, apartment houses, tenements, cottages, huts, shacks, lean-tos, and tents. Theremin looked shocked. You mean they refused to come in out of the open? Where'd they sleep? In the open. They should have forced them inside. Oh, they did, whereupon these people went into violent hysterics and did their best to bat their brains out against the nearest wall. Once you got them inside, you couldn't keep them there without a straitjacket and a shot of morphine. They must have been crazy, which is exactly what they were. 1 person out of every 10 who went into that tunnel came out that way. They called in the psychologists, and we did the only thing possible. We closed down the exhibit. He spread his hands. What was the matter with these people? Asked Theremin finally. Essentially the same thing that was the matter with you when you thought the walls of the room were crushing in on you in the dark. There is a psychological term for mankind's instinctive fear of the absence of light. We call it claustrophobia, because the lack of light is always tied up with enclosed places, so that fear of one is fear of the other. You see? And those people of the tunnel consisted of those unfortunates whose mentality did not quite possess the resiliency to overcome the claustrophobia that overtook them in the darkness. 15 minutes without light is a long time. You only had 2 or 3 minutes, and I believe you were fairly upset. The people of the tunnel had what is called a claustrophobic fixation. Their latent fear of darkness and enclosed places had crystallized and become active, and as far as we can tell, permanent. That's what 15 minutes in the dark will do. There was a long silence, and Theremin's forehead wrinkled slowly into a frown. I don't believe it's that bad. You mean you don't want to believe, snapped Sheeran. You're afraid to believe. Look out the window. Theremin did so, and the psychologist continued without pausing. Imagine darkness. Everywhere. No light, as far as you can see. The houses, the trees, the fields, the earth, the sky, black. And stars thrown in, for all I know, whatever they are. Can you conceive it? Yes, I can, declared Theremin truculently. And Sheeran slammed his fist down upon the table in sudden passion. You lie! You can't conceive that. Your brain wasn't built for the conception any more than it was built for the conception of infinity or of eternity. You can only talk about it. A fraction of the reality upsets you, and when the real thing comes, your brain is going to be presented with a phenomenon outside its limits of comprehension. You will go mad, completely and permanently. There is no question of it. He added sadly, and another couple of millenniums of painful struggle comes to nothing. Tomorrow there won't be a city standing unharmed in all Lagash. Theremin recovered part of his mental equilibrium. That doesn't follow. I still don't see that I can go loony just because there isn't a sun in the sky. But even if I did, and everyone else did, how does that harm the cities? Are we going to blow them down? But Sheeran was angry too. If you were in darkness, what would you want more than anything else? What would it be that every instinct would call for? Light, damn you! Light! Well, and how would you get light? I don't know, said Theremin flatly. What's the only way to get light short of the sun? How should I know? They were standing face to face and nose to nose. Sheeran said, You burn something, mister. Ever see a forest fire? Ever go camping and cook a stew over a wood fire? Heat isn't the only thing burning wood gives off, you know. It gives off light, and people know that. And when it's dark, they want light, and they're going to get it. So they burn wood. So they burn whatever they can get. They've got to have light. They've got to burn something, and wood isn't handy. So they'll burn whatever is nearest. They'll have their light, and every center of habitation goes up in flames. Eyes held each other as though the whole matter were a personal affair of respective willpowers. and then Theremin broke away wordlessly. His breathing was harsh and ragged, and he scarcely noted the sudden hubbub that came from the adjoining room behind the closed door. Sheeran spoke, and it was with an effort that he made it sound matter-of-fact. "I think I heard Yamot's voice. He and Pharaoh are probably back. Let's go in and see what kept them." "Might as well," muttered Theremin. He drew a long breath and seemed to shake himself. The tension was broken. The room was in an uproar, with members of the staff clustering about two young men who were removing outer garments even as they parried the miscellany of questions being thrown at them. Otten bustled through the crowd and faced the newcomers angrily. "Do you realize that it's less than half an hour before deadline? Where have you two been?" Pharaoh 24 seated himself and rubbed his hands. His cheeks were red with the outdoor chill. "Yamot and I have just finished carrying through a little crazy experiment of our own. We've been trying to see if we couldn't construct an arrangement by which we could simulate the appearance of darkness and stars so as to get an advance notion as to how it looked." There was a confused murmur from the listeners, and a sudden look of interest entered Otten's eyes. "There wasn't anything said of this before. How did you go about it?" "Well," said Pharaoh, "the idea came to Yamot and myself long ago, and we've been working it out in our spare time. Yamot knew of a low, one-story house down in the city, with a domed roof. It had once been used as a museum, I think. Anyway, we bought it." "Where did you get the money?" interrupted Otten peremptorily. "Our bank accounts," grunted Yamot 70. "It cost 2,000 credits. Then defensively, "Well, what of it? Tomorrow 2,000 credits will be 2,000 pieces of paper, that's all." "Sure," agreed Pharaoh. "We bought the place and rigged it up with black velvet from top to bottom so as to get as perfect a darkness as possible. Then we punched tiny holes in the ceiling and through the roof and covered them with little metal caps, all of which could be shoved aside simultaneously at the close of a switch. At least we didn't do that part ourselves. We got a carpenter and an electrician and some others. Money didn't count. The point was that we could get the light to shine through those holes in the roof so that we could get a star-like effect." Not a breath was drawn during the pause that followed. Otten said stiffly, "You had no right to make a private—" Pharaoh seemed abashed. "I know, sir, but frankly, Yamot and I thought the experiment was a little dangerous. If the effect really worked, we half expected to go mad. From what Sheeran says about all this, we thought that would be rather likely. We wanted to take the risk ourselves. Of course, if we found we could retain sanity, it occurred to us that we might develop immunity to the real thing and then expose the rest of you to the same thing. But things didn't work out at all. Why? What happened?" It was Yamot who answered. "We shut ourselves in and allowed our eyes to get accustomed to the dark. It's an extremely creepy feeling, because the total darkness makes you feel as if the walls and ceiling are crushing in on you. But we got over that and pulled the switch. The caps fell away, and the roof glittered all over with little dots of light." "Well?" "Well, nothing. That was the wacky part of it. Nothing happened. It was just a roof with holes in it, and that's just what it looked like. We tried it over and over again. That's what kept us so late, but there just isn't any effect at all." There followed a shocked silence, and all eyes turned to Sheeran, who sat motionless, mouth open. Theremin was the first to speak. "You know what this does to this whole theory you've built up, Sheeran, don't you?" He was grinning with relief. But Sheeran raised his hand. "Now wait a while. Just let me think this through." And then he snapped his fingers, and when he lifted his head, there was neither surprise nor uncertainty in his eyes. "Of course!" He never finished. From somewhere up above there sounded a sharp clang, and Binet, starting to his feet, dashed up the stairs with a "What the devil?" The rest followed after. Things happened quickly. Once up in the dome, Binet cast one horrified glance at the shattered photographic plates and at the man bending over them, and then hurled himself fiercely at the intruder, getting a death grip on his throat. There was a wild threshing, and as others of the staff joined in, the stranger was swallowed up and smothered under the weight of half a dozen angry men. Otten came up at last, breathing heavily. "Let him up." There was a reluctant unscrambling, and the stranger, panting harshly, with his clothes torn and his forehead bruised, was hauled to his feet. He had a short yellow beard, curled elaborately in the style affected by the cultists. Binet shifted his hold to a collar grip and shook the man savagely. "All right, rat, what's the idea? These plates—" "I wasn't after them," retorted the cultist coldly. "That was an accident." Binet followed his glowering stare and snarled. I see. You were after the cameras themselves. The accident with the plates was a stroke of luck for you then. If you had touched Snapping Bertha, or any of the others, you would have died by slow torture. As it is, he drew his fist back. Otten grabbed his sleeve. Stop that! Let him go! The young technician wavered, and his arm dropped reluctantly. Otten pushed him aside and confronted the cultist. You're Latimer, aren't you? The cultist bowed stiffly and indicated the symbol upon his hip. I am Latimer 25, adjutant of the 3rd class to His Serenity, Soar 5. And, Otten's white eyebrows lifted, you were with His Serenity when he visited me last week, weren't you? Latimer bowed a second time. Now then, what do you want? Nothing that you would give me of your own free will. Soar 5 sent you, I suppose, or is this your own idea? I won't answer that question. Will there be any further visitors? I won't answer that either. Otten glanced at his timepiece and scowled. Now, man, what is it your master wants of me? I have fulfilled my end of the bargain. Latimer smiled faintly, but said nothing. I asked him, continued Otten angrily, for data only the cult could supply, and it was given to me. For that, thank you. In return, I promised to prove the essential truth of the creed of the cult. There was no need to prove that, came the proud retort. It stands proven by the book of Revelations. For the handful that constitute the cult, yes. Don't pretend to mistake my meaning. I offered to present scientific backing for your beliefs, and I did. The cultist's eyes narrowed bitterly. Yes, you did, with a fox's subtlety, for your pretended explanation backed our beliefs and at the same time removed all necessity for them. You made of the darkness and of the stars a natural phenomenon and removed all its real significance. That was blasphemy. If so, the fault isn't mine. The facts exist. What can I do but state them? Your facts are a fraud and a delusion. Otten stamped angrily. How do you know? And the answer came with the certainty of absolute faith. I know. The director purpled, and Binet whispered urgently. Otten waved him silent. And what does Soar 5 want us to do? He still thinks, I suppose, that in trying to warn the world to take measures against the menace of madness, we are placing innumerable souls in jeopardy. We aren't succeeding, if that means anything to him. The attempt itself has done harm enough, and your vicious effort to gain information by means of your devilish instruments must be stopped. We obey the will of the stars, and I only regret that my clumsiness prevented me from wrecking your infernal devices. It wouldn't have done you too much good, returned Otten. All our data, except for the direct evidence we intend collecting right now, is already safely cached and well beyond possibility of harm. He smiled grimly. But that does not affect your present status as an attempted burglar and criminal. He turned to the men behind him. Someone call the police at Sorrow City. There was a cry of distaste from Sheeran. Damn it, Otten, what's wrong with you? There's no time for that. Here, he bustled his way forward. Let me handle this. Otten stared down his nose at the psychologist. This is not the time for your monkey shine, Sheeran. Will you please let me handle this my own way? Right now you are a complete outsider here, and don't forget it. Sheeran's mouth twisted eloquently. Now, why should we go to the impossible trouble of calling the police, with Beta's eclipse a matter of minutes from now, when this young man here is perfectly willing to pledge his word of honor to remain and cause no trouble whatsoever? The cultist answered promptly, I will do no such thing. You're free to do what you want, but it's only fair to warn you that just as soon as I get my chance, I'm going to finish what I came out here to do. If it's my word of honor you're relying on, you'd better call the police. Sheeran smiled in a friendly fashion. You're a determined cuss, aren't you? Well, I'll explain something. Do you see that young man at the window? He's a strong, husky fellow, quite handy with his fists, and he's an outsider besides. Once the eclipse starts, there will be nothing for him to do except keep an eye on you. Besides him, there will be myself, a little too stout for active fisticuffs, but still able to help. Well, what of it? Demanded Latimer frozenly. Listen, and I'll tell you, was the reply. Just as soon as the eclipse starts, we're going to take you, Theremin and I, and deposit you in a little closet with one door, to which is attached one giant lock and no windows. You will remain there for the duration. And afterward, breathed Latimer fiercely, there'll be no one to let me out. I know as well as you do what the coming of the stars means. I know it far better than you. With all your minds gone, you are not likely to free me. Suffocation or slow starvation, is it? about what I might have expected from a group of scientists. But I don't give my word. It's a matter of principle, and I won't discuss it further." Otten seemed perturbed. His faded eyes were troubled. "Really, Sharon, locking him, please." Sharon motioned him impatiently to silence. "I don't think for a moment things will go that far. Latimer has just tried a clever little bluff, but I'm not a psychologist just because I like the sound of the word." He grinned at the cultist. "Come now, you don't really think I'm trying anything as crude as slow starvation? My dear Latimer, if I lock you in the closet, you are not going to see the darkness, and you are not going to see the stars. It does not take much of a knowledge of the fundamental creed of the cult to realize that for you to be hidden from the stars when they appear means the loss of your immortal soul. Now, I believe you to be an honorable man. I'll accept your word of honor to make no further effort to disrupt proceedings if you'll offer it." A vein throbbed in Latimer's temple, and he seemed to shrink within himself as he said thickly, "You have it." And then he added with swift fury, "But it is my consolation that you will all be damned for your deeds of today." He turned on his heel and stalked to the high, three-legged stool by the door. Sharon nodded to the columnist. "Take a seat next to him, Theremin, just as a formality. Hey, Theremin!" But the newspaper man didn't move. He had gone pale to the lips. "Look at that!" The finger he pointed toward the sky shook, and his voice was dry and cracked. There was one simultaneous gasp as every eye followed the pointing finger, and for one breathless moment stared frozenly. Beta was chipped on one side. The tiny bit of encroaching blackness was perhaps the width of a fingernail, but to the staring watchers it magnified itself into the crack of doom. Only for a moment they watched, and after that there was a shrieking confusion that was even shorter of duration, and which gave way to an orderly scurry of activity, each man at his prescribed job. At the crucial moment, there was no time for emotion. The men were merely scientists with work to do. Even Otten had melted away. Sharon said prosaically, "First contact must have been made 15 minutes ago. A little early, but pretty good, considering the uncertainties involved in the calculation." He looked about him, and then tiptoed to Theremin, who still remained staring out the window, and dragged him away gently. "Otten is furious," he whispered, "so stay away. He missed first contact on account of this fuss with Latimer, and if you get in his way, he'll have you thrown out the window." Theremin nodded shortly and sat down. Sharon stared in surprise at him. "The devil, man!" he exclaimed. "You're shaking." "Huh?" Theremin licked dry lips and then tried to smile. "I don't feel very well, and that's a fact." The psychologist's eyes hardened. "You're not losing your nerve." "No!" cried Theremin in a flash of indignation. "Give me a chance, will you? I haven't really believed this rigmarole, not way down beneath anyway, till just this minute. Give me a chance to get used to the idea. You've been preparing yourself for 2 months or more." "You're right at that," replied Sharon thoughtfully. "Listen, have you got a family, parents, wife, children?" Theremin shook his head. "You mean the hideout, I suppose." "No, you don't have to worry about that. I have a sister, but she's 2,000 miles away. I don't even know her exact address." "Well then, what about yourself? You've got time to get there, and they're one short anyway since I left. After all, you're not needed here, and you'd make a darned fine addition." Theremin looked at the other warily. "You think I'm scared stiff, don't you? Well, get this, mister. I'm a newspaper man, and I've been assigned to cover a story. I intend covering it." There was a faint smile on the psychologist's face. "I see. Professional honor, is that it?" "You might call it that. But man, I'd give my right arm for another bottle of that sockaroo juice, even half the size of the one you hog. If ever a fellow needed a drink, I do." He broke off. Sharon was nudging him violently. "Do you hear that? Listen." Theremin followed the motion of the other's chin and stared at the cultist, who, oblivious to all about him, faced the window, a look of wild elation on his face, droning to himself the while in sing-song fashion. "What's he saying?" whispered the columnist. "He's quoting Book of Revelations, 5th chapter," replied Sharon. Then urgently, "Keep quiet and listen, I tell you." The cultist's voice had risen in a sudden increase of fervor. "And it came to pass that in those days the sun, Beta, held lone vigil in the sky for ever longer periods, as the revolutions passed, until such time as for full half a revolution it alone, shrunken and cold, shone down upon Lagash. and men did assemble in the public squares and in the highways, there to debate and to marvel at the sight, for a strange depression had seized them. Their minds were troubled and their speech confused, for the souls of men awaited the coming of the stars. And in the city of Trigon at high noon, Vendret too came forth, and said unto the men of Trigon, Lo, ye sinners, though ye scorn the ways of righteousness, yet will the time of reckoning come. Even now the cave approaches to swallow Lagash, yea, and all it contains. And even as he spoke, the lip of the cave of darkness passed the edge of Beta, so that to all Lagash it was hidden from sight. Loud were the cries of men as it vanished, and great the fear of soul that fell upon them. It came to pass that the darkness of the cave fell upon Lagash, and there was no light on all the surface of Lagash. Men were even as blinded, nor could one man see his neighbor, though he felt his breath upon his face. And in this blackness there appeared the stars, in countless numbers, and to the strains of ineffable music of a beauty so wondrous that the very leaves of the trees turned to tongues that cried out in wonder. And in that moment the souls of men departed from them, and their abandoned bodies became even as beasts, yea, even as brutes of the wild, so that through the blackened streets of the cities of Lagash they prowled with wild cries. From the stars there then reached down the heavenly flame, and where it touched, the cities of Lagash flamed to utter destruction, so that of man and of the works of man naught remained. Even then, there was a subtle change in Latimer's tone. His eyes had not shifted, but somehow he had become aware of the absorbed attention of the other two. Easily, without pausing for breath, the timbre of his voice shifted, and the syllables became more liquid. Theremin, caught by surprise, stared. The words seemed on the border of familiarity. There was an elusive shift in the accent, a tiny change in the vowel stress, nothing more. Yet Latimer had become thoroughly unintelligible. Sheeran smiled slyly. He shifted to some old cycle tongue, probably their traditional second cycle. That was the language in which the book of Revelations had originally been written, you know. It doesn't matter. I've heard enough. Theremin shoved his chair back and brushed his hair back with hands that no longer shook. I feel much better now. You do? Sheeran seemed mildly surprised. I'll say I do. I had a bad case of jitters just a while back. Listening to you and your gravitation and seeing that eclipse start almost finished me. But this, he jerked a contemptuous thumb at the yellow-bearded cultist, this is the sort of thing my nurse used to tell me. I've been laughing at that sort of thing all my life. I'm not going to let it scare me now. He drew a deep breath and said with a hectic gaiety, But if I expect to keep on the good side of myself, I'm going to turn my chair away from the window. Sheeran said, Yes, but you'd better talk lower. Otten just lifted his head out of that box he's got it stuck into and gave you a look that should have killed you. Theremin made a mouth. I forgot about the old fellow. With elaborate care, he turned the chair from the window, cast one distasteful look over his shoulder, and said, It has occurred to me that there must be considerable immunity against this star madness. The psychologist did not answer immediately. Beta was past its zenith now, and the square of bloody sunlight that outlined the window upon the floor had lifted into Sheeran's lap. He stared at its dusky color thoughtfully, and then bent and squinted into the sun itself. The chip in its side had grown to a black encroachment that covered a third of Beta. He shuddered, and when he straightened once more, his florid cheeks did not contain quite as much color as they had had previously. With a smile that was almost apologetic, he reversed his chair also. There are probably 2 million people in Sorrow City that are all trying to join the cult at once in one gigantic revival. Then, ironically, the cult is in for an hour of unexampled prosperity. I trust they'll make the most of it. Now, what was it you said? Just this. How do the cultists manage to keep the Book of Revelations going from cycle to cycle? And how on Lagash did it get written in the first place? There must have been some sort of immunity, for if everyone had gone mad, who would be left to write the book? Sheeran stared at his questioner ruefully. Well now, young man, there isn't any eyewitness answer to that, but we've got a few damn good notions as to what happened. You see, there are 3 kinds of people who might remain relatively unaffected. First, the very few who don't see the stars at all. The blind. Those who drink themselves into a stupor at the beginning of the eclipse and remain so to the end. We leave them out because they aren't really witnesses. Then there are children below 6, to whom the world as a whole is too new and strange for them to be too frightened at stars and darkness. They would be just another item in an already surprising world. You see that, don't you? The other nodded doubtfully. I suppose so. Lastly, there are those whose minds are too coarsely grained to be entirely toppled. The very insensitive would be scarcely affected. Oh, such people as some of our older, work-broken peasants. Well, the children would have fugitive memories, and that combined with the confused, incoherent babblings of the half-mad morons formed the basis for the book of Revelations. Naturally, the book was based in the first place on the testimony of those least qualified to serve as historians, that is, children and morons, and was probably extensively edited and re-edited through the cycles. Do you suppose, broke in Theremin, that they carried the book through the cycles the way we're planning on handing on the secret of gravitation? Sheeran shrugged. Perhaps, but their exact method is unimportant. They do it somehow. The point I was getting at was that the book can't help but be a mass of distortion, even if it is based on fact. For instance, do you remember the experiment with the holes in the roof that Pharaoh and Yumot tried, the one that didn't work? Yes. You know why it didn't work? He stopped and rose in alarm, for Otten was approaching, his face a twisted mask of consternation. What's happened? Otten drew him aside, and Sheeran could feel the fingers on his elbow twitching. Not so loud. Otten's voice was low and tortured. I've just gotten word from the hideout on the private line. Sheeran broke in anxiously. They are in trouble? Not they. Otten stressed the pronoun significantly. They sealed themselves off just a while ago, and they're going to stay buried till day after tomorrow. They're safe. But the city, Sheeran, it's a shambles. You have no idea. He was having difficulty in speaking. Well, snapped Sheeran impatiently. What of it? It will get worse. What are you shaking about? Then, suspiciously, how do you feel? Otten's eyes sparked angrily at the insinuation, and then faded to anxiety once more. You don't understand. The cultists are active. They're rousing the people to storm the observatory, promising them immediate entrance into grace, promising them salvation, promising them anything. What are we to do, Sheeran? Sheeran's head bent, and he stared in long abstraction at his toes. He tapped his chin with one knuckle, then looked up and said crisply, Do? What is there to do? Nothing at all. Do the men know of this? No, of course not. Good. Keep it that way. How long till totality? Not quite an hour. There's nothing to do but gamble. It will take time to organize any really formidable mob, and it will take more time to get them out here. We're a good 5 miles from the city. He glared out the window, down the slopes to where the farmed patches gave way to clumps of white houses in the suburbs, down to where the metropolis itself was a blur on the horizon, a mist in the waning blaze of Beta. He repeated, without turning, It will take time. Keep on working and pray that totality comes first. Beta was cut in half, the line of division pushing a slight concavity into the still bright portion of the sun. It was like a gigantic eyelid shutting slantwise over the light of a world. The faint clatter of the room in which he stood faded into oblivion, and he sensed only the thick silence of the fields outside. The very insects seemed frightened, mute, and things were dim. He jumped at the voice in his ear. Theremin said, Is something wrong? No. Get back to the chair. We're in the way. They slipped back to their corner, but the psychologist did not speak for a time. He lifted a finger and loosened his collar. He twisted his neck back and forth, but found no relief. He looked up suddenly. Are you having any difficulty in breathing? The newspaper man opened his eyes wide and drew 2 or 3 long breaths. No. Why? I looked out the window too long, I suppose. The dimness got me. Difficulty in breathing is one of the first symptoms of a claustrophobic attack. Theremin drew another long breath. Well, it hasn't got me yet. Say, here's another of the fellows. Binet had interposed his bulk between the light and the pair in the corner, and Sheeran squinted up at him anxiously. Hello, Binet. The astronomer shifted his weight to the other foot and smiled feebly. You won't mind if I sit down a while and join in on the talk. My cameras are set, and there's nothing to do till totality. He paused and eyed the cultist, who 15 minutes earlier had drawn a small, skin-bound book from his sleeve and had been poring intently over it ever since. That rat hasn't been making trouble, has he? Sheeran shook his head. His shoulders were thrown back, and he frowned his concentration as he forced himself to breathe regularly. He said, Have you had any trouble breathing, Binet? Binet sniffed the air in his turn. It doesn't seem stuffy to me. A touch of claustrophobia, explained Sheeran apologetically. Oh, it worked itself differently with me. I get the impression that my eyes are going back on me. Things seem to blur and, well, nothing is clear. And it's cold, too. Oh, it's cold, all right. That's no illusion. Theremin grimaced. My toes feel as if I've been shipping them cross-country in a refrigerating car. What we need, put in Sheeran, is to keep our minds busy with extraneous affairs. I was telling you a while ago, Theremin, why Pharaoh's experiments with the holes in the roof came to nothing. You were just beginning, replied Theremin. He encircled a knee with both arms and nuzzled his chin against it. Well, as I started to say, they were misled by taking the Book of Revelations literally. There probably wasn't any sense in attaching any physical significance to the stars. It might be, you know, that in the presence of total darkness, the mind finds it absolutely necessary to create light. This illusion of light might be all the stars there really are. In other words, interposed Theremin, you mean the stars are the results of the madness and not one of the causes. Then what good will Binet's photographs be? To prove that it is an illusion, maybe, or to prove the opposite for all I know. Then again, but Binet had drawn his chair closer, and there was an expression of sudden enthusiasm on his face. Say, I'm glad you two got on to this subject. His eyes narrowed and he lifted one finger. I've been thinking about these stars, and I've got a really cute notion. Of course, it's strictly ocean foam, and I'm not trying to advance it seriously, but I think it's interesting. Do you want to hear it? He seemed half reluctant, but Sheeran leaned back and said, Go ahead, I'm listening. Well then, supposing there were other suns in the universe. He broke off a little bashfully. I mean suns that are so far away that they're too dim to see. It sounds as if I've been reading some of that fantastic fiction, I suppose. Not necessarily. Still, isn't that possibility eliminated by the fact that, according to the law of gravitation, they would make themselves evident by their attractive forces? Not if they were far enough off, rejoined Binet. Really far off, maybe as much as 4 light years or even more. We'd never be able to detect perturbations then, because they'd be too small. Say that there were a lot of suns that far off, a dozen or two maybe. Theremin whistled melodiously. What an idea for a good Sunday supplement article. 24 suns in a universe 8 light years across. Wow! That would shrink our universe into insignificance. The readers would eat it up. Only an idea, said Binet with a grin. But you see the point. During eclipse, these dozen suns would become visible because there'd be no real sunlight to drown them out. Since they're so far off, they'd appear small, like so many little marbles. Of course, the cultists talk of millions of stars, but that's probably exaggeration. There just isn't any place in the universe you could put 1,000,000 suns, unless they touch each other. Sheeran had listened with gradually increasing interest. You've hit something there, Binet, and exaggeration is just exactly what would happen. Our minds, as you probably know, can't grasp directly any number higher than 5. Above that, there is only the concept of many. A dozen would become 1,000,000 just like that. A damn good idea. And I've got another cute little notion, Binet said. Have you ever thought what a simple problem gravitation would be if only you had a sufficiently simple system? Supposing you had a universe in which there was a planet with only one sun. The planet would travel in a perfect ellipse, and the exact nature of the gravitational force would be so evident that it could be accepted as an axiom. Astronomers on such a world would start off with gravity probably before they even invent the telescope. Naked eye observation would be enough. But would such a system be dynamically stable? Questioned Sheeran doubtfully. Sure. They call it the 1-in-1 case. It's been worked out mathematically, but it's the philosophical implications that interest me. It's nice to think about, admitted Sheeran, as a pretty abstraction, like a perfect gas or absolute zero. Of course, continued Binet, there's the catch that life would be impossible on such a planet. It wouldn't get enough heat and light, and if it rotated, there would be total darkness half of each day. You couldn't expect life, which is fundamentally dependent upon light, to develop under those conditions. Besides, Sheeran's chair went over backward as he sprang to his feet in a rude interruption. Otten's brought out the lights. Binet said, Huh? Turned to stare, and then grinned halfway around his head in open relief. There were 6 foot-long, inch-thick rods cradled in Otten's arms. He glared over them at the assembled staff members. Get back to work, all of you. Sheeran, come here and help me. Sheeran trotted to the older man's side and one by one, in utter silence, the two adjusted the rods and makeshift metal holders suspended from the walls. With the air of one carrying through the most sacred item of a religious ritual, Sheeran scraped a large, clumsy match into spluttering life and passed it to Otten, who carried the flame to the upper end of one of the rods. It hesitated there a while, playing futilely upon the tip, until a sudden crackling flare cast Otten's lined face into yellow highlights. He withdrew the match, and a spontaneous cheer rattled the window. The rod was topped by 6 inches of wavering flame. Methodically, the other rods were lighted, until 6 independent fires turned the rear of the room yellow. The light was dim, dimmer even than the tenuous sunlight. The flames reeled crazily, giving birth to drunken, swaying shadows. The torches smoked devilishly and smelled like a bad day in the kitchen, but they emitted yellow light. There is something to yellow light. After 4 hours of somber, dimming beta, even Latimer had lifted his eyes from his book and stared in wonder. Sheeran warmed his hands at the nearest, regardless of the soot that gathered upon them in a fine gray powder, and muttered ecstatically to himself, "Beautiful! Beautiful! I never realized before what a wonderful color yellow is." But Theremin regarded the torches suspiciously. He wrinkled his nose at the rancid odor and said, "What are those things?" "Wood," said Sheeran shortly. "Oh, no, they're not. They aren't burning. The top inch is charred, and the flame just keeps shooting up out of nothing. That's the beauty of it. This is a really efficient artificial light mechanism. We made a few hundred of them, but most went to the hideout, of course. You see," he turned and wiped his blackened hands upon his handkerchief, "you take the pithy core of coarse water reeds, dry them thoroughly, and soak them in animal grease. Then you set fire to it, and the grease burns little by little. These torches will burn for almost half an hour without stopping. Ingenious, isn't it? It was developed by one of our own young men at Sorrow University." After the momentary sensation, the dome had quieted. Latimer had carried his chair directly beneath a torch and continued reading, lips moving in the monotonous recital of invocations to the stars. Binet had drifted away to his cameras once more, and Theremin seized the opportunity to add to his notes on the article he was going to write for the Sorrow City Chronicle the next day, a procedure he had been following for the last 2 hours, in a perfectly methodical, perfectly conscientious, and, as he was well aware, perfectly meaningless fashion. But as the gleam of amusement in Sheeran's eyes indicated, careful note-taking occupied his mind with something other than the fact that the sky was gradually turning a horrible deep purple red, as if it were one gigantic, freshly peeled beet, and so it fulfilled its purpose. The air grew somehow denser. Dust, like a palpable entity, entered the room, and the dancing circle of yellow light about the torches etched itself into ever sharper distinction against the gathering grayness beyond. There was the odor of smoke and the presence of little chuckling sounds that the torches made as they burned, the soft pad of one of the men circling the table at which he worked, on hesitant tiptoes, the occasional indrawn breath of someone trying to retain composure in a world that was retreating into the shadow. It was Theremin who first heard the extraneous noise. It was a vague, unorganized impression of sound that would have gone unnoticed but for the dead silence that prevailed within the dome. The newsman sat upright and replaced his notebook. He held his breath and listened. Then, with considerable reluctance, threaded his way between the solaroscope and one of Binet's cameras and stood before the window. The silence ripped to fragments at his startled shout, "Sheeran!" Work stopped. The psychologist was at his side in a moment. Otten joined him. Even Yimat 70, high in his little, lean-back seat at the eyepiece of the gigantic solaroscope, paused and looked downward. Outside, Beta was a mere smoldering splinter, taking one last desperate look at Lagash. The eastern horizon, in the direction of the city, was lost in darkness, and the road from Sorrow to the observatory was a dull red line bordered on both sides by wooded tracts, the trees of which had somehow lost individuality and merged into a continuous, shadowy mass. But it was the highway itself that held attention, for along it there surged another and infinitely menacing, shadowy mass. Otten cried in a cracked voice, "The madmen from the city! They've come!" "How long to totality?" demanded Sheeran. 15 minutes, but they'll be here in 5. Never mind. Keep the men working. We'll hold them off. This place is built like a fortress. Otten, keep an eye on our young cultist, just for luck. Theremin, come with me. Sheeran was out the door, and Theremin was at his heels. The stairs stretched below them in tight, circular sweeps about the central shaft, fading into a dank and dreary grayness. The first momentum of their rush had carried them 50 feet down, so that the dim, flickering yellow from the open door of the dome had disappeared, and both up above and down below, the same dusky shadow crushed in upon them. Sheeran paused, and his pudgy hand clutched at his chest. His eyes bulged, and his voice was a dry cough. "I can't breathe. Go down, yourself. Close all doors." Theremin took a few downward steps, then turned. "Wait, can you hold out a minute?" He was panting himself. The air passed in and out of his lungs like so much molasses, and there was a little germ of screeching panic in his mind at the thought of making his way into the mysterious darkness below by himself. Theremin, after all, was afraid of the dark. "Stay here," he said. "I'll be back in a second." He dashed upward 2 steps at a time, heart pounding, not altogether from the exertion, tumbled into the dome, and snatched a torch from its holder. It was foul-smelling, and the smoke smarted his eyes almost blind, but he clutched that torch as if he wanted to kiss it for joy, and its flame streamed backwards as he hurtled down the stairs again. Sheeran opened his eyes and moaned as Theremin bent over him. Theremin shook him roughly. "All right, get a hold on yourself. We've got light." He held the torch at tiptoe height, and propping the tottering psychologist by an elbow, made his way downward in the middle of the protecting circle of illumination. The offices on the ground floor still possessed what light there was, and Theremin felt the horror about him relax. "Here," he said brusquely, and passed the torch to Sheeran. "You can hear them outside." And they could. Little scraps of hoarse, wordless shouts. But Sheeran was right. The observatory was built like a fortress. Erected in the last century, when the neo-Gavotian style of architecture was at its ugly height, it had been designed for stability and durability rather than for beauty. The windows were protected by the grille-work of inch-thick iron bars sunk deep into the concrete sills. The walls were solid masonry that an earthquake couldn't have touched, and the main door was a huge oaken slab reinforced with iron at the strategic points. Theremin shot the bolts, and they slid shut with a dull clang. At the other end of the corridor, Sheeran cursed weakly. He pointed to the lock of the back door, which had been neatly jimmied into uselessness. "That must be how Latimer got in," he said. "Well, don't stand there," cried Theremin impatiently. "Help drag up the furniture, and keep that torch out of my eyes. The smoke's killing me." He slammed the heavy table up against the door as he spoke, and in 2 minutes had built a barricade which made up for what it lacked in beauty and symmetry by the sheer inertia of its massiveness. Somewhere, dimly, far off, they could hear the battering of naked fists upon the door, and the screams and yells from outside had a sort of half-reality. That mob had set off from Sorrow City with only 2 things in mind: the attainment of cultist salvation by the destruction of the observatory, and a maddening fear that all but paralyzed them. There was no time to think of ground cars or of weapons or of leadership or even of organization. They made for the observatory on foot and assaulted it with bare hands. And now that they were there, the last flash of beta, the last ruby-red drop of flame, flickered feebly over a humanity that had left only stark, universal fear. Theremin groaned. "Let's get back to the dome." In the dome, only Yamut at the solariscope had kept his place. The rest were clustered about the cameras, and Binet was giving his instructions in a hoarse, strained voice. "Get it straight, all of you. I'm snapping beta just before totality and changing the plate. That will leave one of you to each camera. You all know about times of exposure." There was a breathless murmur of agreement. Binet passed a hand over his eyes. "Are the torches still burning?" "Never mind, I see them." He was leaning hard against the back of a chair. "Now, remember, don't try to look for good shots. Don't waste time trying to get 2 stars at a time in the scope field. 1 is enough, and if you feel yourself going, get away from the camera." At the door, Sheeran whispered to Theremin, "Take me to Otten. I don't see him." The newsman did not answer immediately. The vague forms of the astronomers wavered and blurred, and the torches overhead had become only yellow spotches. "It's dark," he whimpered. Sheeran held out his hand. "Otten!" He stumbled forward. "Otten!" Theremin stepped after and seized his arm. "Wait, I'll take you." Somehow he made his way across the room. He closed his eyes against the darkness and his mind against the chaos within it. No one heard them or paid attention to them. Sheeran stumbled against the wall. "Otten!" The psychologist felt shaking hands touching him, then withdrawing, and a voice muttering, "Is that you, Sheeran?" "Otten." He strove to breathe normally. "Don't worry about the mob. The place will hold them off." Latimer, the cultist, rose to his feet, and his face twisted in desperation. His word was pledged, and to break it would mean placing his soul in mortal peril. Yet that word had been forced from him and had not been given freely. The stars would come soon. He could not stand by and allow, and yet his word was pledged. Binet's face was dimly flushed as it looked upward at Beta's last ray, and Latimer, seeing him bent over his camera, made his decision. His nails cut the flesh of his palms as he tensed himself. He staggered crazily as he started his rush. There was nothing before him but shadows. The very floor beneath his feet lacked substance, and then someone was upon him, and he went down with clutching fingers at his throat. He doubled his knee and drove it hard into his assailant. "Let me up, or I'll kill you!" Theremin cried out sharply and muttered through a blinding haze of pain, "You double-crossing rat!" The newsman seemed conscious of everything at once. He heard Binet croak, "I've got it! At your cameras, men!" And then there was the strange awareness that the last thread of sunlight had thinned out and snapped. Simultaneously, he heard one last choking gasp from Binet and a queer little cry from Sheeran, a hysterical giggle that cut off in a rasp, and a sudden silence, a strange, deadly silence from outside. And Latimer had gone limp in his loosening grasp. Theremin peered into the cultist's eyes and saw the blankness of them, staring upward, mirroring the feeble yellow of the torches. He saw the bubble of froth upon Latimer's lips and heard the low animal whimper in Latimer's throat. With the slow fascination of fear, he lifted himself on one arm and turned his eyes toward the blood-curdling blackness of the window. Through it shone the stars. Not Earth's feeble 3,600 stars visible to the eye. Lagash was in the center of a giant cluster. 30,000 mighty suns shone down in a soul-searing splendor that was more frighteningly cold in its awful indifference than the bitter wind that shivered across the cold, horribly bleak world. Theremin staggered to his feet, his throat constricting him to breathlessness, all the muscles of his body writhing in a tensity of terror and sheer fear beyond bearing. He was going mad, and knew it, and somewhere deep inside a bit of sanity was screaming, struggling to fight off the hopeless flood of black terror. It was very horrible to go mad, and know that you were going mad, to know that in a little minute you would be here physically, and yet all the real essence would be dead and drowned in the black madness. For this was the dark and the cold and the doom. The bright walls of the universe were shattered, and their awful black fragments were falling down to crush and squeeze and obliterate them. He jostled someone crawling on hands and knees, but stumbled somehow over him. Hands groping at his tortured throat, he limped toward the flame of the torches that filled all his mad vision. "Light!" he screamed. Otten somewhere was crying, whimpering horribly like a terribly frightened child. "Stars! All the stars! We didn't know at all. We didn't know anything. We thought 6 stars in a universe is something the stars didn't notice, is darkness forever and ever and ever. And the walls are breaking in, and we didn't know, we couldn't know, and anything." Someone clawed at the torch, and it fell and snuffed out. In the instant, the awful splendor of the indifferent stars leaped nearer to them. On the horizon outside the window, in the direction of Sorrow City, a crimson glow began growing, strengthening in brightness that was not the glow of a sun. The long night had come again.
By His Bootstraps, by Robert A. Heinlein. It would be impossible to limit Robert A. Heinlein's representation in this book to one story. He dominated science fiction in the early 40s, writing so well and so prolifically that at the beginning of 1941, he adopted the pen name Anson MacDonald for many of his stories in Astounding. Between the February and October issues, he had 2 stories in the same issue 5 times. He even took a third name, Caleb Saunders, for one of them. By the time By His Bootstraps appeared, even John Campbell had become confused. He'd announced it as by Heinlein, but when he published it in the October issue, the byline was MacDonald. The name was derived from Heinlein's middle name and the maiden name of his wife at the time, Leslyn MacDonald. In all, Heinlein's contributions to Astounding during 1941 totaled 20% or more of the wordage in the magazine. But it was a situation that was not to continue, for when the United States entered World War II at the end of the year, Heinlein joined the war effort. A former shipmate of mine, later Rear Admiral A.B. Scholes, was then engaged in aviation research and development. He sent for me, put me in charge of a high-altitude laboratory, of which one of the projects was the development of a spacesuit, then called a high-altitude pressure suit. Heinlein arranged to hire L. Sprague de Camp and Isaac Asimov, and for 3.5 years the three worked together, fighting the Axis with slide rule and requisition forms in quintuplet, as de Camp has described it. Heinlein did no science fiction writing during this time, but after the war he wrote Rocket Ship Galileo, the first of his enormously popular juvenile SF novels, in which he described space suits, similar to those on which he and de Camp had worked at the Philadelphia Navy Yard. The story was adapted into the movie Destination Moon, with Heinlein as technical advisor, and he sent for a photo of one of the spacesuits developed during that project. It was copied as closely as possible for the movie. The actual spacesuits used by modern astronauts aren't greatly different. But in By His Bootstraps, Heinlein concerned himself with time travel rather than trips into space, producing one of the classic stories of time paradoxes. In fact, it so thoroughly explored the idea of a man coming back in time to meet himself that it delayed the career of William Tenn for nearly 5 years. Tenn had just written a story called Me, Myself, and I when By His Bootstraps appeared. Tenn read it with a sinking feeling, realizing that Heinlein had beaten him to the punch, and he didn't submit his story. It wasn't until Tenn had sold his first story to Astounding in 1946 that he was encouraged enough to dig out Me, Myself, and I and sell it to Planet Stories under the pen name Kenneth Putnam. William Tenn is also a pen name. His real name is Philip Klass, but never mind. Heinlein also made a small breakthrough when he included in By His Bootstraps a scene in which Bob Wilson visited his girlfriend for over an hour and came away wearing the expression of the canary that ate the cat. Now, this was about as close to an explicit sex scene as any writer was allowed to come in the science fiction magazines of 1941, especially since it was preceded by a one-line space, the equivalent of those old movie scenes in which the camera panned from two people kissing to a blazing fireplace. Pulp magazines had always avoided explicit sex scenes because of the stringent censorship laws of the time. Even under-the-counter magazines such as Spicy Adventure, which had begun during the 1930s, resorted to such fade-outs. An hour later, a door opened into a narrow alley in the rear of Woon Yuen's antique shop, and Arlene was thrust roughly out, her breasts almost bare, her dress ripped to shreds. Robert E. Howard wrote that under a pen name. But the science fiction magazines were the most puritanical of all, for their readership consisted mostly of teenagers. Moreover, these young readers dreamed of higher things than lust. They sought heroic adventures among the stars and in the far reaches of the future. As Charles Hornig, then editor of Science Fiction and Future Fiction, and just 23 years old, put it in 1940, in order for a story to be true to life, it must take into account that people are human and fall in love, even though they may be great scientists. Many times it is necessary to have clinches in order to make the characters appear real, but there is no need to go further than the surface of their love lives. The love or sex interest in science fiction stories should be wholesome and ideal, nothing nude. Good science fiction stories tend to place the fan on a higher mental plane, a psychic condition that broadens his horizons. Now, the sex mood does just the opposite. It spoils the illusion of glorious psychic expansion and, in fact, reduces the reader to a lustful, very down-to-earth personality. Henry Kuttner, in an article entitled Eunuchs in the Pulps, later the same year, disagreed, though his argument was couched in similarly high moral terms. The typical criminal pervert is outwardly extremely moral. Any form of sex is anathema to him. Normal emotional life is warped and suppressed rigidly. Eventually, the dam bursts, and the newspapers have another sensational headline. Sanity, common sense, and health make their own rules, which may not be broken. The characters in science fiction are, as a rule, potential rapists. Pornography is unnecessary. Human beings are vital. But we shall have no human beings in science fiction till readers outgrow their opinionated adolescence and become more adult and sophisticated in outlook. Kuttner was 26. One science fiction magazine had tried in 1938 to inject sex into its stories, but not for the purpose of sophisticated characterization. The first 2 issues of Marvel Science Stories featured several stories in which the author, on editorial demand, had inserted lurid sexual passages. The stories brought a storm of protest, and Marvel quickly switched to straight science fiction. Ironically, the author involved was Henry Kuttner, though he hid the worst of these stories under pen names. But a year later, the publishers decided to try the experiment again, no doubt because they had been successful in combining sex with weird fiction and mystery tales and uncanny tales. They changed the title of their science fiction magazine to Marvel Tales and published 2 issues whose sexual content was heavy, not to mention appalling. One example will suffice. Mistress of Machine Age Madness by Nils O. Sunderland. The story began shrieking with terror, and quite aware of her complete nudity. Anne Tancred appeared in a second-story window. The weird greenish glare of the laboratory conflagration spotlighted the full roundness of her young breasts. Thereafter, Anne Tancred was repeatedly subjected to torture with a whip wielded by the villainous laboratory assistant who had murdered her scientist father. Then, naked, she stood up to wait for the whip. Craig heard the cruel hissing of it and the vicious cracks. He saw red marks spring across the firm, upturned breasts of the girl, her smooth white back and the gleaming columns of her thighs. Hero and heroine were forced to accompany the villain on an exploration of the depths of the earth. They found an underworld cavern and hideous monsters, eventually escaping when the monsters destroyed the villain. But even their escape, which should have led to a completely happy ending, when Anne revealed that she had hidden several priceless red pearls in her hair, was perverted by this final touch. "I'll forgive you this time," whispered Craig, "but any more deceit." She shuddered deliciously. The only cheering thing about Marvel is the fact that it was a complete failure. Its sadistic sex policy was again abandoned, but even after its return to ordinary science fiction, the magazine lasted only 2 issues before dying. Whether Hornig was right in saying that sex undermined the appeal of science fiction, or Kuttner in his contention that SF readers were too adolescent, it's clear that there was no market for sexual sadism in science fiction's golden age. By his Bootstraps indulged in none of Marvel's sexual bullying. Of course, though one has to wonder about the scantily clad maidservants who were slaves by nature. Sex was no more than implied in it, and the emphasis throughout was on the fascinating intellectual puzzle of a man meeting himself, and meeting himself, and meeting himself. What sexual pleasures could compare? On paper, at least. References: Heinlein and Dimension by Alexei Panshin. Advent, Publishers, 1968. In Times to Come by John W. Campbell, Jr., Astounding Science Fiction, August 1941. Robert A. Heinlein by Isaac Asimov, Mid-American Program Book, 1976. Science Fiction, Its Nature, Faults, and Virtues by Robert A. Heinlein, the science fiction novel, Advent, Publishers, 1959. You Can't Beat Brains by L. Sprague de Camp, Fantasy and Science Fiction, October 1966. Shooting Destination Moon by Robert A. Heinlein, Astounding Science Fiction, July 1950. Conversation with Philip Klass, January 1st, 1975. The Pulps by Tony Goodstone, Bonanza Books, 1970. The Purple Heart of Ehrlich by Sam Walzer, Robert E. Howard, Spicy Adventure, 1936. The Encyclopedia of Science Fiction and Fantasy, Volume 1, by Donald H. Tuck, Advent Publishers, 1974. Sex in Science Fiction, by Charles Hornig, Stardust, March, 1940. Eunuchs and the Pulps, by Henry Kuttner, Sweetness and Light, Winter, 1940. The Secret Lives of Henry Kuttner, by Sam Moskowitz, Amazing Stories, October 1962. The Shudder Pulps, by Robert Kenneth Jones, Fax Collector's Editions, 1975. Mistress of Machine Age Madness, by Nils O. Sonderland, Marvel Tales, May 1940. By His Bootstraps, by Robert A. Heinlein. Copyright 1941 by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Copyright renewed 1969 by Robert A. Heinlein. From Astounding Science Fiction, October 1941, by permission of the author and his agent, Lurton Blasingame. Bob Wilson did not see the circle grow. Nor, for that matter, did he see the stranger who stepped out of the circle and stood staring at the back of Wilson's neck, stared and breathed heavily, as if laboring under strong and unusual emotion. Wilson had no reason to suspect that anyone else was in his room. He had every reason to expect the contrary. He had locked himself in his room for the purpose of completing his thesis in one sustained drive. He had to. Tomorrow was the last day for submission. Yesterday, the thesis had been no more than a title, an investigation into certain mathematical aspects of a rigor of metaphysics. 52 cigarettes, 4 pots of coffee, and 13 hours of continuous work had added 7,000 words to the title. As to the validity of his thesis, he was far too groggy to give a damn. Get it done was his only thought. Get it done, turn it in, take 3 stiff drinks, and sleep for a week. He glanced up and let his eyes rest on his wardrobe door, behind which he had cached a gin bottle nearly full. No, he admonished himself, 1 more drink, and you'll never finish it, Bob, old son. The stranger behind him said nothing. Wilson resumed typing. Nor is it valid to assume that a conceivable proposition is necessarily a possible proposition, even when it is possible to formulate mathematics which describes the proposition with exactness. A case in point is the concept time travel. Time travel may be imagined, and its necessities may be formulated under any and all theories of time, formulae which resolve the paradoxes of each theory. Nevertheless, we know certain things about the empirical nature of time, which preclude the possibility of the conceivable proposition. Duration is an attribute of consciousness, and not of the plenum. It has no ding an Sicht. Therefore, the key of the typewriter stuck, 3 more jammed up on top of it. Wilson swore dully and reached forward to straighten out the cantankerous machinery. Don't bother with it, he heard a voice say. It's a lot of utter hogwash anyway. Wilson sat up with a jerk, then turned his head slowly around. He fervently hoped that there was someone behind him. Otherwise, he perceived the stranger with relief. Thank God, he said to himself. For a moment, I thought I'd come unstuck. His relief turned to extreme annoyance. What the devil are you doing in my room? He demanded. He shoved back his chair, got up, and strode over to the one door. It was still locked and bolted on the inside. The windows were no help. They were adjacent to his desk and 3 stories above a busy street. How did you get in? He added. Through that, answered the stranger, hooking a thumb toward the circle. Wilson noticed it for the first time, blinked his eyes, and looked again. There it hung between them and the wall, a great disk of nothing, of the color one sees when the eyes are shut tight. Wilson shook his head vigorously. The circle remained. Gosh, he thought, I was right the first time. I wonder when I slipped my trolley. He advanced toward the disk, put out a hand to touch it. Don't! Snapped the stranger. Oh, why not? Said Wilson edgily. Nevertheless, he paused. I'll explain, but let's have a drink first. He walked directly to the wardrobe, opened it, reached in, and took out the bottle of gin without looking. Hey, yelled Wilson. What are you doing there? That's my liquor. Your liquor? The stranger paused for a moment. Oh, sorry. You don't mind if I have a drink, do you? Oh, I suppose not, Bob Wilson conceded in a surly tone. Pour me one while you're about it." "Okay," agreed the stranger. "Then I'll explain." "It had better be good," Wilson said ominously. Nevertheless, he drank his drink and looked the stranger over. He saw a chap about the same size as himself and much the same age, perhaps a little older, though a 3-day growth of beard may have accounted for that impression. The stranger had a black eye and a freshly cut and badly swollen upper lip. Wilson decided he did not like the chap's face. Still, there was something familiar about the face. He felt that he should have recognized it, that he had seen it many times before under different circumstances. "Who are you?" he asked suddenly. "Me?" said his guest. "Don't you recognize me?" "I'm not sure," admitted Wilson. "Have I ever seen you before?" "Well, not exactly," the other temporized. "Skip it. You wouldn't know about it." "What's your name?" "My name? Just call me Joe." Wilson set down his glass. "Okay, Joe, whatever your name is, trot out that explanation and make it snappy." "I'll do that," agreed Joe. "That dingus I came through," he pointed to the circle. "That's a time gate." "A what?" "A time gate. Time flows along side by side on each side of the gate, but some thousands of years apart. Just how many thousands, I don't know. But for the next couple of hours, that gate is open. You can walk into the future just by stepping through that circle." The stranger paused. Bob drummed on the desk. "Go ahead, I'm listening. It's a nice story." "You don't believe me, do you?" "I'll show you." Joe got up, went again to the wardrobe, and obtained Bob's hat, his prized and only hat, which he had mistreated into its present battered grandeur through 6 years of undergraduate and graduate life. Joe chucked it toward the impalpable disk. It struck the surface, went on through with no apparent resistance, disappeared from sight. Wilson got up, walked carefully around the circle, and examined the bare floor. "A neat trick," he conceded. "Now I'll thank you to return to me my hat." The stranger shook his head. "You can get it for yourself when you pass through, huh?" "That's right. Listen." Briefly, the stranger repeated his explanation about the time gate. Wilson, he insisted, had an opportunity that comes once in a millennium, if he would only hurry up and climb through that circle. Furthermore, though Joe could not explain in detail at the moment, it was very important that Wilson go through. Bob Wilson helped himself to a second drink, and then a third. He was beginning to feel both good and argumentative. "Why?" he said flatly. Joe looked exasperated. "Damn it, if you just stepped through once, explanations wouldn't be necessary." However, according to Joe, there was an old guy on the other side who needed Wilson's help. With Wilson's help, the three of them would run the country. The exact nature of the help Joe could not or would not specify. Instead, he bore down on the unique possibilities for high adventure. "You don't want to slave your life away teaching numbskulls in some freshwater college," he insisted. "This is your chance. Grab it." Bob Wilson admitted to himself that a Ph.D. and an appointment as an instructor was not his ideal of existence. Still, it beat working for a living. His eye fell on the gin bottle, its level now deplorably lowered. That explained it. He got up unsteadily. "No, my dear fellow," he stated, "I'm not going to climb on your merry-go-round. You know why?" "Why?" "Because I'm drunk, that's why. You're not there at all. That ain't there." He gestured widely at the circle. "There ain't anybody here but me, and I'm drunk. Been working too hard," he added apologetically. "I'm going to bed." "You're not drunk." "I am drunk. Peter Piper pepped a pick of pippered peckles." He moved toward his bed. Joe grabbed his arm. "You can't do that," he said. "Let him alone." They both swung around. Facing them, standing directly in front of the circle, was a third man. Bob looked at the newcomer, looked back at Joe, blinked his eyes, and tried to focus them. The two looked a good bit alike, he thought. Enough alike to be brothers. Or maybe he was seeing double. Bad stuff, gin. Should have switched to rum a long time ago. Good stuff, rum. You could drink it or take a bath in it. No, that was gin. He meant Joe. How silly. Joe was the one with the black eye. He wondered why he had ever been confused. Then who was this other lug? Couldn't a couple of friends have a quiet drink together without people butting in? "Who are you?" he said, with quiet dignity. The newcomer turned his head, then looked at Joe. "He knows me," he said meaningly. Joe looked him over slowly. "Yes," he said. "Yes, I suppose I do. But what the deuce are you here for? And why are you trying to bust up the plan?" "No time for long-winded explanations. I know more about it than you do. You'll concede that. And my judgment is bound to be better than yours. He doesn't go through the gate." "I don't concede anything of the sort." The telephone rang. "Answer it," snapped the newcomer. Bob was about to protest the peremptory tone, but decided he wouldn't. He lacked the phlegmatic temperament necessary to ignore a ringing telephone. "Hello." "Hello," he was answered. "Is that Bob Wilson?" "Yes." "Who is this?" "Never mind. I just wanted to be sure you were there. I thought you would be. You're right in the groove, kid. Right in the groove." Wilson heard a chuckle, then the click of disconnection. "Hello," he said. "Hello?" He jiggled the bar a couple of times, then hung up. "What was it?" asked Joe. "Nothing. Some nut with a misplaced sense of humor." The telephone bell rang again. Wilson added, "There he is again," and picked up the receiver. "Listen, you butterfly-brained ape, I'm a busy man, and this is not a public telephone." "What, Bob?" came a hurt feminine voice. "Huh? Oh, it's you, Genevieve. Look, I'm sorry. I apologize." "Well, I should think you would." "You don't understand, honey. A guy's been pestering me over the phone, and I thought it was him. You know I wouldn't talk that way to you, babe." "Well, I should think not, particularly after all you said to me this afternoon, and all we meant to each other." "Huh? This afternoon? Did you say this afternoon?" "Of course. But what I called up about was this. You left your hat in my apartment. I noticed it a few minutes after you'd gone, and just thought I'd call and tell you where it is. Anyhow," she added coyly, "it gave me an excuse to hear your voice again." "Sure. Fine," he said mechanically. "Look, babe, I'm a little mixed up about this. The trouble I've had all day long, and more trouble now. I'll look you up tonight and straighten it out, but I know I didn't leave your hat in my apartment." "Your hat, silly." "Huh? Oh, sure. Anyhow, see you tonight. Bye." He rang off hurriedly. Gosh, he thought, that woman is getting to be a problem. Hallucinations. He turned to his two companions. "Very well, Joe, I'm ready to go if you are." He was not sure just when or why he had decided to go through the time gadget, but he had. Who did this other mug think he was, anyhow, trying to interfere with a man's freedom of choice? "Fine," said Joe in a relieved voice. "Just step through. That's all there is to it." "No, you don't." It was the ubiquitous stranger. He stepped between Wilson and the gate. Bob Wilson faced him. "Listen, you come butting in here like you think I was a bum. If you don't like it, go jump in the lake. And I'm just the kind of guy who can do it. You and who else?" The stranger reached out and tried to collar him. Wilson let go a swing, but not a good one. It went by nothing faster than parcel post. The stranger walked under it and let him have a mouthful of knuckles, large, hard ones. Joe closed in rapidly, coming to Bob's aid. They traded punches in a free-for-all, with Bob joining in enthusiastically but inefficiently. The only punch he landed was on Joe, theoretically as a lie. However, he had intended it for the third man. It was this faux pas which gave the stranger an opportunity to land a clean left jab on Wilson's face. It was inches higher than the button, but in Bob's bemused condition, it was sufficient to cause him to cease taking part in the activities. Bob Wilson came slowly to awareness of his surroundings. He was seated on a floor which seemed a little unsteady. Someone was bending over him. "Are you all right?" the figure inquired. "I guess so," he answered thickly. His mouth pained him. He put his hand to it, got it sticky with blood. "My head hurts." "Oh, I should think it would. You came through head over heels. I think you hit your head when you landed." Wilson's thoughts were coming back into confused focus. Came through? He looked more closely at his succorer. He saw a middle-aged man with gray-shot bushy hair and a short, neatly trimmed beard. He was dressed in what Wilson took to be purple lounging pajamas. But the room in which he found himself bothered him even more. It was circular, and the ceiling was arched so subtly that it was difficult to say how high it was. A steady, glareless light filled the room from no apparent source. There was no furniture, save for a high dais or pulpit-shaped object near the wall facing him. Came through? Came through what? The gate, of course. There was something odd about the man's accent. Wilson could not place it, save for a feeling that English was not a tongue he was accustomed to speaking. Wilson looked over his shoulder in the direction of the other's gaze and saw the circle. Well, that made his head ache even more. Oh, Lord, he thought. Now I really am nuts. Why don't I wake up? He shook his head to clear it. Now that was a mistake. The top of his head did not quite come off, not quite, and the circle stayed where it was, a simple locus hanging in the air, its flat depth filled with the amorphous colors and shapes of no vision. Did I come through that? Yes. Where am I? In the hall of the gate, in the high palace of Norcal. But what is more important is when you are. You have gone forward a little more than 30,000 years. Now I know I'm crazy, thought Wilson. He got up unsteadily and moved toward the gate. The older man put a hand on his shoulder. Where are you going? Back. Not so fast. You will go back all right. I give you my word on that. But let me dress your wounds first, and you should rest. I have some explanations to make to you, and there is an errand you can do for me when you get back, to our mutual advantage. There is a great future in store for you and me, my boy, a great future. Wilson paused uncertainly. The older man's insistence was vaguely disquieting. I don't like this. The other eyed him narrowly. Wouldn't you like a drink before you go? Wilson most assuredly would. Right at the moment, a stiff drink seemed the most desirable thing on earth, or in time. Okay. Come with me. The older man led him back of the structure near the wall and through a door which led into a passageway. He walked briskly. Wilson hurried to keep up. By the way, he asked as they continued down the long passage, what is your name? My name? You may call me Dictor. Everyone else does. Okay, Dictor, do you want my name? Your name? Dictor chuckled. I know your name. It's Bob Wilson. Huh? Oh, I suppose Joe told you. Joe? I know no one by that name. You don't? He seemed to know you. Say, maybe you aren't the guy I was supposed to see, but I am. I've been expecting you. In a way, Joe. Joe. Oh, Dictor chuckled. It had slipped my mind for a moment. He told you to call him Joe, didn't he? Isn't it his name? It's as good a name as any other. Here we are. He ushered Wilson into a small but cheerful room. It contained no furniture of any sort, but the floor was soft and warm as live flesh. Sit down. I'll be back in a moment. Bob looked around for something to sit on, then turned to ask Dictor for a chair. But Dictor was gone. Furthermore, the door through which they had entered was gone. Bob sat down on the comfortable floor and tried not to worry. Dictor returned promptly. Wilson saw the door dilate to let him in, but did not catch on to how it was done. Dictor was carrying a carafe which gurgled pleasantly and a cup. Mud in your eye, he said heartily, and poured a good 4 fingers. Drink up. Bob accepted the cup. Aren't you drinking? Presently, I want to attend to your wounds first. Okay. Wilson tossed off the first drink in almost indecent haste. It was good stuff, a little like Scotch, he decided, but smoother and not as dry, while Dictor worked deftly with salves that smarted at first, then soothed. Mind if I have another? Help yourself. Bob drank more slowly the second cup. He did not finish it. It slipped from relaxed fingers, spilling a ruddy brown stain across the floor. He snored. Bob Wilson woke up, feeling fine and completely rested. He was cheerful without knowing why. He lay relaxed, eyes still closed for a few moments, and let his soul snuggle back into his body. This was going to be a good day, he felt. Oh, yes, he had finished that double-damn thesis. No, he hadn't either. He sat up with a start. The sight of the strange walls around him brought him back into continuity. But before he had time to worry, at once, in fact, the door relaxed, and Dictor stepped in. Feeling better? Why, yes, I do. Say, what is this? We'll get to that. How about some breakfast? In Wilson's scale of evaluations, breakfast rated just after life itself and ahead of the chance of immortality. Dictor conducted him to another room, the first that he had seen possessing windows. As a matter of fact, half the room was open, a balcony hanging high over a green countryside. A soft, warm summer breeze wafted through the place. They broke their fast in luxury, Roman style, while Dictor explained. Bob Wilson did not follow the explanations as closely as he might have done, because his attention was diverted by the maidservants who served the meal. The first came in bearing a great tray of fruit on her head. The fruit was gorgeous, and so was the girl. Search as he would, he could discern no fault in her. Her costume lent itself to the search. She came first to Dictor, and with a single, graceful movement, dropped to one knee, removed the tray from her head, and offered it to him. He helped himself to a small red fruit and waved her away. She then offered it to Bob in the same delightful manner. "As I was saying," continued Dictor, "it is not certain where the High Ones came from, or where they went when they left Earth. I'm inclined to think they went away into time. In any case, they rule more than 20,000 years and completely obliterated human culture as you knew it. What is more important to you and to me is the effect they had on the human psyche. One 20th century style go-getter can accomplish just about anything he wants to accomplish around here. Aren't you listening?" "Huh? Oh, yes, sure. Say, that's one mighty pretty girl." His eyes still rested on the exit through which he had disappeared. "Who?" "Oh, yes, I suppose so. She's not exceptionally beautiful as women go around here." "Well, that's hard to believe. I could learn to get along with a girl like that." "You like her? Very well. She is yours." "Huh? She's a slave. Don't get indignant. They are slaves by nature. If you like her, I'll make you a present of her. It will make her happy." The girl had just returned. Dictor called to her in a language strange to Bob. "Her name is Arma," he said, in an aside, then spoke to her briefly. Arma giggled. She composed her face quickly, and, moving over to where Wilson reclined, dropped on both knees to the floor and lowered her head, with both hands cupped before her. "Touch her forehead," Dictor instructed. Bob did so. The girl arose and stood waiting placidly by his side. Dictor spoke to her. She looked puzzled, but moved out of the room. "I told her that notwithstanding her new status, you wished her to continue serving breakfast." Dictor resumed his explanations while the service of the meal continued. The next course was brought in by Arma and another girl. When Bob saw the second girl, he let out a low whistle. He realized he had been a little hasty in letting Dictor give him Arma. Either the standard of pulchritude had gone up incredibly, he decided, or Dictor went to a lot of trouble in selecting his servants. "For that reason," Dictor was saying, "it is necessary that you go back through the time gate at once. Your first job is to bring this other chap back. Then there is one other task for you to do, and we'll be sitting pretty. After that, it is share and share alike for you and me. And there is plenty to share. You aren't listening." "Well, sure I was, Chief. I heard every word you said." He fingered his chin. "Say, have you got a razor I could borrow? I'd like to shave." Dictor swore softly in two languages. "Keep your eyes off those wenches and listen to me. There's work to be done." Sure. I understand that. And I'm your man. When do we start?" Wilson had made up his mind some time ago, just shortly after Arma had entered with a tray of fruit, in fact. He felt as if he had walked into some extremely pleasant dream. If cooperation with Dictor would cause that dream to continue, so be it. To hell with an academic career. Anyhow, all Dictor wanted was for him to go back where he started and persuade another guy to go through the gate. The worst that could happen was for him to find himself back in the 20th century. What could he lose? Dictor stood up. "Let's get on with it," he said shortly. "Before you get your attention diverted again, follow me." He set off at a brisk pace, with Wilson behind him. Dictor took him to the hall of a gate and stopped. "All you have to do," he said, "is to step through the gate. You will find yourself back in your own room in your own time. Persuade the man you find there to go through the gate. We have need of him. Then come back yourself." Bob held up a hand and pinched thumb and forefinger together. "It's in the bag, boss. Consider it done." He started to step through the gate. "Wait," commanded Dictor. "You are not used to time travel. I warn you that you're going to get one hell of a shock when you step through. This other chap, you'll recognize him." "Who is he?" I won't tell you because you wouldn't understand, but you will when you see him. Just remember this. There are some very strange paradoxes connected with time travel. Don't let anything you see throw you. You do what I tell you to, and you'll be all right." "Paradoxes don't worry me," Bob said confidently. "Is that all? I'm ready." 1 minute. Dictor stepped behind the raised dais. His head appeared above the side a moment later. "I've set the controls. Okay? Go." Bob Wilson stepped through the locus known as the time gate. There was no particular sensation connected with the transition. It was like stepping through a curtained doorway into a darker room. He paused for a moment on the other side and let his eyes adjust to the dimmer light. He was, he saw, indeed in his own room. There was a man in it, seated at his own desk. Dictor had been right about that. This, then, was the chap he was to send back through the gate. Dictor had said he would recognize him. Well, let's see who it is. He felt a passing resentment at finding someone at his desk in his room, then thought better of it. After all, it was just a rented room. When he disappeared, no doubt it had been rented again. He had no way of telling how long he had been gone. Shucks, it might be the middle of next week. The chap did look vaguely familiar, although all he could see was his back. Who was it? Should he speak to him? Cause him to turn around? He felt vaguely reluctant to do so until he knew who it was. He rationalized the feeling by telling himself that it was desirable to know with whom he was dealing before he attempted anything as outlandish as persuading this man to go through the gate. The man at the desk continued typing, paused to snuff out a cigarette by laying it in an ashtray, then stamping it with a paperweight. Bob Wilson knew that gesture. Chills trickled down his back. "If he lights his next one," he whispered to himself, "the way I think he is going to." The man at the desk took out another cigarette, tamped it on one end, turned it, and tamped the other, straightened and crimped the paper on one end carefully against his left thumbnail, and placed that end in his mouth. Wilson felt the blood beating in his neck. Sitting there with his back to him was himself, Bob Wilson. He felt that he was going to faint. He closed his eyes and steadied himself on a chair back. "I knew it," he thought. "The whole thing is absurd. I'm crazy. I know I'm crazy. Some sort of split personality. I shouldn't have worked so hard." The sound of typing continued. He pulled himself together and reconsidered the matter. Dictor had warned him that he was due for a shock that could not be explained ahead of time because it could not be believed. "All right, suppose I'm not crazy. If time travel can happen at all, there is no reason why I can't come back and see myself doing something I did in the past. If I'm sane, that is what I'm doing. And if I'm crazy, it doesn't make a damn bit of difference what I do. And furthermore," he added to himself, "if I'm crazy, maybe I can stay crazy and go back through the gate. No, that does not make sense. Neither does anything else. The hell with it." He crept forward softly and peered over the shoulder of his double. "Duration is an attribute of the consciousness," he read, "and not of the plenum." Well, that tears it, he thought, right back where I started, and watching myself write my thesis. The typing continued. "It has no ding on zicht, and therefore—" A key stuck, and others piled up on top of it. His double at the desk swore and reached out a hand to straighten the keys. "Don't bother with it," Wilson said on sudden impulse. "It's a lot of utter hogwash anyhow." The other Bob Wilson sat up with a jerk, then looked slowly around. An expression of surprise gave way to annoyance. "What the devil are you doing in my room?" he demanded. Without waiting for an answer, he got up, went quickly to the door, and examined the lock. "How did you get in?" This, thought Wilson, is going to be difficult. "Through that," Wilson answered, pointing to the time gate. His double looked where he had pointed, did a double take, then advanced cautiously and started to touch it. "Don't!" yelled Wilson. The other checked himself. "Why not?" he demanded. Just why he must not permit his other self to touch the gate was not clear to Wilson, but he had had an unmistakable feeling of impending disaster when he saw it about to happen. He temporized by saying, "I'll explain, but let's have a drink." A drink was a good idea in any case. There had never been a time when he needed one more than he did right now. Quite automatically, he went to his usual cache of liquor in the wardrobe and took out the bottle he expected to find there. "Hey!" protested the other. "What are you doing there? That's my liquor." "Your liquor?" Hell's bells. It was his liquor. No, it wasn't. It was their liquor. Oh, the devil. He was much too mixed up to try to explain. "Sorry, you don't mind if I have a drink, do you?" "I suppose not," his double said grudgingly. "Pour me one while you're about it." "Okay," Wilson assented. "Then I'll explain." It was going to be much, much too difficult to explain until he had had a drink, he felt. As it was, he couldn't explain it fully to himself. "It had better be good," the other warned him, and looked Wilson over carefully while he drank his drink. Wilson watched his younger self scrutinizing him with confused and almost insupportable emotions. Couldn't the stupid fool recognize his own face when he saw it in front of him? If he could not see what the situation was, how in the world was he ever going to make it clear to him? It had slipped his mind that his face was barely recognizable in any case, being decidedly battered and unshaven. Even more important, he failed to take into account the fact that a person does not look at his own face, even in mirrors, in the same frame of mind with which he regards another's face. No sane person ever expects to see his own face hanging on another. Wilson could see that his companion was puzzled by his appearance, but it was equally clear that no recognition took place. "Who are you?" the other man asked suddenly. "Me?" replied Wilson. "Don't you recognize me?" "I'm not sure. Have I ever seen you before?" "Well, not exactly," Wilson stalled. "How did you go about telling another guy that the two of you were a trifle closer than twins?" "Skip it. You wouldn't know about it." "What's your name?" "My name? Uh-oh. This was going to be sticky. The whole situation was utterly ridiculous. He opened his mouth, tried to form the words Bob Wilson, then gave up with a feeling of utter futility. Like many a man before him, he found himself forced into a lie because the truth simply would not be believed. "Just call me Joe," he finished lamely. He felt suddenly startled at his own words. It was at this point that he realized that he was, in fact, Joe, the Joe whom he had encountered once before, that he had landed back in his own room at the very time at which he had ceased working on his thesis, he already realized, but he had not had time to think the matter through. Hearing himself refer to himself as Joe slapped him in the face with the realization that this was not simply a similar scene, but the same scene he had lived through once before, save that he was living through it from a different viewpoint. At least, he thought, it was the same scene. Did it differ in any respect? He could not be sure, as he could not recall word for word what the conversation had been. For a complete transcript of the scene that lay dormant in his memory, he felt willing to pay $25 cash plus sales tax. Oh, wait a minute now. He was under no compulsion. He was sure of that. Everything he did and said was the result of his own free will. Even if he couldn't remember the script, there were some things he knew Joe hadn't said. Mary Had a Little Lamb, for example. He would recite a nursery rhyme and get off this damned repetitious treadmill. He opened his mouth. "Okay, Joe, whatever your name is," his alter ego remarked, setting down a glass which had contained until recently a quarter pint of gin. "Trot out that explanation and make it snappy." He opened his mouth again to answer the question, then closed it. "Steady, son, steady," he told himself. "You're a free agent. You want to recite a nursery rhyme? Go ahead and do it. Don't answer him. Go ahead and recite it, and break this vicious circle." But under the unfriendly, suspicious eye of the man opposite him, he found himself totally unable to recall any nursery rhyme. His mental processes stuck on dead center. He capitulated. "I'll do that. That dingus I came through, that's a time gate." "A what?" "A time gate. Time flows along side by side on each side." As he talked, he felt sweat breaking out on him. He felt reasonably sure that he was explaining in exactly the same words in which the explanation had first been offered to him, into the future, just by stepping through that circle. He stopped and wiped his forehead. "Go ahead," said the other implacably. "I'm listening. It's a nice story." Bob suddenly wondered if the other man could be himself. The stupid, arrogant dogmatism of the man's manner infuriated him. All right, he'd show him. He strode suddenly over to the wardrobe, took out his hat, and threw it through the gate. His opposite number watched the hat snuff out of existence with expressionless eyes, then stood up and went around and back of the gate, walking with the careful steps of a man who is a little bit drunk, but determined not to show it. "A neat trick," he applauded, after satisfying himself that the hat was gone. "Now I'll thank you to return to me my hat." Wilson shook his head. "You can get it for yourself when you pass through," he answered absent-mindedly. He was pondering the problem of how many hats there were on the other side of the gate. "Huh? That's right. Listen." Wilson did his best to explain, persuasively, what it was he wanted his earlier persona to do, or rather to cajole. Explanations were out of the question, in any honest sense of the word. He would have preferred attempting to explain tensor calculus to an Australian aborigine, even though he did not understand that esoteric mathematics himself. The other man was not helpful. He seemed more interested in nursing the gin than he did in following Wilson's implausible protestations. "Why?" he interrupted pugnaciously. "Damn it," Wilson answered. "If you just stepped through once, explanations wouldn't be necessary. However," he continued with a synopsis of Dictor's proposition, he realized with irritation that Dictor had been exceedingly sketchy with his explanations. He was forced to hit only the high spots in the logical parts of his argument and bear down on the emotional appeal. He was on safe ground there. No one knew better than he did himself how fed up the earlier Bob Wilson had been with the pretty drudgery and stuffy atmosphere of an academic career. "You don't want to slave your life away teaching numbskulls in some freshwater college," he concluded. "This is your chance. Grab it." Wilson watched his companion narrowly and thought he detected a favorable response. He definitely seemed interested, but the other set his glass down carefully, stared at the gin bottle, and at last replied, "My dear fellow, I am not going to climb on your merry-go-round. You know why?" "Why?" "Because I'm drunk, that's why. You're not there at all. That ain't there." He gestured widely at the gate, nearly fell, and recovered himself with effort. "There ain't anybody here but me, and I'm drunk. Been working too hard," he mumbled. "I'm going to bed." "You're not drunk," Wilson protested unhopefully. Damnation, he thought. A man who can't hold his liquor shouldn't drink. "I am drunk. Peter Piper pepped a pick of peppered peckles." He lumbered over toward the bed. Wilson grabbed his arm. "You can't do that." "Let him alone." Wilson swung around, saw a third man standing in front of the gate, recognized him with a sudden shock. His own recollection of the sequence of events was none too clear in his memory, since he had been somewhat intoxicated, damn near boiled, he admitted, the first time he had experienced this particular busy afternoon. He realized that he should have anticipated the arrival of a third party, but his memory had not prepared him for who the third party would turn out to be. He recognized himself, another carbon copy. He stood silent for a minute, trying to assimilate this new fact and force it into some reasonable integration. He closed his eyes helplessly. This was just a little too much. He felt that he wanted to have a few plain words with Dictor. "Who the hell are you?" He opened his eyes to find that his other self, the drunk one, was addressing the latest edition. The newcomer turned away from his interrogator and looked sharply at Wilson. "He knows me." Wilson took his time about replying. This thing was getting out of hand. "Yes," he admitted, "yes, I suppose I do, but what the deuce are you here for? And why are you trying to bust up the plan?" His facsimile cut him short. "No time for long-winded explanations. I know more about it than you do. You'll concede that. And my judgment is bound to be better than yours. He doesn't go through the gate." The offhand arrogance of the other antagonized Wilson. "I don't concede anything of the sort," he began. He was interrupted by the telephone bell. "Answer it," snapped number 3. The tipsy number 1 looked belligerent, but picked up the handset. "Hello? Yes? Who is this? Hello? Hello?" He tapped the bar of the instrument, then slammed the receiver back into its cradle. "Who was that?" Wilson asked, somewhat annoyed that he had not had a chance to answer it himself. "Nothing. Some nut with a misplaced sense of humor. At that instant, the telephone rang again. Well, there he is again. Wilson tried to answer it, but his alcoholic counterpart beat him to it, brushed him aside. "Listen, you butterfly-brained ape, I'm a busy man, and this is not a public telephone." "Huh? Oh, it's you, Genevieve. Oh, look, I'm sorry. I apologize." "You don't understand, honey. A guy's been pestering me over the phone, and I thought it was him. You know I wouldn't talk to you that way, babe." "Huh? This afternoon? Did you say this afternoon?" "Sure, fine. Look, babe, I'm a little mixed up about this. Trouble I've had all day long, and more trouble now. I'll look you up tonight and straighten it out. But I know I didn't leave your hat in my apartment." "Huh? Oh, sure. Anyhow, I'll see you tonight. Bye." It almost nauseated Wilson to hear his earlier self catering to the demands of that clinging female. Why didn't he just hang up on her? The contrast with Arma, there was a dish, was acute. It made him more determined than ever to go ahead with the plan, despite the warning of the latest arrival. After hanging up the phone, his earlier self faced him, pointedly ignoring the presence of the third copy. "Very well, Joe," he announced. "I'm ready to go if you are." "Fine," Wilson agreed with relief. "Just step through. That's all there is to it." "No, you don't." Number 3 barred the way. Wilson started to argue, but his erratic comrade was ahead of him. "Listen, you come butting in here like you think I was a bum. If you don't like it, go jump in the lake, and I'm just the kind of guy who can do it. You and who else?" They started trading punches almost at once. Wilson stepped in warily, looking for an opening that would enable him to put the slug on number 3 with one decisive blow. He should have watched his drunken ally as well. A wild swing from that quarter glanced off his already damaged features and caused him excruciating pain. His upper lip, cut, puffy, and tender from his other encounter, took the blow and became an area of pure agony. He flinched and jumped back. A sound cut through his fog of pain, a dull smack. He forced his eyes to track and saw the feet of a man disappear through the gate. Number 3 was still standing by the gate. "Now you've done it," he said bitterly to Wilson, and nursed the knuckles of his left hand. The obviously unfair allegation reached Wilson at just the wrong moment. His face still felt like an experiment in sadism. "Me?" he said angrily. "You knocked him through. I never laid a finger on him." "Yes, but it's your fault. If you hadn't interfered, I wouldn't have had to do it." "Me interfere? Why, you bald-faced hypocrite, you butted in and tried to queer the pitch. Which reminds me, you owe me some explanations, and I damn well mean to have 'em. What's the idea of—" But his opposite number cut in on him. "Stow it," he said gloomily. "It's too late now. He's gone through." "Too late for what?" Wilson wanted to know. "Too late to put a stop to this chain of events." "Well, why should we?" "Because," number 3 said bitterly, "Dictor has played you, us, for a dope, for a couple of dopes. Look, he told you that he was going to set you up as a big shot over there." He indicated the gate. "Didn't he?" "Well, yes," Wilson admitted. "Well, that's a lot of malarkey. All he means to do is to get us so incredibly tangled up in this time gate thing that we'll never get straightened out again." Wilson felt a sudden doubt nibbling at his mind. It could be true. Certainly there had not been much sense to what had happened so far. After all, why should Dictor want his help, want it bad enough to offer to split with him, even Stephen, what was obviously a cushy spot? "How do you know?" he demanded. "Why go into it?" the other answered wearily. "Why don't you just take my word for it?" "Well, why should I?" His companion turned a look of complete exasperation on him. "If you can't take my word, whose word can you take?" The inescapable logic of the question simply annoyed Wilson. He resented this interloping duplicate of himself anyhow. To be asked to follow his lead blindly irked him. "I'm from Missouri," he said. "I'll see for myself." He moved toward the gate. "Where are you going?" "Through. I'm going to look up Dictor and have it out with him." "Don't," the other said. "Maybe we can break the chain even now." Wilson felt and looked stubborn. The other sighed. "Go ahead," he surrendered. "It's your funeral. I wash my hands of you." Wilson paused as he was about to step through the gate. "It is, eh? Huh. How can it be my funeral unless it's your funeral, too." The other man looked blank. Then an expression of apprehension raced over his face. That was the last Wilson saw of him as he stepped through. The hall of the gate was empty of other occupants when Bob Wilson came through on the other side. He looked for his hat, but did not find it, then stepped around back of the raised platform, seeking the exit he remembered. He nearly bumped into Dictor. "Ah, there you are," the older man greeted him. "Fine, fine. Now there is just one more little thing to take care of, then we will be all squared away. I must say I'm pleased with you, Bob. Very pleased indeed." "Oh, you are you?" Bob faced him truculently. "Well, it's too bad I can't say the same about you. I'm not a damn bit pleased. What was the idea of shoving me into that daisy chain without warning me? What's the meaning of all this nonsense? Why didn't you warn me?" "Easy, easy," said the older man. "Don't get excited. Tell the truth now. If I had told you that you were going back to meet yourself face to face, would you have believed me? Come now, fess up." Wilson admitted that he would not have believed it. "Well, then," Dictor continued with a shrug, "there was no point in me telling you, was there? If I had told you, you would not have believed me, which is another way of saying that you would have believed false data. Is it not better to be in ignorance than to believe falsely?" "I suppose so, but wait. I did not intentionally deceive you. I did not deceive you at all. But had I told you the full truth, you would have been deceived because you would have rejected the truth. It was better for you to learn the truth with your own eyes. Otherwise—" Wait a minute, Wilson cut in. "You're getting me all tangled up. I'm willing to let bygones be bygones, if you'll come clean with me. Why did you send me back at all?" "Let bygones be bygones," Dictor repeated. If we only could. But we can't. That's why I sent you back, in order that you might come through the gate in the first place." "Huh? Oh, wait a minute. I already had come through the gate." Dictor shook his head. "Had you now? Think a moment. When you got back into your own time and your own place, you found your earlier self there, didn't you?" Yes. He, your earlier self, had not yet been through the gate, had he?" "No, How could you have been through the gate unless you persuaded him to go through the gate?" Bob Wilson's head was beginning to whirl. He was beginning to wonder who did what to whom and who got paid. "That's impossible. You were telling me that I did something because I was going to do something?" "Well, didn't you? You were there." "No, I didn't. No. Well, maybe I did, but it didn't feel like it." "Why should you expect it to? It was something totally new to your experience. But... Wilson took a deep breath and got control of himself. Then he reached back into his academic philosophical concepts and produced the notion that he'd been struggling to express. "It denies all reasonable theories of causation. You would have me believe that causation can be completely circular. I went through because I came back from going through to persuade myself to go through." "Well, that's silly." "Well, didn't you?" Wilson did not have an answer ready for that one. Dictor continued with, "Don't worry about it. The causation you have been accustomed to is valid enough in its own field, but is simply a special case under the general case. Causation, in a plenum, need not be and is not limited by a man's perception of duration." Wilson thought about that for a moment. It sounded nice, but there was something slippery about it. "Just a second," he said. "How about entropy? You can't get around entropy." "Oh, for heaven's sake," protested Dictor. "Shut up, will you? You remind me of the mathematicians that proved that airplanes couldn't fly." He turned and started out the door. "Come on, there's work to be done." Wilson hurried after him. "Damn it, you can't do this to me. What happened to the other two?" "The other two what?" "The other two of me. Where are they? How am I ever going to get unsnarled?" "You aren't snarled up. You don't feel like more than one person, do you?" "No, but Then don't worry about it. But I've got to worry about it. What happened to the guy that came through just ahead of me? You remember, don't you? However, Victor hurried on ahead, led him down a passageway, and dilated a door. Take a look inside, he directed. Wilson did so. He found himself looking into a small, windowless, unfurnished room, a room that he recognized. Sprawled on the floor, snoring steadily, was another edition of himself. When you first came through the gate, explained Victor at his elbow, I brought you in here, attended to your hurts, and gave you a drink. The drink contained a soporific, which will cause you to sleep about 36 hours, sleep that you badly needed. When you wake up, I will give you breakfast and explain to you what needs to be done. Wilson's head started to ache again. Don't do that, he pleaded. Don't refer to that guy as if he were me. This is me standing here. Well, have it your own way, said Victor. That is the man you were. You remember the things that are about to happen to him, don't you? Yes. But it makes me dizzy. Close the door, please. Okay, said Victor, and complied. We've got to hurry, anyhow. Once a sequence like this is established, there is no time to waste. Come on. He led the way back to the hall of the gate. I want you to return to the 20th century and obtain certain things for us, things that can't be obtained on this side, but which will be very useful to us in, developing? Yes, that is the word. Developing this country. What sort of things? Quite a number of items. I prepared a list for you. Certain reference books, certain items of commerce. Excuse me, please. I must adjust the controls of the gate. He mounted the raised platform from the rear. Wilson followed him and found that the structure was box-like, open at the top, and had a raised floor. The gate could be seen by looking over the high sides. The controls were unique. 4 colored spheres the size of marbles hung on crystal rods arranged with respect to each other as the 4 major axes of a tetrahedron. The 3 spheres which bounded the base of the tetrahedron were red, yellow, and blue. The 4th at the apex was white. 3 spatial controls, 1 time control, explained Victor. It's very simple. Using here and now as zero reference, displacing any control away from the center, moves the other end of the gate farther from here and now. Forward or back, right or left, up or down, past or future. They are all controlled by moving the proper sphere in or out on its rod. Wilson studied the system. Yes, he said. But how do you tell where the other end of the gate is? Or when? I don't see any graduations. You don't need them. You can see where you are, look. He touched a point under the control framework on the side toward the gate. A panel rolled back, and Wilson saw there was a small image of the gate itself. Victor made another adjustment, and Wilson found that he could see through the image. He was gazing into his own room, as if through the wrong end of a telescope. He could make out 2 figures, but the scale was too small for him to see clearly what they were doing, nor could he tell which editions of himself were there present, if they were in truth himself. He found it quite upsetting. "Shut it off," he said. Victor did so, and said, "I must not forget to give you your list." He fumbled in his sleeve and produced a slip of paper which he handed to Wilson. "Here, take it." Wilson accepted it mechanically and stuffed it into his pocket. "Now see here," he began. "Everywhere I go, I keep running into myself. I don't like it at all. It's disconcerting. I feel like a whole batch of guinea pigs. I don't half understand what this is all about, and now you want to rush me through the gate again with a bunch of half-baked excuses. Now come clean. Tell me what it's all about." Victor showed temper in his face for the first time. "You are a stupid and ignorant young fool. I've told you all that you're able to understand. This is a period in history entirely beyond your comprehension. It would take weeks before you would even begin to understand it. I am offering you half a world in return for a few hours' cooperation, and you stand there arguing about it. Stow it, I tell you. Now, where shall we set you down?" He reached for the controls. "Get away from those controls," Wilson rapped out. He was getting the glimmering of an idea. "Who are you, anyhow?" "Me? I'm Victor." "That's not what I mean, and you know it. How did you learn English?" Victor did not answer. His face became expressionless. Go on, Wilson persisted. You didn't learn it here. That's a cinch. You're from the 20th century, aren't you? Dictor smiled sourly. I wondered how long it would take you to figure that out. Wilson nodded. Maybe I'm not bright, but I'm not as stupid as you think I am. Come on, give me the rest of the story. Dictor shook his head. It's immaterial. Besides, we're wasting time. Wilson laughed. You've tried to hurry me with that excuse once too often. How can we waste time when we have that? He pointed to the controls and to the gate beyond it. Unless you lied to me, we can use any slice of time we want to, any time. No, I think I know why you tried to rush me. Either you want to get me out of the picture here, or there is something devilishly dangerous about the job you want me to do, and I know how to settle it. You're going with me. You don't know what you're saying, Dictor answered slowly. That's impossible. I've got to stay here and manage the controls. That's just what you aren't going to do. You could send me through and lose me. I prefer to keep you in sight. Out of the question, answered Dictor. You'll have to trust me. He bent over the controls again. Get away from there, shouted Wilson. Back out of there before I bop you one. Under Wilson's menacing fist, Dictor withdrew from the control pulpit entirely. There. That's better, he added, when both of them were once more on the floor of the hall. The idea which had been forming in his mind took full shape. The controls he knew were still set on his room in the boarding house where he lived, or had lived, back in the 20th century. From what he had seen through the speculum of the controls, the time control was set to take him right back to the day in 1942 from which he had started. Stand there, he commanded Dictor. I want to see something. He walked over to the gate as if to inspect it. Instead of stopping when he reached it, he stepped on through. He was better prepared for what he found on the other side than he had been on the two earlier occasions of time translation, earlier in the sense of sequence in his memory track. Nevertheless, it is never too easy on the nerves to catch up with oneself. For he had done it again. He was back in his own room, but there were two of himself there before him. They were very much preoccupied with each other. He had a few seconds in which to get them straightened out in his mind. One of them had a beautiful black eye and a badly battered mouth. Beside that, he was very much in need of a shave. That tagged him. He had been through the gate at least once. The other, though somewhat in need of shaving himself, showed no marks of a fist fight. He had them sorted out now, and knew where and when he was. It was all still most damnably confusing, but after other experiences with time translation, he knew better what to expect. He was back at the beginning again. This time he would put a stop to the crazy nonsense once and for all. The other two were arguing. One of them swayed drunkenly toward the bed. The other grabbed him by the arm. You can't do that, he said. Let him alone, snapped Wilson. The other two swung around and looked him over. Wilson watched the more sober of the pair size him up, so his expression of amazement changed to startled recognition. The other, the earliest Wilson, seemed to have trouble in focusing on him at all. This is going to be a job, thought Wilson. The man is positively stinking. He wondered why anyone would be foolish enough to drink on an empty stomach. It was not only stupid, it was a waste of good liquor. He wondered if they had left a drink for him. Who are you? Demanded his drunken double. Wilson turned to Joe. He knows me, he said significantly. Joe studied him. Yes, he conceded. Yes, I suppose I do. But what the deuce are you here for? And why are you trying to bust up the plan? Wilson interrupted him. No time for long-winded explanations. I know more about it than you do. You'll concede that. And my judgment is bound to be better than yours. He doesn't go through the gate. I don't concede anything of the sort. The ringing of the telephone checked the argument. Wilson greeted the interruption with relief, for he realized that he had started out on the wrong tack. Was it possible that he was really as dense himself as this lug appeared to be? Did he look that way to other people? But the time was too short for self-doubts and soul-searching. Answer it, he commanded Bob-boiled Wilson. The drunk looked belligerent, but acceded when he saw that Bob Joe Wilson was about to beat him to it. Hello? Yes. Who is this? Hello? Hello? Who was that? Asked Joe. Nothing. Some nut with a misplaced sense of humor. The telephone rang again. There he is again. The drunk grabbed the phone before the others could reach it. Listen, you butterfly-brained ape. I'm a busy man, and this is not a public telephone. Huh? Oh, it's you, Genevieve. Wilson paid little attention to the telephone conversation. He'd heard it too many times before, and he had too much on his mind. His earliest persona was much too drunk to be reasonable, he realized. He must concentrate on some argument that would appeal to Joe. Otherwise, he was outnumbered. Huh? Oh, sure, the call concluded. Anyhow, I'll see you tonight. Bye. Now was the time, thought Wilson, before this dumb yap can open his mouth. What would he say? What would sound convincing? But the boiled edition spoke first. Very well, Joe, he stated. I'm ready to go if you are. Fine, said Joe. Just step through. That's all there is to it. Now, this was getting out of hand, not the way he had planned it at all. No, you don't, he barked, and jumped in front of the gate. He would have to make them realize, and quickly. But he got no chance to do so. The drunk cussed him out, then swung on him. His temper snapped. He knew with sudden fierce exultation that he'd been wanting to take a punch at someone for some time. Who did they think they were to be taking chances with his future? The drunk was clumsy. Wilson stepped under his guard and hit him hard in the face. It was a solid enough punch to have convinced a sober man, but his opponent shook his head and came back for more. Joe closed in. Wilson decided that he would have to put his original opponent away in a hurry and give his attention to Joe, by far the more dangerous of the two. A slight mix-up between the two allies gave him his chance. He stepped back, aimed carefully, and landed a long jab with his left, one of the hardest blows he had ever struck in his life. It lifted his target right off his feet. As the blow landed, Wilson realized his orientation with respect to the gate, knew with bitter certainty that he had again played through the scene to its inescapable climax. He was alone with Joe. Their companion had disappeared through the gate. His first impulse was the illogical but quite human and very common feeling of, look what you made me do. Now you've done it, he said angrily. Me? Joe protested. You knocked him through. I never laid a finger on him. Yes, Wilson was forced to admit. But it's your fault, he added. If you hadn't interfered, I wouldn't have had to do it. Me interfere? Why, you bald-faced hypocrite. You butted in and tried to queer the pitch. Which reminds me, you owe me some explanations, and I damn well mean to have them. What's the idea? Stow it. Wilson headed him off. He hated to be wrong, and he hated still more to have to admit that he was wrong. It had been hopeless from the start, he now realized. He felt bowed down by the utter futility of it. It's too late now. He's gone through. Too late for what? Too late to put a stop to this chain of events. He was aware now that it always had been too late, regardless of what time it was, what year it was, or how many times he came back and tried to stop it. He remembered having gone through the first time. He had seen himself asleep on the other side. Events would have to work out their weary way. Why should we? It was not worthwhile to explain, but he felt the need for self-justification. Because, he said, Dictor has played me. Has played you. Us. For a dope, for a couple of dopes. Look, he told you that he was going to set you up as a big shot over there, didn't he? Yes. Well, that's a lot of malarkey. All he means to do is to get us so incredibly tangled up in this gate thing that we'll never get straightened out again. Joe looked at him sharply. How do you know? Since it was largely hunch, he felt pressed for reasonable explanation. Oh, why go into it? He evaded. Why don't you just take my word for it? Why should I? Why should you? Well, you lunk, can't you see I'm yourself, older and more experienced? You have to believe me. Aloud, he answered, if you can't take my word, whose word can you take? Joe grunted. I'm from Missouri, he said. I'll see for myself. Wilson was suddenly aware that Joe was about to step through the gate. Where are you going? Through. I'm going to look up Dictor and have it out with him. Don't, Wilson pleaded. Maybe we can break the chain even now. But the stubborn, sulky look on the other's face made him realize how futile it was. He was still enmeshed in inevitability. It had to happen. Go ahead, he shrugged. It's your funeral. I wash my hands of you. Joe paused at the gate. Is it, eh? Huh. How can it be my funeral unless it's your funeral, too? Wilson stared speechlessly while Joe stepped through the gate. Whose funeral? He had not thought of it in quite that way. He felt a sudden impulse to rush through the gate, catch up with his alter ego, and watch over him. The stupid fool might do anything. Suppose he got himself killed. Where would that leave Bob Wilson? Dead, of course. Or would it? Could the death of a man thousands of years in the future kill him in the year 1942? He saw the absurdity of the situation suddenly and felt very much relieved. Joe's actions could not endanger him. He remembered everything that Joe had done, was going to do. Joe would get into an argument with Victor and in due course of events would come back through the time gate. No, had come back through the time gate. He was Joe. It was hard to remember that. Yes, he was Joe, as well as the first guy. They would thread their courses in and out and roundabout and end up here with him. Had to. Oh, wait a minute. In that case, the whole crazy business was straightened out. He had gotten away from Dictor, had all of his various personalities sorted out, and was back where he started from, no worse for wear except for a crop of whiskers and possibly a scar on his lip. Well, he knew when to let well enough alone. Shave and get back to work, kid. As he shaved, he stared at his face and wondered why he had failed to recognize it the first time. He had to admit that he had never looked at it objectively before. He had always taken it for granted. He acquired a crick in his neck from trying to look at his own profile through the corner of one eye. On leaving the bathroom, the gate caught his eye forcibly. For some reason, he had assumed that it would be gone. It was not. He inspected it, walked around it, carefully refrained from touching it. Wasn't the damn thing ever going to go away? It had served its purpose. Why didn't Dictor shut it off? He stood in front of it, felt a sudden surge of the compulsion that leads men to jump from high places. What would happen if he went through? What would he find? He thought of Arma. And the other one. What was her name? Or perhaps Dictor had not told him. The other maidservant, anyhow, the second one. But he restrained himself and forced himself to sit back down at the desk. If he was going to stay here, and of course he was resolved on that point, he must finish the thesis. He had to eat. He needed the degree to get a decent job. Now, where was he? 20 minutes later, he had come to the conclusion that the thesis would have to be rewritten from one end to the other. His prime theme, the application of the empirical method to the problems of speculative metaphysics and its expression in rigorous formulae, was still valid, he decided, but he had acquired a mass of new and not yet digested data to incorporate in it. In rereading his manuscript, he was amazed to find how dogmatic he had been. Time after time he had fallen into the pathetic fallacy of Descartes, mistaking clear reasoning for correct reasoning. He tried to brief a new version of the theses, but discovered that there were two problems he was forced to deal with, which were decidedly not clear in his mind: the problem of the ego and the problem of free will. When there had been three of him in the room, which one was the ego, was himself? And how was it that he had been unable to change the course of events? An absurdly obvious answer to the first question occurred to him at once. The ego was himself. Self is self, an unproved and unprovable first statement, directly experienced. What then of the other two? Surely they had been equally sure of ego being. He remembered it. He thought of a way to state it. Ego is the point of consciousness, the latest term in the continuously expanding series along the line of memory duration. That sounded like a general statement, but he was not sure. He would have to try to formulate it mathematically before he could trust it. Verbal language had such queer booby-traps in it. The telephone rang. He answered it absent-mindedly. Yes? Is that you, Bob? Yes, who is this? Why, it's Genevieve, of course, darling. What's come over you today? That's the second time you failed to recognize my voice. Annoyance and frustration rose up in him. Here was another problem he had failed to settle. Well, he had settled it now. He ignored her complaint. "Look, Genevieve, I've told you not to telephone me while I'm working. Goodbye." Well, of all the... You can't talk that way to me, Bob Wilson. In the first place, you weren't working today. In the second place, what makes you think you can use honey and sweet words on me, and 2 hours later snarl at me? I'm not any too sure I want to marry you. Marry you? What put that silly idea in your head? The phone sputtered for several seconds. When it had abated somewhat, he resumed with, "Now just calm down. This isn't the gay 90s, you know. You can't assume that a fellow who takes you out a few times intends to marry you." There was a short silence. "So that's the game, is it?" came an answer at last, in a voice so cold and hard and completely shrewish that he almost failed to recognize it. "Well, there's a way to handle men like you. A woman isn't unprotected in this state." "You ought to know," he answered savagely. "You've hung around the campus enough years." The receiver clicked in his ear. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. That dame, he knew, was quite capable of causing him lots of trouble. He had been warned before he ever started running around with her, but he had been so sure of his own ability to take care of himself. He should have known better. But then he had not expected anything quite as raw as this. He tried to get back to work on his thesis, but found himself unable to concentrate. The deadline of 10 a.m. the next morning seemed to be racing toward him. He looked at his watch. It had stopped. He set it by the desk clock, 4:15 in the afternoon. Even if he sat up all night, he could not possibly finish it properly. And besides, there was Genevieve. The telephone rang again. He let it ring. It continued. He took the receiver off the cradle. He would not talk to her again. He thought of Arma. There was a proper girl with the right attitude. He walked over to the window and stared down into the dusty, noisy street. Half subconsciously, he compared it with the green and placid countryside he had seen from the balcony where he and Dictor had breakfasted. This was a crummy world, full of crummy people. He wished poignantly that Dictor had been on the up-and-up with him. An idea broke surface in his brain and plunged around frantically. The gate was still open. The gate was still open. Why worry about Dictor? He was his own master. Go back and play it out. Everything to gain, nothing to lose. He stepped up to the gate, then hesitated. Was he wise to do it? After all, how much did he know about the future? He heard footsteps climbing the stairs, coming down the hall. No, yes, stopping at his door. He was suddenly convinced that it was Genevieve. That decided him. He stepped through. The hall of the gate was empty on his arrival. He hurried around the control box to the door and was just in time to hear, "Come on, there's work to be done." Two figures were retreating down the corridor. He recognized both of them and stopped suddenly. Now, that was a near thing, he told himself. I'll just have to wait until they get clear. He looked around for a place to conceal himself, but found nothing but the control box. That was useless. They were coming back. Still, he entered the control box with a plan vaguely forming in his mind. If he found that he could dope out the controls, the gate might give him all the advantage he needed. First, he needed to turn on the speculum gadget. He felt around where he recalled having seen Dictor reach to turn it on, then reached in his pocket for a match. Instead, he pulled out a piece of paper. It was the list that Dictor had given him, the things he was to obtain in the 20th century. Up to the present moment, there had been too much going on for him to look it over. His eyebrows crawled up his forehead as he read. It was a funny list, he decided. He had subconsciously expected it to call for technical reference books, samples of modern gadgets, weapons. There was nothing of the sort. Still, there was a sort of mad logic to the assortment. After all, Dictor knew these people better than he did. It might be just what was needed. He revised his plans, subject to being able to work the gate. He decided to make one more trip back and do the shopping Dictor's list called for, but for his own benefit, not Dictor's. He fumbled in the semi-darkness of the control booth, seeking the switch or control for the speculum. His hand encountered a soft mass. He grasped it and pulled it out. It was his hat. He placed it on his head, guessing idly that Dictor had stowed it there, and reached again. This time he brought forth a small notebook. It looked like a find, very possibly Dictor's own notes on the operation of the controls. He opened it eagerly. It was not what he had hoped. but it did contain page after page of handwritten notes. Now, there were 3 columns to the page. The first was in English, the second in international phonetic symbols, the third in a completely strange sort of writing. It took no brilliance for him to identify it as a vocabulary. He slipped it into a pocket with a broad smile. It might have taken Dictor months or even years to work out the relationship between the 2 languages. He would be able to ride on Dictor's shoulders in the matter. The third try located the control, and the speculum lighted up. He felt again the curious uneasiness he had felt before, for he was gazing again into his own room, and again it was inhabited by 2 figures. He did not want to break into that scene again, he was sure. Cautiously he touched one of the colored beads. The scene shifted, panned out through the walls of the boarding house, and came to rest in the air, 3 stories above the campus. He was pleased to have gotten the gate out of the house, but 3 stories was too much of a jump. He fiddled with the other 2 colored beads and established that one of them caused the scene in the speculum to move toward him or away from him, while the other moved it up or down. He wanted a reasonably inconspicuous place to locate the gate, some place where it would not attract the attention of the curious. Now, this bothered him a bit. There was no ideal place, but he compromised on a blind alley, a little court formed by the campus powerhouse and the rear wall of the library. Cautiously and clumsily he maneuvered his flying eye to the neighborhood he wanted, and set it down carefully between the 2 buildings. He then readjusted his position so that he stared right into a blank wall. Good enough. Leaving the controls as they were, he hurried out of the booth and stepped unceremoniously back into his own period. He bumped his nose against the brick wall. "I cut that a little too fine," he mused, as he slid cautiously out from between the confining limits of the wall and the gate. The gate hung in the air about 15 inches from the wall and roughly parallel to it, but there was room enough, he decided. No need to go back and readjust the controls. He ducked out of the areaway and cut across the campus toward the students' co-op, wasting no time. He entered and went to the cashier's window. "Hi, Bob." "Hello, Soupy. Cash a check for me?" "How much?" $20. "Well, I suppose so. Is it a good check?" "Not very. It's my own." "Well, I might invest in it as a curiosity." He counted out a 10, a 5, and 5 ones. "Do that," advised Wilson. "My autographs are going to be rare collector's items." He passed over the check, took the money, and proceeded to the bookstore in the same building. Most of the books on the list were for sale there. 10 minutes later he had acquired title to The Prince by Niccolo Machiavelli, Behind the Ballots by James Farley, Mein Kampf, unexpurgated by Adolf Schicklgruber, How to Make Friends and Influence People by Dale Carnegie. The other titles he wanted were not available in the bookstore. He went from there to the university library, where he drew out Real Estate Broker's Manual, History of Musical Instruments, and a quarto title, Evolution of Dress Styles. The latter was a handsome volume with beautiful colored plates and was classified as reference. He had to argue a little to get a 24-hour permission for it. He was fairly well loaded down by then. He left the campus, went to a pawn shop, and purchased 2 used but sturdy suitcases, into one of which he packed the books. From there he went to the largest music store in the town and spent 45 minutes in selecting and rejecting phonograph records, with emphasis on swing and boogie-woogie. Highly emotional stuff, all of it. He did not neglect classical and semi-classical, but he applied the same rule to those categories. A piece of music had to be sensuous and compelling, rather than cerebral. In consequence, his collection included such strangely assorted items as the Marseillaise, Ravel's Bolero, 4 Cole Porters, and L'Après-Midi du Fond. He insisted on buying the best mechanical reproducer on the market, in the face of the clerk's insistence that what he needed was an electrical one. But he finally got his own way, wrote a check for the order, packed it all in his suitcases, and had the clerk get a taxi for him. He had a bad moment over the check. It was pure rubber, as the one he had cashed at the students' co-op had cleaned out his balance. He had urged them to phone the bank, since that was what he wished them not to do. It had worked. He had established, he reflected, the all-time record for kiting checks. 30,000 years. When the taxi drew up opposite the court where he had located the gate, he jumped out and hurried in. The gate was gone. He stood there for several minutes, whistling softly and assessing unfavorably his own abilities, mental processes, etc. The consequences of writing bad checks no longer seemed quite so hypothetical. He felt a touch at his sleeve. "Now, see here, bud. Do you want my hack or don't you? The meter's still clicking." "Huh?" "Oh, sure." He followed the driver, climbed back in. "Where to?" Now, that was a problem. He glanced at his watch, then realized that the usually reliable instrument had been through a process which rendered its reading irrelevant. "What time is it?" 2:15. He reset his watch. 2:15. There would be a jamboree going on in his room at that time of a particularly confusing sort. He did not want to go there, not yet. Not until his blood brothers got through playing happy fun games with the gate. The gate. It would be in his room until some time after 4:15, if he timed it right. "Drive to the corner of 4th and McKinley," he directed, naming the intersection closest to his boarding house. He paid off the taxi driver there and lugged his bags into the filling station at that corner, where he obtained permission from the attendant to leave them and assurance that they would be safe. He had nearly 2 hours to kill. He was reluctant to go very far from the house for fear some hitch would upset his timing. It occurred to him that there was one piece of unfinished business in the immediate neighborhood, and time enough to take care of it. He walked briskly to a point 2 streets away, whistling cheerfully, and turned in at an apartment house. In response to his knock, the door of apartment 211 was opened a crack, then wider. "Bob, darling, I thought you were working today." "Hi, Genevieve. Not at all. I've got time to burn." She glanced back over her shoulder. "I don't know whether I should let you come in. I wasn't expecting you. I haven't washed the dishes or made the bed. I was just putting on my makeup." "Don't be coy." He pushed the door open wide and went on in. When he came out, he glanced at his watch. 3:30. Plenty of time. He went down the street wearing the expression of the canary that ate the cat. He thanked the service station salesman and gave him a quarter for his trouble, which left him with a lone nickel. He looked at this coin, grinned to himself, and inserted it in the pay phone in the office at the station. He dialed his own number. "Hello," he heard. "Hello," he replied. "Is that Bob Wilson?" "Yes, who is this?" "Never mind," he chuckled. "I just wanted to be sure you were there. I thought you would be. You're right in the groove, kid, right in the groove." He replaced the receiver with a grin. At 4:10, he was too nervous to wait any longer. Struggling under the load of the heavy suitcases, he made his way to the boarding house. He let himself in and heard a telephone ringing upstairs. He glanced at his watch. 4:15. He waited in the hall for 3 interminable minutes, then labored up the stairs and down the upper hallway to his own door. He unlocked the door and let himself in. The room was empty. The gate still there. Without stopping for anything, filled with apprehension lest the gate should flicker and disappear while he crossed the floor, he hurried to it, took a firm grip on his bags, and strode through it. The hall of the gate was empty, to his great relief. What a break, he told himself thankfully. Just 5 minutes, that's all I ask. 5 uninterrupted minutes. He set the suitcases down near the gate to be ready for a quick departure. As he did so, he noticed that a large chunk was missing from a corner of one case. Half a book showed through the opening, sheared as neatly as with a printer's trimmer. He identified it as Mein Kampf. He did not mind the loss of the book, but the implications made him slightly sick at his stomach. Suppose he had not described a clear arc when he had first been knocked through the gate, had hit the edge, half in and half out. Man saw it in half, and no illusion. He wiped his face and went to the control booth. Following Dichter's simple instructions, he brought all 4 spheres together at the center of the tetrahedron. He glanced over the side of the booth and saw that the gate had disappeared entirely. Check, he thought. Everything on 0, no gate. He moved the white sphere slightly. The gate reappeared. Turning on the speculum, he was able to see that the miniature scene showed the inside of the hall of the gate itself. So far, so good. But he would not be able to tell what time the gate was set for by looking into the hall. He displaced the space control slightly. The scene flickered past the walls of the palace and hung in the open air. Returning the white time control to 0, he then displaced it very, very slightly. In the miniature scene, the sun became a streak of brightness across the sky. The days flickered past like light from a low-frequency source of illumination. He increased the displacement a little, saw the ground become sere and brown, then snow-covered, and finally green again. Working cautiously, steadying his right hand with his left, he made the seasons march past. He had counted 10 winters when he became aware of voices somewhere in the distance. He stopped and listened, then very hastily returned the space controls to 0, leaving the time control as it was, set for 10 years in the past, and rushed out of the booth. He hardly had time to grasp his bags, lift them, and swing them through the gate, himself with them. This time he was exceedingly careful not to touch the edge of the circle. He found himself, as he had planned to, still in the hall of the gate, but if he had interpreted the controls correctly, 10 years away from the events he had recently participated in. He had intended to give Dictor a wider berth than that, but there had been no time for it. However, he reflected, since Dictor was, by his own statement and the evidence of the little notebook Wilson had lifted from him, a native of the 20th century, it was quite possible that 10 years was enough. Dictor might not be in this era. If he was, there was always the time gate for a getaway. But it was reasonable to scout out the situation first before making any more jumps. It suddenly occurred to him that Dictor might be looking at him through the speculum of the time gate. Without stopping to consider that speed was no protection, since the speculum could be used to view any time sector, he hurriedly dragged his 2 suitcases into the cover of the control booth. Once inside the protecting walls of the booth, he calmed down a bit. Spying could work both ways. He found the controls set at 0. Making use of the same process he'd used once before, he ran the scene in the speculum forward through 10 years, then cautiously hunted with the space controls on 0. It was a very difficult task. The time scale necessary to hunt through several months in a few minutes caused any figure which might appear in the speculum to flash past at an apparent speed too fast for his eye to follow. Several times he thought he detected flitting shadows, which might be human beings, but he was never able to find them when he stopped moving the time control. He wondered, in great exasperation, why whoever had built the double-damned gadget had failed to provide it with graduations and some sort of delicate control mechanism, a vernier or the like. It was not until much later that it occurred to him that the creator of the time gate might have no need of such gross aids to his senses. He would have given up, was about to give up, when, purely by accident, one more fruitless scanning happened to terminate with a figure in the field. It was himself carrying 2 suitcases. He saw himself walking directly into the field of view, grow larger, disappear. He looked over the rail, half expecting to see himself step out of the gate. But nothing came out of the gate. It puzzled him, until he recalled that it was the setting at that end, 10 years in the future, which controlled the time of egress. But he had what he wanted. He sat back and watched. Almost immediately, Dictor and another edition of himself appeared in the scene. He recalled the situation when he saw it portrayed in the speculum. It was Bob Wilson, number 3, about to quarrel with Dictor and make his escape back to the 20th century. And that was that. Dictor had not seen him, did not know that he had made unauthorized use of the gate, did not know that he was hiding 10 years in the past, would not look for him there. He returned the controls to 0 and dismissed the matter. But other matters needed his attention, food especially. It seemed obvious in retrospect that he should have brought along food to last him for a day or two at least, and maybe a 45. He had to admit that he had not been very foresighted, but he easily forgave himself. It was hard to be foresighted when the future kept slipping up behind one. "All right, Bob, old boy," he told himself aloud. "Let's see if the natives are friendly, as advertised." A cautious reconnoiter of the small part of the palace with which he was acquainted turned up no human beings, nor life of any sort, not even insect life. The place was dead, sterile, as static and unlived in as a window display. He shouted once just to hear a voice. The echoes caused him to shiver. He did not do it again. The architecture of the place confused him. Not only was it strange to his experience, he had expected that, but the place, with minor exceptions, seemed totally unadapted to the uses of human beings. Great halls large enough to hold 10,000 people at once, had there been floors for them to stand on. For there frequently were no floors in the accepted meaning of a level or reasonably level platform. In following a passageway, he came suddenly to one of the great mysterious openings in the structure, and almost fell in before he realized that his path had terminated. He crawled gingerly forward and looked over the edge. The mouth of the passage debouched high up on a wall of the place. Below him the wall was cut back so that there was not even a vertical surface for the eye to follow. Now, far below him, the wall curved back and met its mate of the opposite side, not decently in a horizontal plane, but at an acute angle. There were other openings scattered around the walls, openings as unserviceable to human beings as the one in which he crouched. The high ones, he whispered to himself. All his cockiness was gone out of him. He retraced his steps through the fine dust and reached the almost friendly familiarity of the hall of the gate. On his second try, he attempted only those passages and compartments which seemed obviously adapted to men. He had already decided what such parts of the palace must be, servants' quarters, or, more probably, slaves' quarters. He regained his courage by sticking to such areas. Though deserted completely by contrast with the rest of the great structure, a room or a passage which seemed to have been built for men was friendly and cheerful. The sourceless, ever-present illumination and the unbroken silence still bothered him, but not to the degree to which he had been upset by the gargantuan and mysteriously convoluted chambers of the high ones. He had almost despaired of finding his way out of the palace, and was thinking of retracing his steps, when the corridor he was following turned, and he found himself in bright sunlight. He was standing at the top of a broad, steep ramp, which spread fan-like down to the base of the building. Ahead of him and below him, distant at least 500 yards, the pavement of the ramp met the green of sod and bush and tree. It was the same placid, lush, and familiar scene he had looked out over when he breakfasted with Dictor, a few hours ago and 10 years in the future. He stood quietly for a short time, drinking in the sunshine, soaking up the heart-lifting beauty of the warm spring day. Now this is going to be all right, he exulted. It's a grand place. He moved slowly down the ramp, his eyes searching for human beings. He was halfway down when he saw a small figure emerge from the trees into a clearing near the foot of the ramp. He called out to it in joyous excitement. The child, it was a child he saw, looked up, stared at him for a moment, then fled back into the shelter of the trees. "Impetuous, Robert, that's what you are," he chided himself. "Don't scare him, take it easy." But he was not made downhearted by the incident. Where there were children, there would be parents, society, opportunities for a bright young fellow who took a broad view of things. He moved on down at a leisurely pace. A man showed up at the point where the child had disappeared. Wilson stood still. The man looked him over and advanced hesitantly a step or two. "Come here," Wilson invited in a friendly voice. "I won't hurt you." The man could hardly have understood his words, but he advanced slowly. At the edge of the pavement he stopped, eyed it, and would not proceed farther. Something about the behavior pattern clicked in Wilson's brain, fitted in with what he had seen in the palace and with the little that Dictor had told him. Unless, he told himself, the time I spent in Anthropology 1 was totally wasted, this palace is taboo. The ramp I'm standing on is taboo, and by contagion I'm taboo. Now play your cards, son. Play your cards. He advanced to the edge of the pavement, being careful not to step off it. The man dropped to his knees and cupped his hands in front of him, head bowed. Without hesitation, Wilson touched him on the forehead. The man got back to his feet, his face radiant. "This isn't even sporting," Wilson said. "I ought to shoot him on the rise." His man Friday cocked his head, looked puzzled, and answered in a deep, melodious voice. The words were liquid and strange, and sounded like a phrase from a song. "You ought to commercialize that voice," Wilson said admiringly. "Some stars get by on less. However, get along now, and fetch something to eat. Food." He pointed to his mouth. The man looked hesitant, spoke again. Bob Wilson reached into his pocket and took out the stolen notebook. He looked up eat, then looked up food. It was the same word. Blellin, he said carefully. Blellin? Blellin, agreed Wilson. You'll have to excuse my accent. Hurry up. He tried to find hurry in the vocabulary, but it was not there. Either the language did not contain the idea, or Dichter had not thought it worthwhile to record it. But we'll soon fix that, Wilson thought. If there isn't such a word, I'll give him one. The man departed. Wilson sat himself down, Turk fashion, and passed the time by studying the notebook. The speed of his rise in these parts, he decided, was limited only by the time it took him to get into full communication. But he had only time enough to look up a few common substantives when his first acquaintance returned in company. The procession was headed by an extremely elderly man, white-haired but beardless. All of the men were beardless. He walked under a canopy carried by 4 male striplings. Only he of all the crowd wore enough clothes to get by anywhere but on a beach. He was looking uncomfortable in a sort of toga effect, which appeared to have started life as a Roman striped awning. That he was the head man was evident. Wilson hurriedly looked up the word for chief. The word for chief was Dichter. It should not have surprised him, but it did. It was, of course, a logical probability that the word Dichter was a title rather than a proper name. It simply had not occurred to him. Dichter, the Dichter, had added a note under the word. One of the few words, Wilson read, which shows some probability of having been derived from the dead languages. This word, a few dozen others, and the grammatical structure of the language itself, appear to be the only link between the language of the Forsaken Ones and the English language. The chief stopped in front of Wilson, just short of the pavement. "Okay, Dichter," Wilson ordered, "kneel down. You're not exempt." He pointed to the ground. The chief knelt down. Wilson touched his forehead. The food that had been fetched along was plentiful and very palatable. Wilson ate slowly and with dignity, keeping in mind the importance of face. While he ate, he was serenaded by the entire assemblage. The singing was excellent, he was bound to admit. Their ideas of harmony he found a little strange, and the performance as a whole seemed primitive. But their voices were all clear and mellow, and they sang as if they enjoyed it. The concert gave Wilson an idea. After he had satisfied his hunger, he made the chief understand, with the aid of the indispensable little notebook, that he and his flock were to wait where they were. He then returned to the hall of the gate and brought back from there the phonograph and a dozen assorted records. He treated them to a recorded concert of modern music. The reaction exceeded his hopes. Begin the Beguine caused tears to stream down the face of the old chief. The first movement of Tchaikovsky's Concerto No. 1 in B-flat minor practically stampeded them. They jerked, they held their heads and moaned, they shouted their applause. Wilson refrained from giving them the second movement, tapered them off instead with the compelling monotony of the bolero. "Dichter," he said. He was not thinking of the old chief. "Dichter, old chum, you certainly had these people doped out when you sent me shopping. By the time you show up, if you ever do, I'll own the place." This is not an account of how boosterism came to Arcadia. Wilson's rise to power was more in the nature of a triumphal progress than a struggle for supremacy. It contained little that was dramatic. Whatever it was that the High Ones had done to the human race, it had left them with only physical resemblance and with temperament largely changed. The docile, friendly children with whom Wilson dealt had little in common with the brawling, vulgar, lusty, dynamic swarms who had once called themselves the people of the United States. The relationship was like that of Jersey cattle to longhorns or cocker spaniels to wolves. The fight was gone out of them. It was not that they lacked intelligence nor civilized arts. It was the competitive spirit that was gone, the will to power. Wilson had a monopoly on that. But even he lost interest in playing a game that he always won. Having established himself as boss man by taking up residence in the palace and representing himself as the viceroy of the departed High Ones, he for a time busied himself in organizing certain projects intended to bring the culture up to date. the reinvention of musical instruments, establishment of a systematic system of mail service, redevelopment of the idea of styles in dress, and a taboo against wearing the same fashion more than one season. There was cunning in the latter project. He figured that arousing a hearty interest in display in the minds of the womenfolk would force the men to hustle to satisfy their wishes. What the culture lacked was drive. It was slipping downhill. He tried to give them the drive they lacked. His subjects cooperated with his wishes, but in a bemused fashion, like a dog performing a trick, not because he understands it, but because his master and Godhead desires it. He soon tired of it. But the mystery of the High Ones, and especially the mystery of their time gate, still remained to occupy his mind. His was a mixed nature, half hustler, half philosopher. The philosopher had his inning. It was intellectually necessary for him to be able to construct in his mind a physio-mathematical model for the phenomena exhibited by the time gate. He achieved one, not a good one perhaps, but one which satisfied all of the requirements. Think of a plain surface, a sheet of paper, or better yet, a silk handkerchief. Silk because it has no rigidity, folds easily, while maintaining all of the relational attributes of a two-dimensional continuum on the surface of the silk itself. Let the threads of the woof be the dimension, or direction, of time. Let the threads of the warp represent all three of the space dimensions. An ink spot on the handkerchief becomes the time gate. By folding the handkerchief, that spot may be superposed on any other spot on the silk. Press the two spots together between thumb and forefinger. The controls are set. The time gate is open. A microscopic inhabitant of this piece of silk may crawl from one fold to the other without traversing any other part of the cloth. The model is imperfect. The picture is static, but a physical picture is necessarily limited by the sensory experience of the person visualizing it. He could not make up his mind whether or not the concept of folding the four-dimensional continuum, three of space, one of time, back on itself so that the gate was open, required the concept of higher dimensions through which to fold it. It seemed so, yet it might simply be an intellectual shortcoming of the human mind. Nothing but empty space was required for the folding, but empty space was itself a term totally lacking in meaning. He was enough of a mathematician to know that. If higher dimensions were required to hold a four-dimensional continuum, then the number of dimensions of space and of time were necessarily infinite. Each order requires the next higher order to maintain it. But infinite was another meaningless term. Open series was a little better, but not much. Another consideration forced him to conclude that there was probably at least one more dimension than the four his senses could perceive, the time gate itself. He became quite skilled in handling its controls, but he never acquired the foggiest notion of how it worked, or how it was built. It seemed to him that the creatures who built it must necessarily have been able to stand outside the limits that confined him in order to anchor the gate to the structure of space-time. The concept escaped him. He suspected that the controls he saw were simply the part that stuck through into the space he knew. The very palace itself might be no more than a three-dimensional section of a more involved structure. Such a condition would help to explain the otherwise inexplicable nature of its architecture. He became possessed of an overpowering desire to know more about these strange creatures, the High Ones, who had come and ruled the human race and built this palace and this gate and gone away again, and in whose backwash he had been flung out of his setting some 30 millennia. To the human race, they were no more than a sacred myth, a contradictory mass of tradition. No picture of them remained, no trace of their writing, nothing of their work save the high palace of Norcal and the gate. And a sense of irreparable loss in the hearts of the race they had ruled, a loss expressed by their own term for themselves, the Forsaken Ones. With controls and speculum, he hunted back through time, seeking the builders. It was slow work, as he had found before, a passing shadow, a tedious retracing and failure. Once he was sure that he had seen such a shadow in the miniature hall reflected in the speculum. He set the controls back far enough to be sure that he had repassed it, armed himself with food and drink, and waited. He waited 3 weeks. The shadow might have passed during the hours he was forced to take out for sleep, but he felt sure that he was in the right period. He kept up the vigil. He saw it. It was moving toward the gate. When he pulled himself together, he was halfway down the passageway leading away from the hall. He realized that he had been screaming. He still had an attack of the shakes. Somewhat later, he forced himself to return to the hall and, with eyes averted, enter the control booth and return the spheres to 0. He backed out hastily and left the hall for his apartment. He did not touch the controls nor enter the hall for more than 2 years. It had not been fear of physical menace that had shaken his reason, nor the appearance of the creature. He could recall nothing of how it looked. It had been a feeling of sadness, infinitely compounded, which had flooded through him at the instant, a sense of tragedy, of grief insupportable and unescapable, of infinite weariness. He had been flicked with emotions many times too strong for his spiritual fiber, and which he was no more fitted to experience than an oyster is to play a violin. He felt that he had learned all about the high ones a man could learn and still endure. He was no longer curious. The shadow of that vicarious emotion ruined his sleep, brought him sweating out of dreams. One other problem bothered him, the problem of himself and his meanders through time. It still worried him that he had met himself coming back, so to speak, had talked with himself, fought with himself. Which one was himself? He was all of them, he knew, for he remembered being each one. How about the times when there had been more than one present? By sheer necessity, he was forced to expand the principle of non-identity. Nothing is identical with anything else, not even with itself, to include the ego. In a 4-dimensional continuum, each event is an absolute individual. It has its space coordinates and its date. The Bob Wilson he was right now was not the Bob Wilson he had been 10 minutes ago. Each was a discrete section of a 4-dimensional process. One resembled the other in many particulars, as one slice of bread resembles the slice next to it, but they were not the same Bob Wilson. They differed by a length of time. When he had doubled back on himself, the difference had become apparent, for the separation was now in space rather than in time, and he happened to be so equipped as to be able to see a space length, whereas he could only remember a time difference. Thinking back, he could remember a great many different Bob Wilsons, baby, small child, adolescent, young man. They were all different, he knew that. The only thing that bound them together into a feeling of identity was continuity of memory. And that was the same thing that bound together the 4 Bob Wilsons on a certain crowded afternoon, a memory track that ran through all of them. The only thing about it that remained remarkable was time travel itself, and a few other little items, the nature of free will, the problem of entropy, the law of the conservation of energy and mass. The last 2, he now realized, needed to be extended or generalized to include the cases in which the gate, or something like it, permitted a leak of mass, energy, or entropy from one neighborhood in the continuum to another. They were otherwise unchanged and valid. Free will was another matter. It could not be laughed off because it could be directly experienced, yet his own free will had worked to create the same scene over and over again. Apparently, human will must be considered as one of the factors which make up the processes in the continuum, free to the ego, mechanistic from the outside. And yet his last act of evading Dichter had apparently changed the course of events. He was here and running the country, had been for many years, but Dichter had not showed up. Could it be that each act of true free will created a new and different future? Many philosophers had thought so. This future appeared to have no such person as Dichter, the Dichter, in it, anywhere or any when. As the end of his first 10 years in the future approached, he became more and more nervous, less and less certain of his opinion. Damnation, he thought. If Dichter is going to show up, it was high time that he did so. He was anxious to come to grips with him, establish which was to be boss. He had agents posted throughout the country of the Forsaken Ones with instructions to arrest any man with hair on his face, and fetch him forthwith to the palace. The hall of the gate he watched himself. He tried fishing the future for Dictor, but had no significant luck. He thrice located a shadow and tracked it down. Each time it was himself. From tedium and partly from curiosity, he attempted to see the other end of the process. He tried to relocate his original home 30,000 years in the past. It was a long chore. The further the time button was displaced from the center, the poorer the control became. It took patient practice to be able to stop the image within a century or so of the period he wanted. It was in the course of his experimentation that he discovered what he had once looked for, a fractional control, a vernier, in effect. It was as simple as the primary control, but twist the bead instead of moving it directly. He steadied down on the 20th century, approximated the year by the models of automobiles, types of architecture, and other gross evidence, and stopped in what he believed to be 1942. Careful displacement of the space controls took him to the university town where he had started, after several false tries. The image did not enable him to read road signs. He located his boarding house, brought the gate into his own room. It was vacant, no furniture in it. He panned away from the room and tried again, a year earlier. Success. His own room, his own furniture, but empty. He ran rapidly back, looking for shadows. There. He checked the swing of the image. There were 3 figures in the room. The image was too small, the light too poor for him to be sure whether or not one of them was himself. He leaned over and studied the scene. He heard a dull thump outside the booth. He straightened up and looked over the side. Sprawled on the floor was a limp human figure. Near it lay a crushed and battered hat. He stood perfectly still for an uncounted time, staring at the 2 redundant figures, hat and man, while the winds of unreason swept through his mind and shook it. He did not need to examine the unconscious form to identify it. He knew it was his younger self, knocked willy-nilly through the time gate. It was not that fact in itself which shook him. He had not particularly expected it to happen, having come tentatively to the conclusion that he was living in a different, an alternative future from the one in which he had originally transited the time gate. He had been aware that it might happen, nevertheless. That it did happen did not surprise him. When it did happen, he himself had been the only spectator. He was Dictor. He was the Dictor. He was the only Dictor. He would never find Dictor, nor have it out with him. He need never fear his coming. There never had been, never would be any other person called Dictor, because Dictor never had been, nor ever would be anyone but himself. In review, it seemed obvious that he must be Dictor. There were so many bits of evidence pointing to it, and yet it had not been obvious. Each point of similarity between himself and the Dictor, he recalled, had arisen from rational causes, usually from his desire to ape the gross characteristics of the other, and thereby consolidate his own position of power and authority before the other Dictor showed up. For that reason, he had established himself in the very apartments the Dictor had used, so that they would be his first. To be sure, his people called him Dictor, but he had thought nothing of that. They called anyone who ruled by that title, even the little sub-chieftains, who were his local administrators. He had grown a beard, such as Dictor had worn, partly in imitation of the other man's precedent, but more to set him apart from the hairless males of the Forsaken Ones. It gave him prestige, increased his taboo. He fingered his bearded chin. Still, it seemed strange that he had not recalled that his own present appearance checked with the appearance of Dictor. Dictor had been an older man. He himself was only 32, 10 here, 22 there. Dictor he had judged to be about 45. Perhaps an unprejudiced witness would believe himself to be that age. His hair and beard were shot with gray, had been ever since the year he had succeeded too well in spying on the High Ones. His face was lined. Uneasy lies the head, and so forth. Running a country, even a peaceful Arcadia, will worry a man, keep him awake nights. Not that he was complaining. It had been a good life, a grand life, and it beat anything the ancient past had to offer. In any case, He had been looking for a man in his middle 40s whose face he remembered dimly after 10 years, and whose picture he did not have. It had never occurred to him to connect that blurred face with his present one. Naturally not. But there were other little things. Irma, for example. He had selected a likely-looking lass some 3 years back and made her one of his household staff, renaming her Irma in sentimental memory of the girl he had once fancied. It was logically necessary that they were the same girl, not two Irmas but one. But as he recalled her, the first Irma had been much prettier. It must be his own point of view that had changed. He admitted that he had had much more opportunity to become bored with exquisite female beauty than his young friend over there on the floor. He recalled with a chuckle how he had found it necessary to surround himself with an elaborate system of taboos to keep the nuble daughters of his subjects out of his hair, most of the time. He had caused a particular pool in the river adjacent to the palace to be dedicated to his use, in order that he might swim without getting tangled up in mermaids. The man on the floor groaned, but did not open his eyes. Wilson, the dictator, bent over him, but made no effort to revive him. That the man was not seriously injured, he had reason to be certain. He did not wish him to wake up until he had had time to get his own thoughts entirely in order. For he had work to do, work which must be done meticulously without mistake. Everyone, he thought with a wry smile, makes plans to provide for their future. He was about to provide for his past. There was the matter of the setting of the time gate when he got around to sending his early self back. When he had tuned in on the scene in his room a few minutes ago, he had picked up the action just before his early self had been knocked through. In sending him back, he must make a slight readjustment in the time setting to an instant around 2 o'clock of that particular afternoon. Oh, that would be simple enough. He need only search a short sector until he found his early self alone and working at his desk. But the time gate had appeared in that room at a later hour. He had just caused it to do so. He felt confused. Now, wait a minute now. If he changed the setting of the time control, the gate would appear in his room at the earlier time, remain there, and simply blend into its reappearance an hour or so later. Yes, it was right. To a person in the room, it would simply be as if the time gate had been there all along from about 2 o'clock, which it had been. He would see to that. Experienced as he was with the phenomena exhibited by the time gate, it nevertheless required a strong and subtle intellectual effort to think other than in durational terms, to take an eternal viewpoint. And there was the hat. He picked it up and tried it on. It did not fit very well, no doubt because he was wearing his hair longer now. The hat must be placed where it would be found. Oh, yes, in the control booth. And the notebook, too. The notebook. Something funny there. When the notebook he had stolen had become dog-eared and tattered almost to illegibility some 4 years back, he had carefully recopied its contents in a new notebook to refresh his memory of English rather than from any need for it as a guide. The worn-out notebook he had destroyed. It was the new one he intended to obtain and leave to be found. In that case, there never had been two notebooks. The one he had now would become, after being taken through the gate to a point 10 years in the past, the notebook from which he had copied it. They were simply different segments of the same physical process, manipulated by means of the gate to run concurrently side by side for a certain length of time, as he had himself one afternoon. He wished that he had not thrown away the worn-out notebook. If he had it at hand, he could compare them and convince himself that they were identical save for the wear and tear of increasing entropy. But when had he learned the language in order that he might prepare such a vocabulary? To be sure, when he copied it, he then knew the language. Copying had not actually been necessary, but he had copied it. The physical process he had all straightened out in his mind, but the intellectual process it represented was completely circular. His older self had taught his younger self a language which the older self knew because the younger self, after being taught, grew up to be the older self and was therefore capable of teaching. But where had it started? Which comes first, the hen or the egg? You feed the rats to the cats, skin the cats, and feed the carcasses of the cats to the rats, who are in turn fed to the cats. The perpetual motion fur farm. If God created the world, who created God? Who wrote the notebook? Who started the chain? He felt the intellectual desperation of any honest philosopher. He knew that he had about as much chance of understanding such problems as a collie has of understanding how dog food gets into cans. Applied psychology was more his size, which reminded him that there were certain books which his early self would find very useful in learning how to deal with the political affairs of the country he was to run. He made a mental note to make a list. The man on the floor stirred again, sat up. Wilson knew that the time had come when he must insure his past. He was not worried. He felt the sure confidence of the gambler who is hot, who knows what the next roll of the dice will show. He bent over his alter ego. "Are you all right?" he asked. "I guess so," the younger man mumbled. He put his hand to his bloody face. "My head hurts." "I should think it would," Wilson agreed. "You came through head over heels. I think you hit your head when you landed." His younger self did not appear fully to comprehend the words at first. He looked around dazedly, as if to get his bearings. Presently he said, "Came through?" "Came through what?" "Well, the gate, of course," Wilson told him. He nodded his head toward the gate, feeling that the sight of it would orient the still groggy younger Bob. Young Wilson looked over his shoulder in the direction indicated, sat up with a jerk, shuddered, and closed his eyes. He opened them again after what seemed to be a short period of prayer, looked again, and said, "Did I come through that?" "Yes," Wilson assured him. "Where am I?" "In the hall of the gate, in the high palace of Norcal. But what is more important," Wilson added, "is when you are. You have gone forward a little more than 30,000 years. The knowledge did not seem to reassure him. He got up and stumbled toward the gate. Wilson put a restraining hand on his shoulder. "Where are you going?" "Back." "Not so fast." He did not dare let him go back yet, not until the gate had been reset. Besides, he was still drunk. His breath was staggering. "You will go back, all right. I give you my word on that. But let me dress your wounds first, and you should rest. I have some explanations to make to you, and there is an errand you can do for me when you get back, to our mutual advantage. There is a great future in store for you and me, my boy, a great future. A great future."
Child of the Green Light by Leigh Brackett. Women did not figure prominently in the Golden Age. Science fiction then was primarily a male literature, based on the appeal of science and adventure, neither of which was considered a proper subject for feminine interest. Though John Campbell de-emphasized the importance of swashbuckling action in Astounding in favor of sociological extrapolation of the effects of new technology, he still relied on logical, masculine thinking, and he was obviously aware that most of his readers were male. When he previewed A.E. Van Vogt's Slan, he wrote, "Gentlemen, it's a Lulu." To be sure, there had been women writers of science fiction, such as Claire Winger Harris and Amelia Reynolds Long, and one major SF writer who was a woman, C.L. Moore. But they were exceptions. The future was considered a male province. Sewell Peaslee Wright had stated it succinctly in a story published 8 years before. Women have their great and proper place, even in a man's universe. Leigh Brackett began to claim her place in science fiction in the early 1940s, with stories that combined suspenseful action and poetic descriptions of alien locales. She quickly established herself as the acknowledged mistress of the flamboyant interplanetary adventure, as Anthony Boucher has said. Space opera wasn't John Campbell's style. Nevertheless, it was he who discovered her, buying her first 2 stories in 1 week, late in 1939. During the same period, he was buying the first SF stories by Heinlein, Sturgeon, Van Vogt, and the rest of the writers who helped make him famous. Born December 7, 1915, a birthday that she didn't feel like celebrating when Japan bombed Pearl Harbor on that date in 1941, Brackett began to write when she was 9, and by the age of 13 was submitting heavy problem novels, short stories, and poems to editors. None of them was bought, which isn't surprising, considering the fact that the manuscripts were in longhand on ruled paper. She spent most of her childhood living with her grandfather on a beach in Southern California, and he had so much faith in her writing talent that he continued to support her when I was quite old enough to make my own living. She met Henry Kuttner, who gave her invaluable advice about writing, part of which was a gentle insistence on buying more purple pencils to cope with my purple prose. She learned well, and after her initial breakthrough in the pages of Astounding, her first story, Martian Quest, was in the February 1940 issue, she sold frequently to magazines like Planet Stories, Super Science Stories, Startling Stories, and Amazing, wherein Raymond A. Palmer, who had bought her story through her agent, introduced her as a man. She continued to submit stories to Campbell first, though, because Astounding was the prestige market. But she didn't know enough about science, and her storytelling abilities were more suited to the swashbuckling mode of Planet Stories. She sold only one more story to Astounding. Brackett's agent, Julius Schwartz, visited Los Angeles in 1940 and introduced her to Edmund Hamilton and Jack Williamson. She was completely overawed. They were both looking thoroughly auctorial. I nearly fell through the floor. She and Hamilton began dating. He took her to a meeting of the Los Angeles Science Fantasy Society on their first date, and after the war they were married. Brackett sold dozens of science fiction stories during the Golden Age, but her success was viewed dimly by fans of serious science fiction. She told me of an occasion when she was among a group of astounding writers, and a worshipful fan sitting at the feet gathered from the conversation that I also was a writer, though he had not caught my name. He asked it. I told him. "Brackett," he said. "The Brackett who writes those things for Planet Stories?" I was forced to admit it. "My God," he said, and moved hurriedly away as if he might catch something. She gained steadily in accomplishment and prestige, however. In 1944, she suddenly found herself collaborating simultaneously with Ray Bradbury and William Faulkner. She had finished half of a novella for Planet Stories when she was given the call to work on a screenplay with Faulkner, so she gave the novella to Bradbury to finish. Lorelei of the Red Mist, the Brackett-Bradbury story, became a space opera classic, and the screenplay on which she worked with Faulkner eventually emerged as The Big Sleep, one of Humphrey Bogart's most famous films. She went on to write many more screenplays. Shortly before her death in 1978, she wrote the first draft to the sequel of Star Wars, plus critically acclaimed suspense and Western novels, and a large body of science fiction that led to her being named co-guest of honor with Edmund Hamilton at the World Science Fiction Convention in 1964. So Leigh Brackett proved that a woman, even one whose talents didn't fit the requirements of Astounding, could become a major science fiction writer. She traveled a long way from the science fiction world of the early 40s, when women were routinely portrayed in stories, saying things like, "I'm sure of that, even if it isn't logic, even if it does sound feminine and everything." Even heroes in love had a surprisingly low opinion of women then. In a 1942 story by S.D. Gottesman, the narrator said, "Art and I were desperately in love with Miss Earle. Despite her obvious physical charms, we discovered that she was a woman of much brain capacity." It's enough to make you wonder if the standards of feminine beauty in those days included a sloping forehead and a small brain pan. Gottesman was a pseudonym used in this case by C.M. Kornbluth, Frederick Pohl, and Robert W. Lowndes, so it's difficult to guess which one it was who had a yen for Neanderthal women. Nelson S. Bond told of an inventor who'd built a time machine. When his fiancée saw it, Helen, being a woman, got right down to fundamentals. "It's not streamlined," she said. "I don't like the color, and the dashboard isn't pretty. Where's the cigarette lighter?" But it was in the pages of Astounding that this smug male chauvinism reached its nadir. Frank Belknap Long reported a conversation between a scientific explorer and his fiancée. He: "The urge to reach out, to cross new frontiers, is a biological constant." She: "It isn't in me. A woman seeks new frontiers in a man's arms." Some writers did try to portray sensible, self-reliant women in those old pulp stories, if only for the sake of novelty. In fact, there were two woman characters who were so different that each was featured in a series of stories. Jerry Carlisle, Interplanetary Huntress, and Violet Ray, the Golden Amazon. The Carlisle series was written by Arthur K. Barnes, who made no bones about the strength of her character. Jerry Carlisle had fought her way to the top of the most exacting of all professions. Success was not won by resort to feminine stratagem, nor by use of her amazing beauty. Jerry scorned such wiles. In a man's world, she competed with men on their own terms. Her success was due to hard work, brains, courage, and the overwhelming effect of her forceful personality. Nevertheless, when the climactic fight scene came in this story, it was Carlisle's fiancé, Tommy Strike, who stepped forward. As Barnes described it, Jerry stood staring at Strike with her lips parted, her eyes shining. She was experiencing that strange emotion, a compound of awe, fright, and admiration that every woman knows when she sees the man she loves in two-fisted action. The Golden Amazon had no need for male help in her fights with villains. Lost on Venus as a baby, she had become super strong and super smart as a result of solar radiations. In one story, she burst a chain with her bare hands. In another, after catching the kidnappers of her children, she broke the villain's neck with one punch. No quarter this time. It's not plain crime anymore, but massacre and baby snatching. My babies. Superwomen were acceptable only if they showed, when the chips were down, that they were still feminine. The author, John Russell Fearn, did his best to help the Golden Amazon by referring to her throughout as a girl. There were a few woman characters who transcended the stereotypes of the time without apologies from their authors. Lester Del Rey in Nerves included a woman who was a doctor, not a nurse, and Robert A. Heinlein's We Also Walk Dogs concerned an agency that could handle any job, big or small. One of its best troubleshooters was a woman, and Heinlein treated this as perfectly natural. But it was Leigh Brackett who dismissed the image of helpless, dependent women in one brief dialogue. In Out of the Sea, tentacled monsters came from the Pacific Ocean to attack humans, including the heroine, who fought her way free. This conversation ensued. Hero: Why haven't you fainted? Heroine: I haven't had time. Brackett's Child of the Green Light was less an action story than one of mood. Her heroine was ethereal, but she had brains and inner strength. The story offers a contrast to the determinedly common-sense style of Astounding, showing that Campbell's approach wasn't the only one that could produce good fiction. Alden H. Norton, who had replaced Frederick Pohl as editor of Super Science Stories, bought Child of the Green Light for his February 1942 issue. Brackett had written it because I got to wondering what it would be like to live in space, free of all hampering life support systems, to belong, as it were, to the universe. This is the part of science fiction I have always enjoyed the most, the opportunity to be, in imagination, all sorts of, or any sort of, creature, human, non-human, you name it, in an unlimited choice of lifestyles. Brackett's protagonist was faced with a choice of lives. The story hinged on his decision. References: In Times to Come by John W. Campbell, Jr., Astounding Science Fiction, August 1940. Priestess of the Flame by Sewell Peaslee Wright, Astounding Stories, June 1932. Introduction by Anthony Boucher to The Tweener by Leigh Brackett, Fantasy and Science Fiction, February 1955. Letter from Leigh Brackett, March 26, 1976. Meet the Author by Leigh Brackett, Startling Stories, Fall 1944. Who's Who in Science Fiction by Leigh Brackett, Destiny, Summer 1954. The Observatory by Raymond A. Palmer, Amazing Stories, April 1941. Beyond Our Narrow Skies by Leigh Brackett, The Best of Planet Stories, No. 1, Valentine Books, 1975. Leigh Brackett by Donald A. Wollheim, Pacificon II Program Book, 1964. An Interview with Leigh Brackett and Edmund Hamilton by David Truesdale with Paul McGuire, Tangent, Summer, 1976. The Tomb of Time by Robert Arthur, Thrilling Wonder Stories, November 1940. The Extrapolated Dimwit by S.D. Gottesman. Future Fantasy and Science Fiction, October 1942. Index to the Science Fiction Magazines by Donald B. Day, Perry Press, 1952. Horse Sense Hank in the Parallel Worlds by Nelson S. Bond, Amazing Stories, August 1942. Braun by Frank Belknap Long, Astounding Science Fiction, July 1941. Trouble on Titan by Arthur K. Barnes, Thrilling Wonder Stories, February 1941. The Golden Amazon by Thornton Ayer, John Russell Fearn, Fantastic Adventures, July 1939. The Golden Amazon Returns by Thornton Ayer, John Russell Fearn, Fantastic Adventures, January 1941. Nerves by Lester Del Rey, Astounding Science Fiction, September 1942. We Also Walk Dogs by Anson MacDonald, Robert A. Heinlein, Astounding Science Fiction, July 1941. Out of the Sea by Leigh Brackett, Astonishing Stories, June 1942. Child of the Green Light by Leigh Brackett, copyright 1941 by Fictioneers, Incorporated. From Super Science Stories, February 1942. By permission of the author and her agent, Lurton Blassingame. Son felt the distant ringing shiver of the metal under him. The whole close-packed mass of broken hulks shifted slightly with the impact, turning wheel-like around the spinning light. Son half rose. He'd been sprawled full length on the crest of the wheel, trying to make the veil get thin enough to see through. They had both seen that it was thinner than ever, and Aona, on the other side of it, had danced for him, a misty, shifting light beyond the queer darkness. Several times he thought he had almost seen her outlines. He could hear her mind now, tickling his brain with impish thought fingers. She must have heard his own thought change, because she asked, "What is it, son? What's happened?" "Another ship, I think." Son rose lazily, the green light from below rippling around him like clear water. He looked out over his domain, feeling the savage sun-fire and the spatial cold of the shadows touch his naked body with little whips of ecstasy. His face was a boy's face, handsome and bright-eyed. His fair head burned like a torch in the blinding glare. The sun made a blazing canopy across half the sky. The rest was open space, velvet dark and boundless, flecked with the little fires of the stars. Between sun and space lay the wheel, built of spaceships that lay side by side, over and under and sometimes through, broken and bent and dead, bound close by the power of the light. The light, lying below Son's naked feet at the very heart of the wheel, burning green through the packed hulks, the light that was his bridge to Aona. Son's blue eyes, unshaded, looked for the wreck. He knew it would be a wreck. Only one ship in the wheel, the one in which his memories began, was whole. Then he stood quite still, staring, feeling every muscle tense and tighten. He saw the ship lying high on the outer rim of the wheel. It was not broken. Tubes burned red at the front end. There was a door opening in the side. Things began to come out of it. Things shaped like sun, only thick and clumsy, with queer gleaming bulbs on their heads. A strange contracting shiver ran through Son. Since sound and breath had gone, and the effigies that lay in his ship had ceased to move, nothing had stirred on the wheel but Son himself. In the broken ships there was never anything but scraps of odd substance, scattered as though by some bursting inner force. Son and Aona had talked idly of living things, but Son hadn't bothered his head about them much. He was himself. He had the sun, and space, and Aona. It was sufficient. Aona said impatiently, "Well, Son?" "It's a ship," he answered, with his mind, "only it isn't wrecked. Aona, there are living things coming out of it." He stood staring at the veil and the misty light beyond. "Aona," his mind whispered, "in my head I'm cold and hot all at once. I want to go and do, but I don't know where or what. What's the matter with me, Aona?" "It's fear," she told him softly. "I have it too." Son could feel it, pulsing from her mind. In all the years of life he had never felt it before. Now it had him by the throat. Aona cried. "What if these creatures should harm you, or the light?" "You have said that nothing in this universe could harm me now, and—" Sun shivered. "No one would do what has to be done to destroy the light. But these creatures, we don't know what knowledge they may have. Sun, if anything should happen—" Sun raised his arms to the darkness. "I don't want you to be afraid, Aona. Tear away the veil." "I can't, darling. You know neither of us can, until the veil of itself passes behind you." "How long, Aona?" She laughed with an attempt at her old sweet teasing. "How long is long in your world, son? How long have you lived? How long have we talked? No one knows. Only the veil grows thinner every time we meet, every time we talk like this." "Stay by the light, son. Don't let anyone harm it." Sun's blue eyes narrowed. "I love you," he said quietly. "No one shall harm the light." "I'll stay with you," she said. "They won't be able to see yet." Sun turned and went across the tumbled plain of dead ships, with Aona's misty light following beyond the blurred and pulsing dark. There were 7 of the invaders. They stood in a close knot beside their ship, staring at the green fire of the light. 3 of them began to dance clumsily. The others placed shapeless hands on each other's shapeless shoulders and shook and pounded. Sun's eyes were as sharp as the spear points of the stars. He lay behind a steering jet housing, watching, and he saw with shock that there were faces under the glittering helmets. Faces very like his own. There were 3 round, smooth faces. They belonged to the ones who danced. There was one deeply lined face with bushy eyebrows and a framing straggle of white hair. Then there were 2 others, which Sun sensed to be of different races. One was round and green and small, with shining eyes the color of space, and a mouth like a thin wound. The other differed from the first 3 only in subtle points of line and shape, but its face was like a mask beaten out of dark iron, with deep-set, sullen eyes. The 7th face drove all the others out of Sun's mind. It was bronzed and grim and strong, with some driving inner force about it that was like the pulse Sun felt beating in space when he lay on the crest of the wheel watching the sun and the burning stars. This last man seemed to be the leader. He turned to the others, his mouth moving. Then the mouths of the others moved also. Presently 5 of the invaders turned. Sun thought they were going away again. But 2 of them, the white-haired one and the one with the dark, vital face, started together out across the broken plain of ships, and Sun tensed where he lay. They were heading toward the heart of the wheel, where the glow of the light danced like the fire veils of the sun. Who knew what knowledge, what powers they might have? Sun called to Aona and followed, keeping out of sight, his blue eyes narrowed and hard. They were almost over the light when Sun heard the first human thought voice, as though the power of the light brought it out. It was faint and indistinct. He could catch only fragments. "Here, inside Mercury's orbit. Heat. Found it after 5 years." That was the bronzed man speaking. Then, "Yes, thank God. Now if we can—" Sun wished the voices were clearer. There was a terrible, disturbing urgency about them. The invaders paused where the green light was strongest, at the heart of the wheel. The mind of the grim, dark man said, "Down there." He started to lower himself into a crevice between 2 hulls, and Sun, driven by a sudden stab of anger, leaped up. He came striding across the searing metal, naked and erect and beautiful, his fair head burning in the sunlight. He flung up one corded arm, and his mind cried out, "No, you can't go down." The invaders straightened, staring. The face of the bronzed, strong man went white, the lines of it blurring into slackness. The white-haired man swayed on his feet. "The radiation's getting me, Ransom," he whispered. "I'm having hallucinations." No, I see it too." The eyes of the bronzed man burned into Sun's. "A man, naked in open space." He stumbled forward, his gaze fixed on the powerful body outlined against the stars. Sun watched him come, conscious of a curious, pulsing excitement. Anger, resentment, fear for the light, and something else, something like the first time he had spoken to Aona through the veil. The bronzed man stopped before him. His lips moved in that queer way they had. Sun heard his mind speaking faintly. "What are you?" "I am Sun," he answered simply. "What do you want with the light?" Again he heard the faint mind voice. "You can't understand me, of course. I don't know what you are, God or demon, but don't try to stop us. For God's sake, don't make it any harder. But I do understand. You can't go down there. Ransom turned. Dick, he said, Lord only knows what this creature is, or what it will do, but we've got to get down there and study this thing. If it tries to stop us, I'll kill it. Dick nodded his white head. His face was lined and very tired. Surely nothing will stop us now, he said. Not now. I'll cover you, said Ransom. Dick slid down into the crevice. The bronzed man drew something from his belt and waited. Son stepped forward, anger and fear courting his muscles. The dark man said, I don't want to kill you. I have no right to kill you, because of what you are, but that thing down there is going to be destroyed. Son stopped, quite still. A great flaming pulse shot through him, and then he gathered himself. The spring of his corded thighs carried him full over the crack down which the white-haired man had gone. One long arm reached down. The hand closed angrily on smooth glass. The helmet shattered. Son had a momentary glimpse of a lined, weary face upturned, faded eyes staring in unbelieving horror. Then the flesh of the face split into crimson ribbons, and the body under the spacesuit altered strangely. Son got up slowly, feeling strange and unsteady in his thoughts. He hadn't wanted to destroy the man, only to make him come back. He became aware then of Ransom, standing with a metal thing in his hand, staring at him with eyes like the savage, dying red stars. It didn't touch him, Ransom's mind was saying. A heat ray strong enough to fuse steel, and it didn't touch him. And Dick's dead. Ransom hurled the gun suddenly into Son's face. Do you know what you've done? His mind shouted. Dick was a physicist, about the only one with any knowledge that hasn't died of old age. He might have found the way to destroy that thing. Now, if our weapons don't work on it, the effect is accelerating. Every child born since the cloud is horribly susceptible. There isn't any time anymore for anything. There won't be anyone to follow us, because now there's no time to learn. Ransom stepped close to Son. His head was thrown back, his face a grim, hard mask, streaked suddenly by little shining things that ran from those savage eyes. You don't know what that means, do you? You don't know how old Dick was, with his white hair and his wrinkles. 36. Or me. I'm 19. 19, and my life is already half gone. All over the solar system it's like that, because of this hellish thing that came in the cloud. We've hunted the system over for 5 years, all of us that could, for a thing that wouldn't react to any test or show on any instrument, and when we found it— He stopped. The veins knotted across his forehead, a little muscle twitching in one lean cheek. Then, very calmly, he said, Get him, boys. Son jerked around, but it was too late. The 5 who had stayed in the ship were all around him. For a long time, Son had been conscious only of these 2 men, and the strange confusion in his mind, a confusion made worse somehow by those mysterious crystal drops running from Ransom's eyes. They caught him somewhere deep. Ropes of light metal fell around him. He fought like a titan in the naked blaze of the sun, but they were experts with their ropes. They caught his wrists and ankles, dividing his power, baffling him with tenuous cords of elastic strength. Son knew that his mass was still sufficiently in phase to be subject to such laws as gravity and tension. He fought, but presently he was spread-eagled on the burning metal, helpless. The man with the face like beaten metal and the sullen eyes said, We were watching from the ship. We thought we must be crazy when we saw this man standing out here. Then we thought you might need help. He stopped, staring at Son. The heat ray didn't touch him. No, said Ransom quietly. That's how he got Dixon. The one with the queer green face snapped, Dixon's dead? Ransom nodded. Down in the crack there. We were trying to get down to study the light. It didn't want us to go. The green-faced one said, My God. Quite. Aaron, you and one of the boys guard the ship. Tech, you mount guard here with the other. Greeno, come with me. One of the round-faced ones stepped forward. His eyes were light blue, oddly empty in spite of their brightness. He looked down at the crevice where Dixon's body was, and his mind said, I'm afraid. I don't want to go down there. I'm afraid. Come on, Greeno, Ransom snapped. His lips started to move again and stopped abruptly. Son caught the thought. Got to hurry. God knows what this radiation will do to us, right on top of it. "Sir," said Greeno jerkily, "what if there are more like him down there?" Ransom turned his grim, hard face on the boy. Sun felt again that force, the strength that pulsed between the stars. "Well," said Ransom, "what if there are?" He turned and slid down into the crevice. Greeno closed his pale, scared eyes, licked his lips, and followed. Tech, the man with the sullen eyes, laughed, a biting mind sound as hard as his jawline. "Hell of a gunnery, officer." Aaron said absently, "He's only 11. His eyes, purple-black and opaque as a dark nebula, swung jerkily from Sun to the crevice where Dixon lay, and back again. Tech was a big man, as big as Sun, but Aaron topped him by a foot. He was very slender, moving with a queer, rubbery grace. "What if we can't do it?" he said suddenly. "What if our weapons don't work on it any more than they did on him?" "Then," answered Tech evenly, "the last generation of mankind will die of old age within 50 years. His sullen gaze roved over Sun, over and over, and his mind was whispering to itself. "Mutation," he said abruptly. "That's it. Complete change of cellular structure, metabolism, brain tissue, everything. Mutation in the living individual. I wonder how long—" "Look at that green light," whispered Aaron. "Remember how it filled the whole sky when we came into the cloud? Cosmic dust, the scientists said. Temporary effect. But it stayed when the cloud went." His long, thin arms came up in a blind sort of gesture. "We were millions of miles away then. What will it do to us now?" Tech studied his hands. "We're not aging, anyway. Concentrated effect is probably different. Feel anything?" Deep inside me, your cellular structure is different from ours anyway." Aaron swayed slightly, watching the green light pulse up from below. Beads of sweat ran down his face. "Yes," he whispered, "different. You know how the cloud affected us on Tethys. If our lifespan were not almost 3 times as long as yours—" He bent suddenly over Sun, and more of the queer, shining things were trickling out of his eyes. "For 5 years we've watched our people die, hunting for this thing. Dixon was our only chance. And you damned freak!" He lifted his long arms again, as though to cover his head. "I'll get back to the ship now," he said abruptly, and turned. Tech hesitated for a heartbeat, scowling at Aaron. Then he stepped in front of him, the thing they called a heat gun in his hand. "Sit down, Aaron. You heard Ransom's orders." The Tethysman was trembling. "In the Martian drylands where I come from," murmured Tech, "men sometimes get what we call esht, desert fear. They take other men's water and vards and run away. You're the engineer, Aaron, and even without me to do the navigating. Sit down, Aaron." The Tethysman sat, a fluid folding of thin length. The 2 round-faced boys stood by, not moving or speaking, the fear so strong in their minds that Sun could hear it shouting. He saw and heard all this with a small part of his brain. Most of it was thinking of the light and the men working their way down to the queer hole where it lay among the tangled ships. This talk of age and years and dying and humanity meant nothing to him. In all his universe there was only himself, the wheel, the sun, the distant stars, and Aona. There was no day or night, no time. He was angry and afraid, full of hatred and resentment, and a queer tearing at his throat, as though he had lost some vital part of him, the light. Were they going to take the horrible way of destruction that Aona had told him of, or did they know another way? He tensed his corded body against the metal ropes, and his mind cried out, "Aona," as though he were seeing her vanish forever beyond the veil. The Martian said softly, "He used to be human. I wonder—" He leaned forward suddenly. "Can you hear me?" Sun answered, "Yes." He was beginning to realize something. The mouth movements of these men had something to do with speaking, and their clearest, loudest thoughts came with them. Tech must have caught the motion of his eyes, for he cried out, "Yes, but you can't speak, because you don't breathe air. Probably lost both lungs and vocal cords. You must be a telepath. I'll bet that's what you are." The Martian's dark iron mask of a face was eager, his sullen eyes full of little sparks. "You hear me think, is that it? Nod your head once if you do." Sun hesitated, studying the men with narrow eyes. If he talked with them, he might find out how much they knew. He nodded. Tech was quite still for a moment. Aaron sat rigid, staring with eerie purple eyes at the light. How long have you been here? Asked Tech. Sun shook his head. Where did you come from? Again Sun shook his head, and Tech asked, You know no other place than this? Again the negative. Tech drew a long breath. You must have been born here, then, in one of the first ships swept up by the magnetic force of this thing as it passed through the solar system. Then your ship cannot have been wrecked. Probably the counterpull of some planet saved it, as our new Elker drive saved us. His deep eyes blazed. Your body was the same as mine once. How long would it take to change me to a being like you? Aaron got up suddenly. I've got to get back to the ship. Tech's gun hand was steady. Sit down. Aaron's thought rose tightly. But I've got to. Something's wrong. Tech's gun thrust forward menacingly. Aaron sat down again slowly. The green light wavered around him, making his face curiously indistinct. Tech's thought hammered at Sun. You know what the light is? Sun hesitated, sending Aona a rapid question. Her mind said, No, don't tell, Sun. It might help them destroy it. He shook his head. No. Tech's lips drew back. You're lying, he said, and then whirled around, his dark, hard face taut. Aaron had risen, and the single wild shriek in his mind stabbed Sun's brain so that he writhed in his shackles. The two boys backed off, their faces white and staring. Even Tech drew back a bit, and his gun hand trembled. Aaron was changing. Sun watched tensely, forgetting for a moment even his agony of fear for the light. The lines of the green, smooth face of the Tethysman blurred and shifted in the green light, like something seen under water. Strange, writhing tremors shook his body. His mind cried out with his moving lips, Something's happening to me! Oh, God! And all for nothing! He staggered forward. His eyes were night black and luminous, horribly steady in that blurred face, fixed on Sun. Sun knew, lying there chained, that he was in deadly peril, because Aaron was on his own plane, though a little past him. All for nothing! Mankind lost! Wailed the thought voice. I'm going blind. No, no! I'm seeing through! His scream shivered cold as space along Sun's nerve channels. The tall, rubbery form loomed over him, bending closer. One of the boys fainted quietly, rolling like an ungainly bundle into a deep shaft between two wrecks. Tech caught his breath. I'm not through with him yet, he muttered, and raised his gun. The glass-eyed helmet melted and ran. The head and the glowing purple eyes beneath it were untouched. And then no one moved, nor spoke. Aaron's head and face quivered, merging imperceptibly into the blurred darkness of the veil. Aona cried out suddenly, He's coming through! And then, No! The change was too swift, too many atoms in transition. He's caught! Shivering against Sun's mind, like the single wild shaft of a distant comet, came Aaron's thought. No, not here! Not here! Between! And then he was gone. His spacesuit crumpled down, quite empty. Tech swayed, the dark hardness of his face bleached and rigid. What did he mean? Between? Sun lay quite still, hearing Aona sob beyond the veil. He knew. Aona had told him. Between universes, the darkness, the nothingness, the nowhere. He felt the cold dark crawling in his mind. Tech laughed suddenly, biting and defiant. His deep eyes were fixed on Sun, sprawled like a young god in the raw blaze of the sun. By the gods, he whispered, it's worth the risk. Greeno came stumbling up out of the crevice. He looked more like a child than ever. His round face was dazed and bewildered, screwed up strangely. Even to Sun, there was something terrible and unholy in that child's shallow-eyed face on a man's strong body. Tech drew a slow breath. Sun felt a dark, iron strength in him, different from the strength of the bronzed ransom that was like the beat of space itself, but great, too, great and dangerous. What did you find out? Asked Tech. Where's Ransom? Sun's brain burned within him with fear, though he saw that the green light was still unchanged. Down there, said Greeno, and whimpered. He blinked his eyes, moving his head and pawing at his helmet as though to clear it. I only looked at it a minute. It was too little and too big, all at once, and I was frightened. Tech caught him by the shoulders and shook him roughly. Looked at what? He demanded. What's happened? At the light, said Greeno, in a faraway voice. We found it inside a ship. We could look right through the metal. I only looked a minute because I was frightened. I was frightened. Tech's strong hands snapped his teeth together. What was it? Greenow's shallow eyes wandered to his. Ransom says it's part of another universe. He's still there, looking, only— Greenow's voice broke in a little hiccup. Only he can't see any more. Son felt a great surge of relief. The light was safe so far. Greenow slipped suddenly from Tech's hands, sitting wide-legged on the battered hull. I'm scared, he said. I want Mama. Big, slow drops ran down his cheeks, and again Son was stirred by something deep and strange. Tech turned slowly to Son. He was 6 years old when the cloud came. You can build a man's body in 11 years, but not his brain. He was silent, looking down with deep, intense eyes. He spoke after a bit, slowly and deliberately. So it's part of another universe, diluted by distance, its radiation speeds human metabolism, causing swift age. Concentrated, it changes the human organism into an alien metabolism, alien flesh. Slim almost made it through, but his peculiar chemical balance destroyed him. You must be in the same transition stage, but much slower, being passed by the changing of your basic vibratory rate into another space-time continuum. Son couldn't hide the sudden flicker in his eyes. He hated this dark Martian suddenly, this man who guessed so much. So it's true, said Tech. Confirmation of the old conception of coexisting universes on different vibratory planes. But how would you know unless you can talk to that other universe? He laughed at the bitter look in Son's blue eyes. Afraid, aren't you? That means you have something to hide, or protect. He dropped suddenly to one knee, catching his fingers in Son's fair hair. Look at me. I want to watch your eyes. You do know what that light is, and how it can be destroyed. If I could get a body like yours and still not cross over, do you feed on the green light or the sun? The question came so quickly that Son's eyes flicked to the canopy of fire overhead before he could stop them. Tech sat back on his heels with a long, slow sigh. That's all I needed, he murmured. Your friends on the other side evidently can't help you, or you'd be free now. He rose abruptly. Greenow, you there, sailor, help me get this loose hull section over here. The two pale, empty-eyed boys rose obediently and helped. The heavy metal plates, up-tilted by the force of the original crash, were not far from Son. They had only to heat the bottom with cutting torches and bend it. Son lay then in black, utter dark. Now then, said Tech. Back to the ship, both of you. The boys stumbled off across the broken ships. Son could see them, out in the glare beyond his prison shadow. Tech waited until their backs were well turned. The beam of his heat gun flickered briefly, twice. Two crumpled shapes fell and were still. Tech turned, smiling tightly. No need to have a whole race of supermen. He inspected the spider web of metal ropes that bound Son and nodded, satisfied. When you get hungry enough for energy, you'll tell me how to destroy the light. And then— His hard, dark face was cut deep with triumph, his eyes fierce with dreams. After I destroy the light, the aging process will stop. People will start to live again, and I'll be virtually a god, untouchable, impervious. He laughed softly and deep within him, rolling Son's head with his foot. You wouldn't know what that means, would you? Think it over while I'm down taking care of Ransom. He turned and slid down into the crevice. Son cried out in anguish, Aona! The veil, the darkness that was everywhere and nowhere, that was all through the wheel and yet not of it, shimmered and swirled. Son, Son, what has happened? His mind had been too busy to tell her before. Now he hesitated, thinking of Tech clambering down to kill the man with the strength of the stars in him, thinking of Aaron's agony and Greenow's fear and the tired face of the man he had killed, thinking most of all of the strange, shining drops that ran from their eyes. Aona, what is age? We had it long ago. The legends hardly remember except that it was ugly and sad. What are years? He tried to give her the thought as he had taken it from their minds, but the idea was so alien to him, the time concept so vague in itself, that he couldn't make himself clear. She said, I don't know, Son. And Aona, what is death? No one knows that, Son. It's like sleep, only one never wakens. But we live so long before it comes, there's time for everything. And even in the little part of our universe that's left, there are so many worlds to see. Already, there in the shadow, he was hungry for the sun. He would starve for energy if he couldn't get free. He gathered himself to try. And then, quite suddenly, it happened. The thing he'd waited all his life for. He looked into the shimmering blur of the veil and cried, "Aona! Aona! I can see you!" He surged against his ropes, a flame inside him with a joy like the fire of the sun itself. The veil was still there, hiding most of beyond, but it was closer and thinner. He could see the slim silver shaft of her standing against soft blurred colors, could almost see the luminous brightness of her eyes. "Oh, darling," she cried, "almost!" Everything, all memory of the invaders and their alien troubles, left Son's mind. He stared hungrily into the veil, watching the pale blur of her face steady, become clear. "You're beautiful," he whispered. "Beautiful as a blue star. And you, oh Son, go down to the light. The force is strongest there. The veil will pass more quickly." "But I can't. I'm tied." He told her briefly what had happened. She laughed. "You've changed since then. The ratio has changed. More of your atoms are vibrating in phase with my universe than with yours. From now on the change will be very swift. Try again." He tried, pitting his strength against the ropes. Slowly their resistance slackened. His wrists and ankles slid through them as though they were heavy smoke. He rose and shook himself and looked once more at the wheel and the stars and the blazing sun. Then he turned to Aona, and a pulse of joy rose in him until he thought surely his head would burst. He plunged downward toward the light. He found that he had no need to clamber through the broken ships. The matter of their metal walls resisted him as water resists a swimmer, no more. He went downward through the green light that grew stronger as he went, until it was like the water at the bottom of a green lake. Aona followed, running on little white feet across pale blue grass, with a great sweep of sky growing clearer behind her. Her silver draperies whipped in something she had called a wind. Her eyes were silvery, too, tilted with impish piquancy, and there was a crest of some feathery stuff on her head, burning red gold like his own sun. His mind shouted to hers, and hers laughed back, and the barrier between their universes was growing thin. It was almost a shock to Son to see Tech crawling through a doorway in the wrecked saloon of a liner, just above the light itself. Ransom crouched on the deck before him, his back turned, quite still. The Martian's hard lips smiled. He drew his heat gun. Son stopped. The sheer happiness of the moment shattered. His dark hatred for this man came back, his instinctive loathing of what the fingers of his mind had brushed against in Tech's brain. Also, dimly, it had to do with Ransom. Hardly realizing what he was doing, he sprang at Tech. His arm sheared harmlessly through the matter of Tech's helmet and head. Son realized then that he had no more power over the stuff of his universe. But Tech started and cried out, and his aim was spoiled. The heat beam flicked across Ransom's shoulder, melting a little hole in the fabric of his spacesuit. The Martian's sullen, fiery eyes were wide. "You've changed," he whispered. "Like Aaron. I can see through you." Then furiously he shouted, "Damn you! Look out!" He lurched sideways, but he was just too late. A searching tongue of heat ranged across him, across Son and the metal wall behind him, leaving a little molten trail. It rose and fell methodically, weaving a net of death across that whole space. Tech's spacesuit collapsed. Son witnessed again, this time with a curious satisfaction, the disruption of an alien organism. Alien. Yes. And yet... He turned to see Ransom crouched on one knee, holding the shoulder of his suit with one hand, and the heat gun not firing now in the other. His eyes were open, but they didn't see. Son knew what had happened. Ransom had looked too long at the light, and the distances, the planes and angles and curves of it, had pulled his sight too far. Son said, "He's dead." Ransom nodded. "I heard his mind die. This thing down here, I can hear you too. I couldn't up there." A strange, subtle thrill crept along Son's consciousness. Something in him reached out to that mind, strong even now, strong as the pulse beat of space. "You're not bad," said Ransom. "You just don't understand. I don't suppose you could, although you were human once." He dropped the gun, as though it didn't matter any more. I'm going to die, you know. There's a hole in my suit. In a few minutes, the air will leak out. But there's no time here, is there? And you've forgotten what air is or why I need it." The bronzed, grim face smiled, but it was not humorous. "So humanity dies, because one of its sons has no conception of time." "Son!" It was Aona calling, peering through the thinning veil. Ransom lifted his head. "Who's that?" Son said. "It's Aona. She's waiting for me." His surroundings were getting indistinct. The veil was passing. "Aona, someone you love. Son. That's what she called you, isn't it? Son. What is this light? Where did it come from?" The strength of Ransom's mind was bright and terrible. It was like the fire of a dying star. "It's—" "Aona, you tell him." Son's thoughts were strangely chaotic. "It's a part of my universe," she said slowly. There was a quality of stillness in her thought, a subtle forerunner of fear. Something happened in one small corner of space to the electrical tension that holds the fabric of the universe together. There was a release of energy so unthinkably vast. Her burning crest drooped as she shivered. Scraps of our universe were hurled right through the walls of vibration that separate us from other space-time continua. Only a very little bit of ours survived. The bit of our universe in yours, vibrating at a different basic rate, makes a sort of bridge between us by altering atomic speeds. Son has changed almost completely. Only a few of his atoms now vibrate in phase with your universe." Ransom nodded. "And that alien vibration is destroying us. Can't you take it back?" Aona shook her glowing head. "We could not possibly generate enough energy to draw it back." Her silvery, tilted eyes went to Son, and the terror in them stabbed him. "I hear you," said Ransom softly. "Then there is a way." Aona whispered, "Yes." All Son's being went out to her, and yet some tiny scrap of his mind clung to Ransom's, as though to something he must not lose. "I don't understand," he said slowly. "Years, age, time, they mean nothing." "No." Ransom's grim, dark head strained back in his helmet. His face was veined and glistening with sweat. "Think of it this way. You love Aona. She's beautiful. I can hear that in your mind. Suppose that now, while you looked at her, she were to wither and crumple and die." He broke off as though fighting for strength. Not the pulsing strength of his mind, but the power of his body. When his thought came again, it was weaker. "Look at your own body, son. Think of it now, growing weak and ugly and bent." He staggered up suddenly, his eyes like the last embers of a dying sun, fixed on nothingness. "You're mankind's only hope, son. Son, remember the people who called you that. They were human. Remember, son of humanity." Ransom's suit collapsed with a rush. Son shut his eyes. "Son?" he whispered. His thought said, he couldn't phrase it clearly, only that it meant coming from something, being a part of it as he already was part of Aona. And Aona whispered, "I feel it growing in your mind. Oh, son." He could see the flowers around her feet now, the distant fires of some great sun. A strange tremor shook his body, a shifting and changing. The veil was thinner. "Son, they're not your people any longer. You couldn't even understand." No, but I could feel." He turned abruptly. "There's something I have to do. Quickly." He plunged off, rushing through the dissolving matter of his universe, up and into the ship he thought of as his, though he had left it long ago. He hated it, down here, away from the sun. Aona followed him, her feet like little white stars in the grass. Things grew dimmer, more vague. Son had only to wait, to put off thinking until it was too late, but something drove him on. Presently he stood in the cabin of his ship, looking down at the still effigies, the people who had called him son. He shivered with something more than the shock of change. These still faces, Dixon's face and Aaron's and Ransom's, these still shapes that had touched him and called him son and shed queer shining drops from their eyes. Something caught at him, wrung him so that he cried out, "I don't want to! Aona, I don't want to! But I must!" Her thought was a mere tremor across his mind. "I think I knew when he spoke to you. I try to think. if they were my people, suffering and dying. I don't want to, Aona, but he said, son of humanity. Only to postpone, to wait until it was too late. The veil was so thin. Son beat his hands together very softly. Then, blindly, he rushed back toward the light. Something had got hold of him, was driving him. He knew it was right, but he wanted to fight it, to hold it off until it couldn't hurt him. And he was afraid. He stopped in the ship above the light, where Ransom lay dead. He raised his corded arms and cried, "No, I can't! I don't understand!" He saw Aona watching him on her shining hilltop, not moving or speaking, and slow silver drops rolled from her tilted eyes and down her cheeks. Then he knew. Then he was calm and steady and not very much afraid, because he understood why the bright drops had rolled from the eyes of the strange men. He smiled at Aona. He took a long, sweeping look at the sun and the sky and the blowing grass and the silver shaft of her standing in the midst of it. Then he went slowly down toward the light. He knew what would happen. Aona had told him. Most of his substance was in her universe now. Part of it was still in his own. But there were atoms in him just changing, atoms that were between. Because of the atoms that matched its own, he could penetrate the light. The atoms in transition would set up a vibration in the light that had not been in Sun, because of the balancing pull of two universes. The vibratory balance of the light would be destroyed, because Sun's universe had no hold on it. It would be pushed back through the wall of that universe, but not back to its own. A little green roundness that could be held in his hand, that yet was not round at all, and that stretched into soaring distance. Color and line and form that melted and flowed and were not. Sun went, without stopping, straight into the heart of the light. For an instant, or an eternity, he was lost in chaos. He knew nothing, whether he moved or was still, whether he saw the black-green rushing darkness, or whether it was only the picture of his own fear. He didn't fight. He caught only two things to him in his mind, Ransom's strength and Aona standing on her shining hilltop. An instant, or an eternity. And then there was stillness, a cessation. Sun opened his eyes and looked about, at the space between.
Victory Unintentional by Isaac Asimov. It might be possible to limit Isaac Asimov to one story in this book, but it would be less fun. Asimov didn't become recognized as a top writer till late in 1941, but he produced a good number of stories, and unlike some of the famous writers of the time, he was always entertaining even when his stories fell short of classic stature. His early robot stories fall into this category. Though he became famous for them later, when his ingenuity in exploring the ramifications of robot intelligence had produced a definitive series, individually these were usually simple problems in logic, entertaining but not particularly striking. A fan magazine review of one of these early stories shows how they were received at the time. Asimov okay, though he'd better be warned if he has ideas of running a series. The days of the wacky robot stuff are gone. In a sense they were, for 1942 saw the end of the famous Adam Link series by Indo Binder, which had been appearing in Amazing Stories since 1939. The reason wasn't lack of popularity, however. Binder had been hired by Fawcett Publications to write comic book stories for Captain Marvel and other characters of the burgeoning comics industry. His Adam Link stories, concerning a powerful robot with human emotions, were charming but rather simple-minded adventures. As Nelson S. Bond noted when he wrote a satire on robot stories late in 1942, Adam Link was a robot who far outdoes anything for which mankind would ever wish to create mechanical servants. He becomes, in effect, a plate-armored Superman whose pistoned heart churns with emotion, whose sponge-iridium brain palpitates with love of his flesh-and-blood brothers. Bond couldn't resist adding that sponge-iridium is one of the least stable of all forms of matter. It fuses easily and has a tendency to break down under even such slight changes as a rise in temperature or a volt of electricity. Perhaps this will explain to you the completely irrational actions of a certain fictional robot known to all fans. But if emotional robots like Adam Link and Lester Del Rey's Helen O'Loy had had their day, The field was still wide open for exploration of the situations that could be created by robots that behaved purely logically. Since he'd written his earliest stories, Asimov had been hoping to create a character or characters around whom he could establish a series. For one thing, he explained later, you had a definite background that was carried on from story to story, so that half your work was done for you. Secondly, if the series became popular, it would be difficult to reject new stories that fit into it. But when he did manage to start a successful series, the robot stories, it was almost by accident. The first story, Robbie, wasn't conceived as the beginning of a series, and the stories weren't based on particular characters, but rather on ideas, the exploration of robot mentality. This was typical of Asimov's approach to fiction. The Foundation series was also based on an idea. But most of the successful series in science fiction then featured characters who were remarkable in some intriguing way. Thus we had Jerry Carlyle and the Golden Amazon Superwoman, Bond's horse-sense Hank, the bucolic scientific genius, and Binder's emotional robot Adam Link. There were also A.R. Mackenzie's Juggernaut Jones, a spaceship salesman, L. Sprague de Camp's Johnny Black, an ape with human intelligence, James Norman's Martian detective Oscar, with a tulip nose that could smell thoughts, and Henry Kuttner's Hollywood on the Moon series featuring Anthony Quaid, cameraman for 9 Planets films. Some series characters were just that, characters. There was the freewheeling conman Pete Manx, who traveled into the past and stumbled into creating the legends of Hercules, King Arthur, etc. Henry Kuttner and Arthur K. Barnes took turns writing these stories. Nelson S. Bond's most successful character was Lancelot Biggs, a spaceship navigator who spoke like this: "Any time a ship gets within umpteen miles of Jupiter, pal, it's hold your hat and give the prayer book a quick riffle. That hunk of red goo has gravitational power, spelled with a capital few. More spaceships than you have corpuscles have fallen within old Jupe's drag, crashed on the planet." Robert Bloch wrote a Damon Runyon-esque series about Lefty Theep, a low-life gambler who said, on learning that he'd slept 2 decades into the future, "So I do a 20-year stretch on the grass. Well, there are worse places, but I see where I am plenty behind on current events. What do you hear from the mob?" But the most flamboyant series character of all was Edmund Hamilton's Captain Future, who was featured in a series of novels in a magazine of the same name. Captain Future was a companion magazine of thrilling wonder stories and startling stories, both of which had relied heavily on series, Jerry Carlyle, Hollywood on the Moon, Pete Manx among them, to hold the readers without resorting to serialized novels. The editorial director, Leo Margulies, attended the first World Science Fiction Convention in July 1939 and remarked, "I didn't think you fans could be so damn sincere." He laid plans for Captain Future on the spot. There must be a super scientist hero. There must also be aides, a robot and an android, and, of course, a beautiful female assistant. Each story must be a crusade to bring to justice an arch-villain, and in each novel the hero must be captured and escape 3 times. The formula was aimed at the lowest teenage bracket of readers, prompting SF historian Michael Ashley to wonder just what Margulies' opinion of the fans really was. Whatever Margulies expected, Captain Future never sold as well as its companion SF magazines and was cancelled in 1944. Raymond A. Palmer was the other editor who was most receptive to series stories. An issue of Amazing Stories or Fantastic Adventures without Adam Link, Lancelot Biggs, the Golden Amazon, Lefty Theep, or others seemed completely atypical. Palmer even managed to acquire a dozen Edgar Rice Burroughs stories about John Carter of Mars, Carson Napier of Venus, and David Innes of Pellucidar. These were thinly disguised installments of then forthcoming novels. Palmer says this emphasis on series wasn't a deliberate policy, and Robert Bloch confirms him, saying that when he began writing about Lefty Theep, "I had no thought of doing a series. It's just that the first Theep story seemed to inspire a sequel, so I wrote it immediately, and Palmer accepted it at once. I never discussed a series concept, and Palmer never suggested any further ideas. I merely wrote further stories as they occurred to me." But the various series were enormously popular, and contributed heavily to the fact that Amazing was Astounding's only competitor in science fiction circulation. Notwithstanding the success of series stories, John Campbell didn't always buy a story, even if it was part of a series he'd been running. Early in February 1942, Isaac Asimov wrote Victory Unintentional, a robot story that was a sequel to an earlier non-robot story published in Astounding, but neither of these considerations moved Campbell to buy it. He returned the manuscript with the succinct notation CH3, C2, CH2, CH2, SH. As Campbell expected, Asimov recognized this as the formula for butyl mercaptan, which gives the skunk its smell. Asimov was entitled to take comfort from the reflection that only a friendly editor who admired his talent would send such a pungent rejection. Asimov sold the story instead to Alden Norton for Super Science Stories, where it proved to be one of the most popular stories in the August 1942 issue. Readers called it #1 in any language, and Asimov's best story of the year, no doubt about it, even though Foundation had appeared several months before. Campbell's judgment was not necessarily always correct. As it happened, Victory Unintentional was the last story Asimov wrote during the Golden Age. Early in 1942, he joined Heinlein and DeCamp doing research for the Navy, and in July he got married. He was working a 6-day, 54-hour week, and the excitement of a new marriage occupied what time was left, so it was 14 months before he wrote another story. At that time, Asimov had no idea that he would ever become a professional writer. "I never thought of my writing as anything but a way to help out with my college tuition. My career was to be chemistry." And so it was for some years. Though he wrote a few stories during the war and began selling novels in the late 1940s, it wasn't until 1958 that Asimov became a full-time writer. His talent, knowledge, and productivity have since become legendary, and he's currently approaching the publication of his 200th book. He's won awards for both fiction and nonfiction, is the editorial director of Isaac Asimov's science fiction magazine, and is so well known even to the non-science fiction public that he's hired to do television commercials. Isaac Asimov has become one of the most successful writers ever to come out of science fiction. Victory Unintentional is an example of his early writing, produced less than 4 years after his first story. But it deftly combines wonders and humor, showing that Asimov had already mastered this technique in 1942. It can stand beside the work of anyone, including the Asimov of today. References: Among the Hams and Prose by John Chapman. The Fantasite, March-April 1942. Fantasy Times, 2nd November 1941 issue. The Story Behind the Story by Nelson S. Bond, Thrilling Wonder Stories, October 1942. The Early Asimov by Isaac Asimov, Doubleday 1972. The Ghost of Lancelot Biggs by Nelson S. Bond, Weird Tales, January 1942. Time Wounds All Heals by Robert Bloch, Fantastic Adventures, April 1942. Mort Weisinger, The Superman Behind Superman by Sam Moskowitz, Amazing Stories, August 1964. Edmund Hamilton by Sam Moskowitz, Amazing Stories, October 1963. SF Bandwagon by Michael Ashley, The History of the Science Fiction Magazine, Part 2, 1936 to 1945, New English Library, 1975. Conversation with Leo Margulies, October 19, 1974. Letter from Raymond A. Palmer, August 1975. Letter from Robert Bloch, February 20, 1975. Introduction by Isaac Asimov to Victory Unintentional, The Rest of the Robots, Doubleday, 1964. A.R. Braun and Joe Fortier in Missives and Missiles, Super Science Stories, November 1942. Victory Unintentional by Isaac Asimov. Copyright 1942 by Fictioneers Incorporated. Copyright renewed 1970 by Isaac Asimov. From Super Science Stories, August 1942, by permission of the author. The spaceship leaked, as the saying goes, like a sieve. It was supposed to. In fact, that was the whole idea. The result, of course, was that during the journey from Ganymede to Jupiter, the ship was crammed just as full as it could be with the very hardest space vacuum. And since the ship also lacked heating devices, this space vacuum was at normal temperature, which is a fraction of a degree above absolute zero. This also was according to plan. Little things like the absence of heat and air didn't annoy anyone at all on that particular spaceship. The first near-vacuum wisps of Jovian atmosphere began percolating into the ship several thousand miles above the Jovian surface. It was practically all hydrogen, though perhaps a careful gas analysis might have located a trace of helium as well. The pressure gauges began creeping skywards. That creep continued at an accelerating pace as the ship dropped downwards in a Jupiter-circling spiral. The pointers of successive gauges, each designed for progressively higher pressures, began to move until they reached the neighborhood of 1,000,000 or so atmospheres, where figures lost most of their meaning. The temperature, as recorded by thermocouples, rose slowly and erratically, and finally steadied at about 70 below zero centigrade. The ship moved slowly towards the end, plowing its way heavily through a maze of gas molecules that crowded together so closely that hydrogen itself was squeezed to the density of a liquid. Ammonia vapor, drawn from the incredibly vast oceans of that liquid, saturated the horrible atmosphere. The wind, which had begun 1,000 miles higher, had risen to a pitch inadequately described as a hurricane. It was quite plain, long before the ship landed on a fairly large Jovian island, perhaps 7 times the size of Asia, that Jupiter was not a very pleasant world. And yet the 3 members of the crew thought it was. They were quite convinced it was. But then, the 3 members of the crew were not exactly human, and neither were they exactly Jovian. They were simply robots designed on Earth for Jupiter. ZZ-3 said, "It appears to be a rather desolate place." ZZ-2 joined him and regarded the wind-blasted landscape somberly. "There are structures of some sort in the distance," he said, "which are obviously artificial. I suggest we wait for the inhabitants to come to us." Across the room, ZZ-1 listened but made no reply. He was the first constructed of the 3, and half experimental. Consequently, he spoke a little less frequently than his 2 companions. The wait was not too long. An air vessel of queer design swooped overhead. More followed, and then a line of ground vehicles approached, took position, and disgorged organisms. Along with these organisms came various inanimate accessories that might have been weapons. Some of these were borne by a single Jovian, some by several, and some advanced under their own power, with Jovians perhaps inside. The robots couldn't tell. ZZ-3 said, "They're all around us now. The logical, peaceful gesture would be to come out in the open. Agreed?" It was, and ZZ-1 shoved open the heavy door, which was not double, nor, for that matter, particularly airtight. Their appearance through the door was the signal for an excited stir among the surrounding Jovians. Things were done to several of the very largest of the inanimate accessories, and ZZ-3 became aware of a temperature rise on the outer rind of his beryllium-iridium bronze body. He glanced at ZZ-2. "Do you feel it? They're aiming heat energy at us, I believe." ZZ-2 indicated his surprise. "I wonder why." "Definitely a heat ray of some sort. Look at that." One of the rays had been jarred out of alignment for some undiscernible cause, and its line of radiation intersected a brook of sparkling pure ammonia, which promptly boiled furiously. 3 turned to ZZ-1. "Make a note of this one, will you?" "Sure." It was to ZZ-1 that the routine secretarial work fell, and his method of taking a note was to make a mental addition to the accurate memory scroll within him. He had already gathered the hour-by-hour record of every important instrument on board ship during the trip to Jupiter. He added agreeably, "What reason shall I put for the reaction? The human masters would probably enjoy knowing." "No reason. Or better," 3 corrected himself, "no apparent reason. You might say the maximum temperature of the ray was about +30 centigrade." 2 interrupted. "Shall we try communicating?" "It would be a waste of time," said 3. "There can't be more than a very few Jovians who know the radio-click code that's been developed between Jupiter and Ganymede. They'll have to send for one, and when he comes he'll establish contact soon enough. Meanwhile, let's watch them. I don't understand their actions, I tell you frankly." Nor did understanding come immediately. Heat radiation ceased, and other instruments were brought to the forefront and put into play. Several capsules fell at the feet of the watching robots, dropping rapidly and forcefully under Jupiter's gravity. They popped open, and a blue liquid exuded, forming pools which proceeded to shrink rapidly by evaporation. The nightmare wind whipped the vapors away, and where those vapors went, Jovian scrambled out of the way. One was too slow, threshed about wildly, and became very limp and still. ZZ too bent, dabbed a finger in one of the pools, and stared at the dripping liquid. "I think this is oxygen," he said. "Oxygen, all right," agreed 3. "This becomes stranger and stranger. It must certainly be a dangerous practice, for I would say that oxygen is poisonous to the creatures. One of them died." There was a pause, and then ZZ1, whose greater simplicity led at times to an increased directness of thought, said heavily, "It might be that these strange creatures, in a rather childish way, are attempting to destroy us." And 2, struck by the suggestion, answered, "You know, 3, I think you're right." There had been a slight lull in Jovian activity, and now a new structure was brought up. It possessed a slender rod that pointed skyward through the impenetrable Jovian murk. It stood with a rigidity in that starkly incredible wind that plainly indicated remarkable structural strength. From its tip came a crackling, and then a flash that lit up the depths of the atmosphere into a gray fog. For a moment the robots were bathed in clinging radiance, and then 3 said thoughtfully, "High-tension electricity. Quite respectable power, too. 1, I think you're right. After all, the human masters have told us that these creatures seek to destroy all humanity, and organisms possessing such insane viciousness as to harbor a thought of harm against a human being," his voice trembled at the thought, "would scarcely scruple at attempting to destroy us." "It's a shame to have such distorted minds," said ZZ1. "Poor fellows." "I find it a very saddening thought," admitted 2. "Let's go back to the ship. We've seen enough for now." They did so, and settled down to wait. As ZZ3 said, Jupiter was a roomy planet, and it might take time for Jovian transportation to bring a radio code expert to the ship. However, patience is a cheap commodity to robots. As a matter of fact, Jupiter turned on its axis 3 times, according to chronometer, before the expert arrived. The rising and setting of the sun made no difference, of course, to the dead darkness at the bottom of 3,000 miles of liquid dense gas, so that one could not speak of day and night. But then neither Jovian nor robot saw by visible light radiation, and so that didn't matter. Through this 30-hour interval, the surrounding Jovians continued their attack with a patience and persevering relentlessness concerning which Robot ZZ1 made a good many mental notes. The ship was assaulted by as many varieties of forces as there were hours, and the robots observed every attack attentively, analyzing such weapons as they recognized. They by no means recognized all. But the human masters had built well. The ship and the robots had taken 15 years to construct, and their essentials could be expressed in a single phrase: raw strength. The attack spent itself uselessly, and neither ship nor robot seemed the worse for it. 3 said, "This atmosphere handicaps them, I think. They can't use atomic disruptors, since they would only tear a hole in that soupy air and blow themselves up." "They haven't used high explosives either," said 2, "which is well. They couldn't have hurt us naturally, but it would have thrown us about a bit." "High explosives are out of the question. You can't have an explosive without gas expansion, and gas just can't expand in this atmosphere." "It's a very good atmosphere," muttered one. "I like it." Which was natural, because he was built for it. The ZZ robots were the first robots ever turned out by the United States Robot and Mechanical Man Corporation that were not even faintly human in appearance. They were low and squat, with a center of gravity less than a foot above ground level. They had 6 legs apiece, stumpy and thick, designed to lift tons against 2.5 times normal Earth gravity. Their reflexes were that many times Earth normal speed to make up for the gravity, and they were composed of a beryllium-iridium-bronze alloy that was proof against any known corrosive agent. Also, any known destructive agent short of a 1,000 megaton atomic disruptor, under any conditions whatsoever. To dispense with further description, they were indestructible, and so impressively powerful that they were the only robots ever built on whom the roboticists of the corporation had never quite had the nerve to pin a serial number nickname. One bright young fellow had suggested Sissy 1, 2, and 3, but not in a very loud voice, and the suggestion was never repeated. The last hours of the wait were spent in a puzzled discussion to find a possible description of a Jovian's appearance. ZZ1 had made a note of their possession of tentacles and of their radial symmetry, and there he had stuck. 2 and 3 did their best, but couldn't help. "You can't very well describe anything," 3 declared finally, "without a standard of reference. These creatures are like nothing I know of, completely outside the positronic paths of my brain. It's like trying to describe gamma light to a robot unequipped for gamma-ray reception." It was just at that time that the weapon barrage ceased once more. The robots turned their attention to outside the ship. A group of Jovians were advancing in curiously uneven fashion, but no amount of careful watching could determine the exact method of their locomotion. How they used their tentacles was uncertain. At times the organisms took on a remarkable slithering motion, and then they moved at great speed, perhaps with the wind's help, for they were moving downwind. The robots stepped out to meet the Jovians, who halted 10 feet away. Both sides remained silent and motionless. ZZ-2 said, "They must be watching us, but I don't know how. Do either of you see any photosensitive organs?" "I can't say," grunted 3 in response. "I don't see anything about them that makes sense at all." There was a sudden metallic clicking from among the Jovian group, and ZZ-1 said delightedly, "It's the radio code. They've got the communications expert here." It was, and they had. The complicated dot-dash system that over a period of 25 years had been laboriously developed by the beings of Jupiter and the Earthmen of Ganymede into a remarkably flexible means of communication was finally being put into practice at close range. One Jovian remained in the forefront now, the others having fallen back. It was he that was speaking. The clicking said, "Where are you from?" ZZ-3, as the most mentally advanced, naturally assumed spokesmanship for the robot group. "We are from Jupiter's satellite, Ganymede." The Jovian continued, "What do you want?" "Information. We have come to study your world and to bring back our findings. If we could have your cooperation—" The Jovian clicking interrupted. "You must be destroyed." ZZ-3 paused and said in a thoughtful aside to his 2 companions, "Exactly the attitude the human masters said they would take. They are very unusual." Returning to his clicking, he asked simply, "Why?" The Jovian evidently considered certain questions too obnoxious to be answered. He said, "If you leave within a single period of revolution, we will spare you, until such time as we emerge from our world to destroy the un-Jovian vermin of Ganymede." "I would like to point out," said 3, "that we of Ganymede and the inner planets—" The Jovian interrupted. "Our astronomy knows of the sun and of 4 satellites. There are no inner planets." 3 conceded the point wearily. "We of Ganymede, then, we have no designs on Jupiter. We're prepared to offer friendship. For 25 years your people communicated freely with the human beings of Ganymede. Is there any reason to make sudden war upon the humans?" "For 25 years," was the cold response, "we assumed the inhabitants of Ganymede to be Jovians. When we found out they were not, and that we had been treating lower animals on the scale of Jovian intelligences, we were bound to take steps to wipe out the dishonor." Slowly and forcefully he finished. "We of Jupiter will suffer the existence of no vermin." The Jovian was backing away in some fashion, tacking against the wind, and the interview was evidently over. The robots retreated inside the ship. ZZ-2 said, "It looks bad, doesn't it?" He continued thoughtfully, "It is as the human masters said. They possess an ultimately undeveloped superiority complex, combined with an extreme intolerance for anyone or anything that disturbs that complex." "The intolerance," observed 3, "is the natural consequence of the complex. The trouble is that their intolerance has teeth in it. They have weapons, and their science is great." "I am not surprised now," burst out ZZ-1, "that we were specially instructed to disregard Jovian orders. They are horrible, intolerant, pseudo-superior beings." He added emphatically, with robotical loyalty and faith, "No human master could ever be like that." "That, though true, is beside the point," said 3. "The fact remains that the human masters are in terrible danger. This is a gigantic world, and these Jovians are greater in numbers and resources by 100 times or more than the humans of the entire terrestrial empire. If they can ever develop the force field to the point where they can use it as a spaceship hull, as the human masters have already done, they will overrun the system at will. The question remains as to how far they have advanced in that direction. what other weapons they have, what preparations they are making, and so on. To return with that information is our function, of course, and we had better decide on our next step." "It may be difficult," said two. "The Jovians won't help us," which at the moment was rather an understatement. Three thought a while. "It seems to me that we need only wait," he observed. "They have tried to destroy us for 30 hours now and haven't succeeded. Certainly they have done their best. Now, a superiority complex always involves the eternal necessity of saving face, and the ultimatum given us proves it in this case. They would never allow us to leave if they could destroy us. But if we don't leave, then, rather than admit they cannot force us away, they will surely pretend that they are willing, for their own purposes, to have us stay." Once again they waited. The day passed. The weapon barrage did not resume. The robots did not leave. The bluff was called. And now the robots faced the Jovian radio code expert once again. If the ZZ models had been equipped with a sense of humor, they would have enjoyed themselves immensely. As it was, they felt merely a solemn sense of satisfaction. The Jovian said, "It has been our decision that you will be allowed to remain for a very short time, so that you may see our power for yourself. You shall then return to Ganymede to inform your companion vermin of the disastrous end to which they will unfailingly come within a solar revolution." ZZ-1 made a mental note that a Jovian revolution took 12 earthly years. 3 replied casually, "Thank you. May we accompany you to the nearest town? There are many things we would like to learn." He added as an afterthought, "Our ship is not to be touched, of course." He said this as a request, not as a threat, for no ZZ model was ever pugnacious. All capacity for even the slightest annoyance had been carefully barred in their construction. With robots as vastly powerful as the ZZs, unfailing good temper was essential for safety during the years of testing on Earth. The Jovian said, "We are not interested in your verminous ship. No Jovian will pollute himself by approaching it. You may accompany us, but you must on no account approach closer than 10 feet to any Jovian, or you will be instantly destroyed." "Stuck up, aren't they?" observed two in a genial whisper, as they plowed into the wind. The town was a port on the shores of an incredible ammonia lake. The eternal wind whipped furious, frothy waves that shot across the liquid surface at the hectic rate enforced by the gravity. The port itself was neither large nor impressive, and it seemed fairly evident that most of the construction was underground. "What is the population of this place?" asked 3. The Jovian replied, "It is a small town of 10 million. "I see. Make a note of that, 1. ZZ-1 did so mechanically, and then turned once more to the lake, at which he had been staring in fascination. He pulled at 3's elbow. "Say, do you suppose they have fish here?" "What difference does it make?" "I think we ought to know. The human masters ordered us to find out everything we could." Of the robots, 1 was the simplest, and consequently the one who took orders in the most literal fashion. 2 said, "Let 1 go and look if he likes. It won't do any harm if we let the kid have his fun." "All right. There's no real objection if he doesn't waste his time. Fish isn't what we came for, but go ahead, 1. ZZ-1 made off in great excitement and slogged rapidly down the beach, plunging into the ammonia with a splash. The Jovians watched attentively. They had understood none of the previous conversation, of course. The radio code expert clicked out, "It is apparent that your companion has decided to abandon life in despair at our greatness." 3 said in surprise, "Nothing of the sort. He wants to investigate the living organisms, if any, that live in the ammonia." He added apologetically, "Our friend is very curious at times, and he isn't quite as bright as we are, though that is only his misfortune. We understand that and try to humor him whenever we can." There was a long pause, and the Jovian observed, "He will drown." 3 replied casually, "No danger of that. We don't drown. May we enter the town as soon as he returns?" At that moment there was a spurt of liquid several hundred feet out in the lake. It sprayed upward wildly, and then hurtled down in a wind-driven mist. Another spurt, and another. Then a wild white foaming that formed a trail toward shore, gradually quieting as it approached. The 2 robots watched this in amazement, and the utter lack of motion on the part of the Jovians indicated that they were watching as well. Then the head of ZZ-1 broke the surface, and he made his slow way out onto dry land. But something followed him, some organism of gigantic size, that seemed nothing but fangs, claws, and spines. Then they saw that it wasn't following him under its own power, but was being dragged across the beach by ZZ-1. There was a significant flabbiness about it. ZZ-1 approached rather timidly and took communication into his own hands. He tapped out a message to the Jovian in agitated fashion. "I am very sorry this happened, but the thing attacked me. I was merely taking notes on it. It is not a valuable creature, I hope." He was not answered immediately, for at the first appearance of the monster there had been a wild break in the Jovian ranks. These reformed slowly, and cautious observation having proven the creature to be indeed dead, order was restored. Some of the bolder were curiously prodding the body. ZZ-3 said humbly, "I hope you will pardon our friend. He is sometimes clumsy. We have absolutely no intention of harming any Jovian creature." "He attacked me," explained one. "He bit at me without provocation. See?" And he displayed a 2-foot fang that ended in a jagged break. "He broke it on my shoulder and almost left a scratch. I just slapped it a bit to send it away, and it died. I'm sorry." The Jovian finally spoke, and his code-clicking was a rather stuttery affair. "It is a wild creature, rarely found so close to shore, but the lake is deep just here." 3 said, still anxiously, "If you can use it for food, we are only too glad." "No, we can get food for ourselves without the help of others. Eat it yourselves." At that, ZZ-1 heaved the creature up and back into the sea with an easy motion of one arm. 3 said casually, "Thank you for your kind offer, but we have no use for food. We don't eat, of course." Escorted by 200 or so armed Jovians, the robots passed down a series of ramps into the underground city. If above the surface the city had looked small and unimpressive, then from beneath it took on the appearance of a vast megalopolis. They were ushered into ground cars that were operated by remote control, for no honest, self-respecting Jovian would risk his superiority by placing himself in the same car with vermin, and driven at frightful speed to the center of the town. They saw enough to decide that it extended 50 miles from end to end and reached downward into Jupiter's crust at least 8 miles. ZZ-2 did not sound happy as he said, "If this is a sample of Jovian development, then we shall not have a hopeful report to bring back to the human masters. After all, we landed on the vast surface of Jupiter at random, with the chances 1,000 to 1 against coming near any really concentrated center of population. This must be, as the code expert says, a mere town." 10 million Jovians, said 3 abstractedly. Total population must be in the trillions, which is high, very high, even for Jupiter. They probably have a completely urban civilization, which means that their scientific development must be tremendous. If they have force fields— 3 had no neck, for in the interest of strength the heads of the ZZ models were riveted firmly onto the torso, with the delicate positronic brains protected by 3 separate layers of inch-thick iridium alloy. But if he had had one, he would have shaken his head dolefully. They had stopped now in a cleared space. Everywhere about them they could see avenues and structures crowded with Jovians, as curious as any terrestrial crowd would have been in similar circumstances. The code expert approached. "It is time now for me to retire until the next period of activity. We have gone so far as to arrange quarters for you at great inconvenience to ourselves, for of course the structure will have to be pulled down and rebuilt afterwards. Nevertheless, you will be allowed to sleep for a space." ZZ-3 waved an arm in deprecation and tapped out, "We thank you, but you must not trouble yourself. We don't mind remaining right here. If you want to sleep and rest, by all means do. We'll wait for you. As for us," casually, "we don't sleep." The Jovian said nothing, though if it had had a face, the expression upon it might have been interesting. It left, and the robots remained in the car, with squads of well-armed Jovians, frequently replaced, surrounding them as guards. It was hours before the ranks of those guards parted to allow the code expert to return. Along with him were other Jovians whom he introduced. "There are with me 2 officials of the central government, who have graciously consented to speak with you." One of the officials evidently knew the code, for his clicking interrupted the code expert sharply. He addressed the robots. Vermin, emerge from the ground car that we may look at you. The robots were only too willing to comply, so while 3 and 2 vaulted over the right side of the car, ZZ-1 dashed through the left side. The word through is used advisedly, for since he neglected to work the mechanism that lowered a section of side so that one might exit, he carried that side plus 2 wheels and an axle along with him. The car collapsed, and ZZ-1 stood staring at the ruins in embarrassed silence. At last he clicked out gently, "I'm very sorry. I hope it wasn't an expensive car." ZZ-2 added apologetically, "Our companion is often clumsy. You must excuse him." And ZZ-3 made a half-hearted attempt to put the car back together again. ZZ-1 made another effort to excuse himself. "The material of the car was rather flimsy, you see?" He lifted a square-yard sheet of 3-inch thick metal-hard plastic in both hands and exerted a bit of pressure. The sheet promptly snapped in two. "I should have made allowances," he admitted. The Jovian government official said in slightly less sharp fashion, "The car would have had to be destroyed anyway, since being polluted by your presence." He paused then. "Creatures, we Jovians lack vulgar curiosity concerning lower animals, but our scientists seek facts." "We're right with you," replied 3 cheerfully. "So do we." The Jovian ignored him. "You lack the mass-sensitive organ, apparently. How is it that you are aware of distant objects?" 3 grew interested. "You mean your people are directly sensitive to mass?" "I am not here to answer your questions, your impudent questions, about us." "I take it then that objects of low specific mass would be transparent to you, even in the absence of radiation." He turned to 2. "That's how they see. Their atmosphere is as transparent as space to them." The Jovian clicking began once more. "You will answer my first question immediately, or my patience will end, and I will order you destroyed." 3 said at once, "We are energy-sensitive, Jovian. We can adjust ourselves to the entire electromagnetic scale at will. At present, our long-distance sight is due to radio wave radiation that we emit ourselves, and at close range we see by—" He paused and said to 2, "There isn't any code word for gamma ray, is there?" "Not that I know of," 2 answered. 3 continued to the Jovian, "At close range we see by other radiation for which there is no code word." "Of what is your body composed?" demanded the Jovian. 2 whispered, "He probably asks that because his mass sensitivity can't penetrate past our skin. High density, you know. Ought we to tell him?" 3 replied uncertainly, "Oh, human masters didn't particularly say we were to keep anything secret." In radio code to the Jovian, he said, "We are mostly iridium. For the rest, copper, tin, a little beryllium, and a scattering of other substances." The Jovians fell back, and by the obscure writhing of various portions of their thoroughly indescribable bodies, gave the impression that they were in animated conversation, although they made no sound. And then the official returned. "Beings of Ganymede, it has been decided to show you through some of our factories that we may exhibit a tiny part of our great achievements. We will then allow you to return so that you may spread despair among the other beings of the outer world." 3 said to 2, "Note the effect of their psychology. They must hammer home their superiority. It's still a matter of saving face." And in radio code, "We thank you for the opportunity." But the face-saving was efficient, as the robots realized soon enough. The demonstration became a tour, and the tour a grand exhibition. The Jovians displayed everything, explained everything, answered all questions eagerly, and ZZ-1 made hundreds of despairing notes. The war potential of that single so-called unimportant town was greater by several times than that of all Ganymede. 10 more such towns would outproduce all the terrestrial empire. Yet 10 more such towns would not be the fingernail fragment of the strength all Jupiter must be able to exert. 3 turned as 1 nudged him. "What is it?" ZZ-1 said seriously, "If they have force fields, the human masters are lost, aren't they?" "I'm afraid so. Why do you ask?" "Because the Jovians aren't showing us through the right wing of this factory. It might be that force fields are being developed there. They would be wanting to keep it secret if they were. We'd better find out. It's the main point, you know." Three regarded one somberly. Perhaps you're right. It's no use ignoring anything. They were in a huge steel mill now, watching 100-foot beams of ammonia-resistant silicon steel alloy being turned out 20 to the second. Three asked quietly, "What does that wing contain?" The government official inquired of those in charge of the factory and explained, "That is the section of great heat. Various processes require huge temperatures which life cannot bear, and they must all be handled indirectly." He led the way to a partition from which heat could be felt to radiate, and indicated a small, round area of transparent material. It was one of a row of such, through which the foggy red light of lines of glowing forges could be made out through the soupy atmosphere. ZZ-1 fastened a look of suspicion on the Jovian, and clicked out, "Would it be all right if I went in and looked around? I am very interested in this." 3 said, "You're being childish, 1. They're telling the truth." "Oh, well, nose around if you must. But don't take too long. We've got to move on." The Jovian said, "You have no understanding of the heat involved. You will die." "Oh, no," explained 1 casually. "Heat doesn't bother us." There was a Jovian conference, and then a scene of scurrying confusion as the life of the factory was geared to this unusual emergency. Screens of heat-absorbent material were set up, and then a door dropped open, a door that had never before budged while the forges were working. ZZ-1 entered, and the door closed behind him. Jovian officials crowded to the transparent areas to watch. ZZ-1 walked to the nearest forge and tapped the outside. Since he was too short to see into it comfortably, he tipped the forge until the molten metal licked at the lip of the container. He peered at it curiously, then dipped his hand in and stirred it a while to test the consistency. Having done this, he withdrew his hand, shook off some of the fiery metallic droplets, and wiped the rest on one of his 6 thighs. Slowly he went down the line of forges, then signified his desire to leave. The Jovians retired to a great distance when he came out the door, and played a stream of ammonia on him, which hissed, bubbled, and steamed until he was brought to bearable temperature once more. ZZ-1 ignored the ammonia shower and said, "They were telling the truth. No force fields." 3 began, "You see—" But 1 interrupted impatiently. "But there's no use delaying. The human masters instructed us to find out everything, and that's that." He turned to the Jovian and clicked out, without the slightest hesitation, "Listen, has Jovian science developed force fields?" Bluntness was, of course, one of the natural consequences of one's more poorly developed mental powers. 2 and 3 knew that, so they refrained from expressing disapproval of the remark. The Jovian official relaxed slowly from his strangely stiffened attitude, which had somehow given the impression that he had been staring stupidly at 1's hand, the one he had dipped into the molten metal. The Jovian said slowly, "Force fields? That, then, is your main object of curiosity?" "Yes," said 1 with emphasis. There was a sudden and patent gain in confidence on the Jovian's part, for the clicking grew sharper. "Then come, vermin." Whereupon 3 said to 2, "We're vermin again, I see, which sounds as if there's bad news ahead." And 2 gloomily agreed. It was to the very edge of the city that they were now led, to the portion which on Earth would have been termed the suburbs, and into one of a series of closely integrated structures which might have corresponded vaguely to a terrestrial university. There were no explanations, however, and none were asked for. The Jovian official led the way rapidly, and the robots followed with the grim conviction that the worst was just about to happen. It was ZZ-1 who stopped before an opened wall section after the rest had passed on. "What's this?" he wanted to know. The room was equipped with narrow, low benches, along which Jovians manipulated rows of strange devices, of which strong inch-long electromagnets formed the principal feature. "What's this?" asked 1 again. The Jovian turned back and exhibited impatience. "This is a student's biological laboratory. There's nothing there to interest you." "But what are they doing?" "They are studying microscopic life. Haven't you ever seen a microscope before?" 3 interrupted an explanation. "He has, but not that type. Our microscopes are meant for energy-sensitive organs and work by refraction of radiant energy. Your microscopes evidently work on a mass expansion basis. Rather ingenious." ZZ-1 said, "Would it be all right if I inspected some of your specimens?" "Of what use will that be? You cannot use our microscopes because of your sensory limitations, and it will simply force us to discard such specimens as you approach for no decent reason." "But I don't need a microscope," exclaimed one with surprise. "I can easily adjust myself for microscopic vision." He strode to the nearest bench, while the students in the room crowded to the corner in an attempt to avoid contamination. ZZ-1 shoved a microscope aside and inspected the slide carefully. He backed away puzzled, then tried another, a third, a fourth. He came back and addressed the Jovian. "Those are supposed to be alive, aren't they? I mean, those little worm things?" The Jovian said, "Certainly." "That's strange. When I look at them, they die." 3 explained sharply and said to his 2 companions, "We've forgotten our gamma-ray radiation. Let's get out of here, 1, or we'll kill every bit of microscopic life in the room." He turned to the Jovian. "I'm afraid that our presence is fatal to weaker forms of life. We had better leave. We hope the specimens are not too difficult to replace. And while we're about it, you had better not stay too near us, or our radiation may affect you adversely. You feel all right so far, don't you?" he asked. The Jovian led the way onward in proud silence, but it was to be noticed that thereafter he doubled the distance he had hitherto kept between himself and them. Nothing more was said until the robots found themselves in a vast room. In the very center of it, huge ingots of metal rested unsupported in mid-air, or rather supported by nothing visible, against the mighty Jovian gravity. The Jovian clicked. "There is your force field in ultimate form, as recently perfected. Within that bubble is a vacuum, so that it is supporting the full weight of our atmosphere plus an amount of metal equivalent to 2 large spaceships. What do you say to that?" "That space travel now becomes a possibility for you," said 3. "Definitely. No metal or plastic has the strength to hold our atmosphere against a vacuum, but a force field can, and a force field bubble will be our spaceship. Within the year we will be turning them out by the hundreds of thousands. Then we will swarm down upon Ganymede to destroy the verminous so-called intelligences that attempt to dispute our dominion of the universe." "The human beings of Ganymede have never attempted," began 3 in mild expostulation. "Silence," snapped the Jovian. "Return now and tell them what you've seen. Their own feeble force fields, such as the one your ship is equipped with, will not stand against us, for our smallest ship will be 100 times the size and power of yours." 3 said, "Then there's nothing more to do, and we will return, as you say, with the information. If you could lead us back to our ship, we'll say goodbye. And by the way, just as a matter for the record, there's something you don't understand. The humans of Ganymede have force fields, of course, but our particular ship isn't equipped with one. We don't need any." The robot turned away and motioned his companions to follow. For a moment they did not speak. Then ZZ-1 muttered dejectedly, "Can't we try to destroy this place?" "It won't help," said 3. "They'd get us by weight of numbers. It's no use. In an earthly decade, the human masters will be finished. It is impossible to stand against Jupiter. There's just too damned much of it. As long as they were tied to the surface, the humans were safe. But now that they have force fields, all we can do is to bring the news. By the preparation of hiding places, some few may survive for a short while." The city was behind them. They were out on the open plain by the lake with their ship a dark spot on the horizon when the Jovian spoke suddenly. "Creatures, you say you have no force field?" 3 replied without interest. "We don't need one." "Then how does your ship stand the vacuum of space without exploding because of the atmospheric pressure within?" And he moved a tentacle as if in mute gesture at the Jovian atmosphere that was weighing down upon them with a force of 20 million pounds to the square inch. "Well," explained 3, "that's simple. Our ship isn't airtight. Pressures equalize within and without." "Even in space? A vacuum in your ship? You lie." "You're welcome to inspect our ship. It has no force field, and it isn't airtight." "What's marvelous about that?" "We don't breathe. Our energy is through direct atomic power. The presence or absence of air pressure makes little difference to us, and we're quite at home in a vacuum." "But absolute zero?" "It doesn't matter. We regulate our own heat. We're not interested in outside temperatures." He paused. "Well, we can make our own way back to the ship. Goodbye. We'll give the humans of Ganymede your message. War to the end. But the Jovian said, "Wait, I'll be back." He turned and went toward the city. The robots stared and then waited in silence. It was 3 hours before he returned, and when he did, it was in breathless haste. He stopped within the usual 10 feet of the robots, but then began inching his way forward in a curious, groveling fashion. He did not speak until his rubbery gray skin was almost touching them, and then the radio code sounded, subdued and respectful. "Honored sirs, I have been in communication with the head of our central government, who is now aware of all the facts, and I can assure you that Jupiter desires only peace." "I beg your pardon?" said Three blankly. The Jovian drove on hastily. "We are ready to resume communication with Ganymede, and will gladly promise to make no attempt to venture out into space. Our force field will be used only on the Jovian surface." "But," Three began, "our government will be glad to receive any other representatives our honorable human brothers of Ganymede would care to send. If your honors will now condescend to swear peace—" A scaly tentacle swung out towards them, and Three, quite dazed, grasped it. 2 and 1 did likewise, as 2 more were extended to them. The Jovian said solemnly, "There is, then, eternal peace between Jupiter and Ganymede." The spaceship, which leaked like a sieve, was out in space again. The pressure and temperature were once more at 0, and the robots watched the huge but steadily shrinking globe that was Jupiter. "They're definitely sincere," said ZZ2, "and it's very gratifying, this complete about-face, but I don't get it." "It is my idea," observed ZZ1, "that the Jovians came to their senses just in time and realized the incredible evil involved in the thought of harm to a human master. That would be only natural." ZZ3 sighed and said, "Look, friends, it's all a matter of psychology. Those Jovians had a superiority complex a mile thick, and when they couldn't destroy us, they were bound to save face. All their exhibitions, all their explanations, were simply a form of braggadocio, designed to impress us into the proper state of humiliation before their power and superiority." "I see all that," interrupted 2. "But," 3 went on, "but it worked the wrong way. All they did was to prove to themselves that we were stronger, that we didn't drown, that we didn't eat or sleep, that molten metal didn't hurt us. Even our very presence was fatal to Jovian life. Their last trump was the force field, but when they found out that we didn't need them at all, and could live in a vacuum at absolute 0, they broke." He paused and added philosophically, "When a superiority complex like that breaks, it breaks all the way." The other 2 considered that, and then 2 said, "But it still doesn't make sense. Why should they care what we can or can't do? We're only robots. We're not the ones they have to fight." "And that's the whole point, 2, said 3 softly. "It's only after we left Jupiter that I thought of it. Do you know that through an oversight, quite unintentionally, we neglected to tell them we were only robots?" "They never asked us," said 1. "Exactly. So they thought we were human beings, and that all the other human beings were like us." He looked once more at Jupiter thoughtfully. "No wonder they decided to quit."
The Twonky by Henry Kuttner. The entrance of the United States into World War II caused important changes in science fiction, particularly for John W. Campbell and Astounding. Not only were Heinlein, DeCamp, and Asimov suddenly busy with war research, but L. Ron Hubbard, then one of Astounding's top authors, was on active duty in the Navy. He was wounded in action early in the war, but recovered and returned to duty, and regular Astounding artists, Hubert Rogers and Charles Schneemann, were involved in war work. Campbell admitted in mid-1942 that, temporarily, Astounding and Unknown have slumped a little in story quality. To replace half a dozen second- or third-rate writers isn't so hard. To find enough new, top-rank authors capable of real production as well as real quality is something else again. But he was optimistic about the future, for he was already nurturing several new writers he felt would make their marks. He named Hal Clement, Will Stewart, and Louis Paget. Campbell was fudging here. Clement was indeed a new author who would contribute memorable fiction to Astounding in years to come, but Will Stewart was a pen name for longtime favorite Jack Williamson, and Lewis Paget was either Henry Kuttner or C.L. Moore, or often both. Kuttner and Moore had each begun writing for Weird Tales, and gradually switched to the science fiction magazines, which offered more numerous markets. Both corresponded with H.P. Lovecraft, and in 1936 Lovecraft sent some books to Kuttner, asking him to forward them to Moore when he'd read them. Kuttner admired Moore's writing, so he sent a note with the books. But since he didn't know she was a woman, he addressed it to Mr. C.L. Moore, and received a reply from Miss Catherine Moore. They began to correspond. Kuttner visited her in Indianapolis several times, and he persuaded her to collaborate on a story with him, sending the manuscript back and forth in the mails. They were satisfied with the result, and after their marriage in 1940, they wrote virtually everything together. "We just traded typewriters," Moore recalls. "When one got stuck, the other took over with a minimum of rewriting." A typical anecdote about their collaboration methods is that of the time Kuttner fell asleep from exhaustion while writing a story and woke to find the completed manuscript on his desk. Moore had finished it while he slept. "We sincerely loved each other's writing and enjoyed tremendously what came out of the other guy's typewriter," she says. Such an easy blending of talents between married writers is more rare than one might expect. Leigh Brackett and Edmund Hamilton worked on each other's stories only occasionally, probably because they had very different writing methods. Brackett once showed Hamilton the opening chapters of a novel on which they'd planned to collaborate. He loved them and asked where the story was going from there. She confessed she had no idea. "You don't know?" he cried. "This is the so-and-so bleep adjective deleted way to write a story I ever heard of." Hamilton himself always wrote the last line of each story before he'd write the first one. The Kuttner-Moore collaborative team was the most successful in science fiction, but it took years for them to get together. She was an attractive, popular brunette who lived in Indianapolis. He was short, unhandsome, and quiet, and he lived in Los Angeles. But he frequently traveled to and from New York City, where his mother lived, and he'd always stop en route to visit her. Eventually, she decided that the grim space heroes of her stories would have been very boring to be married to, and found that Kuttner's quietness covered both a disciplined strength and an antic sense of humor. He was the funniest person in the entire world. Any wild thing was bound to happen at any time. Kuttner was equally taken with her, though perhaps less extravagant in his comments to others. Edmund Hamilton met Kuttner in 1940, and hearing that Kuttner knew Catherine Moore, he exclaimed, "C.L. Moore is one of my idols. What is she like?" Kuttner murmured, "She is very nice." A week later, Hamilton heard that they'd been married. The ceremony took place in New York City on June 7, 1940, with Kuttner's drinking companion, Virgil Finlay, as best man. Kuttner had moved to New York to establish closer contacts with the editors who bought his stories, though he detested the city. He'd once written to his agent, Julius Schwartz, "I can get the same effect as I do in New York by crawling into the dirtiest corner of the garage and screaming at the top of my voice, blowing the auto horn, and energetically sniffing the exhaust." After the attack on Pearl Harbor, Kuttner, then 27, entered the Army Medical Department and was stationed at Fort Monmouth, New Jersey. Catherine lived nearby in Red Bank. They continued to write voluminously, under their own bylines, and eventually nearly 20 pen names. Lewis Paget was one of them, and it was under this name that the Twonky first appeared in Astounding for September 1942. Lewis was the maiden name of Kuttner's mother, Paget that of Moore's grandmother. Fritz Leiber recalls that the Kuttners invented personalities for all their pen names. Lewis Paget was a retired accountant who liked to water the lawn of an evening and then mosey down to the corner drugstore to pick up a quart of ice cream, and whose wife collected recipes to surprise her bridge club. Moore adds that Paget wore high, stiff collars and looked very much like President Woodrow Wilson. One of the ways his wife surprised her bridge friends was by making whiskey sours and putting bananas in them. It's difficult to figure out which of the Kuttners wrote any given story. She says, "We shifted off. One time I was Paget, the next time Hank was. But the Twonky has always been credited to Henry Kuttner." Ray Bradbury remembers that Kuttner gave him a copy of the manuscript while he was writing it. It struck Bradbury immediately as a very special story, and it's proven to be one of Kuttner's most successful ones. In 1953, it was made into a movie starring Hans Conried. You'll see a reference in the second line of the story to workmen being lost to the draft. This line has been omitted whenever the story was reprinted in one of Kuttner's collections because it dates the story, but for our purposes it's a useful reminder that there was a war on when the Twonky was written. Long before the United States entered World War II, science fiction writers were clearly aware of war clouds on the horizon. In 1936, S. Fowler Wright published a novel called Prelude in Prague, which predicted with surprising accuracy the military strategy by which Hitler would overrun Czechoslovakia. The book was translated into a dozen European languages and angered the Nazis so much that they banned all of Wright's novels when they occupied France. Japanese militarism, too, was noticed by science fiction writers. In a January 1940 magazine, Oscar J. Friend published a story about a world war in which Americans and Japs fought for possession of the Panama Canal. In the same year, both Donald A. Wollheim and Indo Binder predicted a war with Japan that began with a Japanese surprise attack, though their details weren't as accurate as Wright's had been. Wollheim set his story in 1953, and Binder had the Japanese attacking through Mexico. But it was Hitler's Germany that concerned most Americans during 1940 and 1941. There was so much suspicion of Nazi spies in this country that Robert Moore Williams wrote a story in which an alien scout visiting Earth was mistaken for a German fifth columnist. Americans didn't like the Nazis' idea that they could create a superior Aryan race either. A story by P. F. Costello had the Germans sending 2 soldiers to the future via time machine to bring back legions of their super race to help them fight the war. But the soldiers found that the world the Nazis were creating was populated only by savages, who quickly slaughtered them. It wasn't until the attack on Pearl Harbor that real hatred for the Japanese began to show up in science fiction magazines, typified in editorials by John Campbell and Raymond Palmer. Campbell remarked caustically that the Japs decided the world was too tame, too boring, and decided to try national harakiri. Palmer was similarly tart. Japan has a reproduction rate of sufficient speed to double the population each succeeding generation. Well, we might admit that that provides them with a problem, but we'll tell the world Pearl Harbor was the wrong way to solve it. Or maybe it was right at that, considering what we intend to do to 'em as soon as we get a few things ready. Thereafter, SF's references to both the Germans and the Japanese became openly insulting. A story by Nelson S. Bond called Hitler the chief germ in Germany, and referred to his yellow-skinned and spined allies, the Japs. Another Bond story, one concerning time travel into the past, had a character remarking, "That sounds like a swell idea. Go back and push a little paper hanger named Adolf Schicklgruber under a Munich streetcar, huh? I'd gladly volunteer for the job." Murray Leinster wrote a story involving a Japanese fleet that was lured into a trap and sunk. The author remarked, "Finer navigation perhaps would have warned its crews, but a racial inferiority complex does not lead to discretion." The publishers of Amazing Stories and Fantastic Adventures were Jewish and strongly anti-Nazi. As early as 1940, William B. Ziff printed a 2-page statement in Amazing, warning the United States that it must arm to the teeth to discourage attack from abroad. And Palmer later said he had orders to buy anti-Axis stories. As a result, Amazing and Fantastic Adventures featured more war-related stories than any other science fiction magazines. But all the magazines published such stories, and hatred for the Germans and Japanese was common. A notable exception was Nerves, in which Lester Del Rey, outraged by the U.S.'s Nisei concentration camps, deliberately included a Japanese as one of his most sympathetic characters. Despite John Campbell's anti-Japanese editorializing, Del Rey says he not only recognized my intent, but went along with it wholeheartedly. This was the climate in which Henry Kuttner wrote The Twonky, and though the reference to the draft is the only direct evidence of war consciousness in the story, in a larger sense it was a comment on the perils of dictatorship. 100 stories by writers who defined the menace purely by references to the Germans and Japanese have become almost quaint period pieces today, but the Twonky still stands as a disturbing warning against regimentation. Kuttner managed to see to the heart of the danger. Dictatorship isn't a matter of nationalities or even politics, but of human nature. References. Viewpoints. Astonishing Stories, October 1942. Fantasy Fiction Field, May 17, 1941. John W. Campbell, Jr., in The Reader's Always Right, Spaceways, July 1942. In Times to Come, by John W. Campbell, Jr., Astounding Science Fiction, June 1942. The Campbell Era, by Jack Williamson, Algol, Summer, 1975. The Secret Lives of Henry Kuttner, by Sam Moskowitz, Amazing Stories, October 1962. C. L. Moore Talks to Chappell, Winter 1976. C. L. Moore, Catherine the Great, by Sam Moskowitz, Amazing Stories, August 1962. An Interview with Leigh Brackett and Edmund Hamilton, by David Truesdale with Paul McGuire, Tangent, Summer, 1976. Afterward, by Edmund Hamilton, The Best of Edmund Hamilton, Del Rey Books, 1977. The Many Faces of Henry Kuttner, by Fritz Lieber, Henry Kuttner, A Memorial Symposium, Sevagram Enterprises, 1958. Henry Kuttner, A Neglected Master, by Ray Bradbury, The Best of Henry Kuttner, Ballantine Books, 1975. Science Fiction in the Cinema, by John Baxter, A. S. Barnes, 1970. S. Fowler Wright, S.F.'s Devil's Disciple, by Sam Moskowitz, Amazing Stories, February 1965. Fantasy Fiction Field, June 14, 1941. Mind Over Matter, by Oscar J. Friend, Startling Stories, January 1940. Castaway, by Donald A. Wollheim, Super Science Stories, May 1940. Adam Link Fights a War, by Indo Binder, Amazing Stories, December 1940. Who Was Thomas Morrow, by Robert Moore Williams, Thrilling Wonder Stories, April 1941. Flame for the Future, by P. F. Costello, Amazing Stories, October 1941. In Times to Come, by John W. Campbell, Jr., Astounding Science Fiction, March 1942. The Observatory, by Raymond A. Palmer, Amazing Stories, August 1942. Horse Sense Hank Does His Bit, by Nelson S. Bond, Amazing Stories, May 1942. Horse Sense Hank in the Parallel Worlds, by Nelson S. Bond, Amazing Stories, August 1942. Four Little Ships, by Murray Leinster, Astounding Science Fiction, November 1942. America Must Prepare Now, by William B. Ziff, Amazing Stories, October 1940. Letter from Raymond A. Palmer, August 1975. Early Del Rey, by Lester Del Rey, Doubleday, 1975. The Twonky, by Henry Kuttner, copyright 1942, by Henry Kuttner. Copyright renewed 1970, by Henry Kuttner. Reprinted by permission of Harold Matson Company, Incorporated, from Astounding Science Fiction, September 1942. The turnover at Mideastern Radio was so great that Mickey Lloyd couldn't keep track of his men. It wasn't only the draft. Employees kept quitting and going elsewhere at a higher salary. So when the big-headed little man in overalls wandered vaguely out of a storeroom, Lloyd took one look at the brown dungaree suit company provided and said mildly, "The whistle blew half an hour ago. Hop to work." "Work?" The man seemed to have trouble with the word. "Drunk?" Lloyd, in his capacity as foreman, couldn't permit that. He flipped away his cigarette, walked forward, and sniffed. No, it wasn't liquor. He peered at the badge on the man's overalls. 204. Are you new here?" "New, huh?" The man rubbed a rising bump on his forehead. He was an odd-looking little chap, bald as a vacuum tube, with a pinched, pallid face and tiny eyes that held dazed wonder. "Come on, Joe, wake up!" Lloyd was beginning to sound impatient. "You work here, don't you?" "Joe?" said the man thoughtfully. "Work? Yes, I work. I make them." His words ran together oddly, as though he had a cleft palate. With another glance at the badge, Lloyd gripped Joe's arm and ran him through the assembly room. "Here's your place. Hop to it. Know what to do?" The other drew his scrawny body erect. "I am expert," he remarked. "Make them better than Ponthwonk." "Okay," Lloyd said. "Make 'em then," and he went away. The man called Joe hesitated, nursing the bruise on his head. The overalls caught his attention, and he examined them wonderingly. Where? Oh, yes. They had been hanging in the room from which he had first emerged. His own garments had, naturally, dissipated during the trip. What trip? The something, when it slowed down and stopped. How odd this huge, machine-filled barn looked. It struck no chord of remembrance. Amnesia, that was it. He was a worker. He made things. As for the unfamiliarity of his surroundings, that meant nothing. He was still dazed. The clouds would lift from his mind presently. They were beginning to do that already. Work. Joe scuttled around the room, trying to goad his faulty memory. Men in overalls were doing things. Simple, obvious things. But how childish, how elemental. Perhaps this was a kindergarten. After a while, Joe went out into a stockroom and examined some finished models of combination radio phonographs. So that was it. Awkward and clumsy, but it wasn't his place to say so. No. His job was to make Twonkies. Twonkies? The name jolted his memory again. Of course he knew how to make Twonkies. He'd made them all his life, had been specially trained for the job. Now they were using a different model of Twonky, but what the hell? Child's play for a clever workman. Joe went back into the shop and found a vacant bench. He began to build a Twonky. Occasionally, he slipped off and stole the material he needed. Once, when he couldn't locate any tungsten, he hastily built a small gadget and made it. His bench was in a distant corner, badly lighted, though it seemed quite bright to Joe's eyes. Nobody noticed the console that was swiftly growing to completion there. Joe worked very, very fast. He ignored the noon whistle, and at quitting time his task was finished. It could, perhaps, stand another coat of paint. It lacked the shimmer tone of a standard Twonky, but none of the others had shimmer tone. Joe sighed, crawled under the bench, looked in vain for a relaxopad, and went to sleep on the floor. A few hours later he woke up. The factory changed. Maybe, Joe's mind felt funny. Sleep had cleared away the mists of amnesia, if such it had been, but he still felt dazed. Muttering under his breath, he sent the Twonky into the stockroom and compared it with the others. Superficially, it was identical with a console radio-phonograph combination of the latest model. Following the pattern of the others, Joe had camouflaged and disguised the various organs and reactors. He went back into the shop. Then the last of the mists cleared from his mind. Joe's shoulders jerked convulsively. "Great Snell," he gasped. "So that was it. I ran into a temporal snag." With a startled glance around, he fled to the storeroom from which he had first emerged. The overalls he took off and returned to their hook. After that, Joe went over to a corner, felt around in the air, nodded with satisfaction, and seated himself on nothing, 3 feet above the floor. Then Joe vanished. "Time," said Carrie Westerfield, "is curved. Eventually it gets back to the same place where it started. That's duplication." He put his feet up on a conveniently outjutting rock of the chimney and stretched luxuriously. From the kitchen, Martha made clinking noises with bottles and glasses. "Yesterday at this time I had a martini," Carrie said. "The time curve indicates that I should have another one now. Are you listening, Angel?" "I'm pouring," said the angel distantly. "You get my point, then. Here's another. Time describes a spiral instead of a circle. If you call the first cycle A, the second one's A plus 1, see? Which means a double martini tonight." "I know where that would end," Martha remarked, coming into the spacious oak-raftered living room. She was a small, dark-haired woman with a singularly pretty face and a figure to match. Her tiny gingham apron looked slightly absurd in combination with slacks and silk blouse. "And they don't make infinity-proof gin. Here's your martini." She did things with the shaker and manipulated glasses. "Stir slowly," Carrie cautioned. "Never shake." "Ah, that's it." He accepted the drink and eyed it appreciatively. Black hair, sprinkled with gray, gleamed in the lamplight as he sipped the martini. "Good. Very good." Martha drank slowly and eyed her husband. A nice guy, Carrie Westerfield. He was 40-odd, pleasantly ugly, with a wide mouth and an occasional sardonic gleam in his gray eyes as he contemplated life. They had been married for 12 years, and liked it. From outside, the late faint glow of sunset came through the windows, picking out the console cabinet that stood against the wall by the door. Carrie peered at it with appreciation. "A pretty penny," he remarked. "Still—" "What?" "Oh, the men had a tough time getting it up the stairs. Why don't you try it, Carrie?" "Didn't you?" "The old one was complicated enough," Martha said in a baffled manner. "Gadgets. They confuse me. I was brought up on an Edison. You wound it up with a crank, and strange noises came out of a horn. That I could understand. But now you push a button, and extraordinary things happen. Electric eyes, tone selections, records that get played on both sides, to the accompaniment of weird groanings and clickings from inside the console. Probably you understand those things. I don't even want to. Whenever I play a Crosby record in a super-duper like that, Bing seems embarrassed." Carrie ate his olive. "I'm going to play some Debussy." He nodded toward a table. "There's a new Crosby record for you, the latest." Martha wriggled happily. "Can I? Maybe, huh?" "Uh-huh. But you'll have to show me how." "Simple enough," said Carrie, beaming at the console. "Those babies are pretty good, you know. They do everything but think." "I wish it had washed the dishes," Martha remarked. She set down her glass, got up, and vanished into the kitchen. Carrie snapped on a lamp nearby and went over to examine the new radio, Mideastern's latest model, with all the new improvements. It had been expensive, but what the hell? He could afford it, and the old one had been pretty well shot. It was not, he saw, plugged in, nor were there any wires in evidence, not even a ground. Something new, perhaps, built-in antenna and ground. Carrie crouched down, looked for a socket, and plugged the cord into it. That done, he opened the doors and eyed the dials with every appearance of satisfaction. A beam of bluish light shot out and hit him in the eyes. From the depths of the console, a faint, thoughtful clicking proceeded. Abruptly it stopped. Carrie blinked, fiddled with dials and switches, and bit at a fingernail. The radio said in a distant voice, "Psychology pattern checked and recorded." "Huh?" Carrie twirled a dial. "Wonder what that was." "Amateur station." "No, they're off the air." He shrugged and went over to a chair beside the shelves of albums. His gaze ran swiftly over the titles and composers' names. Where was the Swan of Twonella? There it was, next to Finlandia, for no apparent reason. Carrie took down the album and opened it in his lap. With his free hand, he extracted a cigarette from his pocket, put it between his lips, and fumbled for the matches on the table beside him. The first match he lit went out. He tossed it into the fireplace and was about to reach for another when a faint noise caught his attention. The radio was walking across the room toward him. A whip-like tendril flicked out from somewhere, picked up a match, scratched it beneath the tabletop, as Carrie had done, and held the flame to the man's cigarette. Automatic reflexes took over. Carrie sucked in his breath and exploded in smoky, racking coughs. He bent double, gasping, and momentarily blind. When he could see again, the radio was back in its accustomed place. Carrie caught his lower lip between his teeth. "Martha," he called. "Soup's on," her voice said. Carrie didn't answer. He stood up, went over to the radio, and looked at it hesitantly. The electric cord had been pulled out of its socket. Carrie gingerly replaced it. He crouched to examine the console's legs. They looked like finely finished wood. His exploratory hand told him nothing. Wood, hard and brittle. How in hell? "Dinner!" Martha called. Carrie threw his cigarette into the fireplace and slowly walked out of the room. His wife, setting a gravy boat in place, stared at him. "How many martinis did you have?" "Just one," Carrie said in a vague way. "I must have dozed off for a minute." "Yeah, I must have." "Well, fall to," Martha commanded. "This is the last chance you'll have to make a pig of yourself on my dumplings, for a week anyway." Carrie absently felt for his wallet, took out an envelope, and tossed it toward his wife. "Here's your ticket, Angel. Don't lose it." "Oh, I rate a compartment." Martha thrust the pasteboard back into its envelope and gurgled happily. "You're a pal. Sure you can get along without me?" "Huh? I think so." Carrie salted his avocado. He shook himself and seemed to come out of a slight daze. "Sure, I'll be all right. You trot off to Denver and help Carol have her baby. It's all in the family." "Well, my only sister," Martha grinned. "You know how she and Bill are. Quite nuts. They'll need a steadying hand just now." There was no reply. Carrie was brooding over a forkful of avocado. He muttered something about the Venerable Bede. What about him? "Lecture tomorrow. Every term we bog down on the Bede for some strange reason." "Oh, well. Got your lecture ready?" Carrie nodded. "Sure." For 8 years he had taught at the university, and he certainly should know the schedule by this time. Later, over coffee and cigarettes, Martha glanced at her wristwatch. "Nearly train time. I'd better finish packing." "The dishes, I'll do 'em." Carrie wandered after his wife into the bedroom and made motions of futile helpfulness. After a while, he carried the bags down to the car. Martha joined him, and they headed for the depot. The train was on time. Half an hour after it had pulled out, Carrie drove the car back into the garage, let himself into the house, and yawned mightily. He was tired. Well, the dishes, and then beer, and a book in bed. With a puzzled look at the radio, he entered the kitchen and did things with water and soap chips. The hall phone rang. Carrie wiped his hands on a dish towel and answered it. It was Mike Fitzgerald, who taught psychology at the university. "Hiya, Fitz." "Hiya. Martha gone?" "Yeah, I just drove her to the train." "Feel like talking then? I've got some pretty good scotch. Why not run over and gab a while?" "Like to," Carrie said, yawning again, "but I'm dead. Tomorrow's a big day. Rain check?" "Sure. I just finished correcting papers and felt the need of sharpening my mind." "What's the matter?" "Nothing." "Wait a minute." Carrie put down the phone and looked over his shoulder, scowling. Noises were coming from the kitchen. What the hell? He went along the hall and stopped in the doorway, motionless and staring. The radio was washing the dishes. After a while, he returned to the phone. Fitzgerald said, "Something?" "My new radio," Carrie told him carefully. "It's washing the dishes." Fitz didn't answer for a moment. His laugh was a bit hesitant. "Oh?" "I'll call you back," Carrie said, and hung up. He stood motionless for a while, chewing his lip. Then he walked back to the kitchen and paused to watch. The radio's back was toward him. Several limber tentacles were manipulating the dishes, expertly sousing them in hot, soapy water, scrubbing them with the little mop, dipping them into the rinse water, and then stacking them neatly in the metal rack. Those whiplashes were the only sign of unusual activity. The legs were apparently solid. "Hey," Carrie said. There was no response. He sidled around till he could examine the radio more closely. The tentacles emerged from a slot under one of the dials. The electric cord was dangling. No juice, then. But what? Carrie stepped back and fumbled out a cigarette. Instantly the radio turned, took a match from its container on the stove, and walked forward. Carrie blinked, studying the legs. They couldn't be wood. They were bending as the thing moved, elastic as rubber. The radio had a peculiar sidling motion, unlike anything else on Earth. It lit Carrie's cigarette and went back to the sink, where it resumed the dishwashing. Carrie phoned Fitzgerald again. "I wasn't kidding. I'm having hallucinations or something. That damned radio just lit a cigarette for me." "Wait a minute." Fitzgerald's voice sounded undecided. "This is a gag, huh?" "No, and I don't think it's a hallucination either. It's up your alley. Can you run over and test my knee jerks?" "All right," Fitz said. "Give me 10 minutes. Have a drink ready." He hung up, and Carrie, laying the phone back into its cradle, turned to see the radio walking out of the kitchen toward the living room. Its square, box-like contour was subtly horrifying, like some bizarre sort of hobgoblin. Carrie shivered. He followed the radio to find it in its former place, motionless and impassive. He opened the doors, examining the turntable, the phonograph arm, and the other buttons and gadgets. There was nothing apparently unusual. Again he touched the legs. They were not wood, after all, some plastic, which seemed quite hard. Or maybe they were wood, after all. It was difficult to make certain without damaging the finish. Carey felt a natural reluctance to use a knife on his new console. He tried the radio, getting local stations without trouble. The tone was good, unusually good, he thought. The phonograph. He picked up Halverson's Entrance of the Boyards at random and slipped it into place, closing the lid. No sound emerged. Investigation proved that the needle was moving rhythmically along the groove, but without audible result. Well, Carey removed the record as the doorbell rang. It was Fitzgerald, a gangling, saturnine man with a leathery, wrinkled face and a tousled mop of dull gray hair. He extended a large, bony hand. "Where's my drink?" "'Lo, Fitz. Come in the kitchen. I'll mix." "Highball?" "Highball." "Okay." Carey led the way. "Don't drink it just yet, though. I want to show you my new combination." "The one that washes dishes?" Fitzgerald asked. "What else does it do?" Carey gave the other a glass. "It won't play records." "Oh, well, a minor matter, if it'll do the housework. Let's take a look at it." Fitzgerald went into the living room, selected Afternoon of a Faun, and approached the radio. "It isn't plugged in." "That doesn't matter a bit," Carey said wildly. "Batteries?" Fitzgerald slipped the record in place and adjusted the switches. 10-inch. There. Now we'll see. He beamed triumphantly at Carey. "Well, it's playing now." It was. Carey said, "Try that Halverson piece. Here." He handed the disc to Fitzgerald, who pushed the reject switch and watched the lever arm lift. But this time the phonograph refused to play. It didn't like Entrance of the Boyards. "That's funny," Fitzgerald grunted. "Probably the trouble's with the record. Let's try another." There was no trouble with Daphnis and Chloe, but the radio silently rejected the composer's Bolero. Carey sat down and pointed to a nearby chair. "That doesn't prove anything. Come over here and watch. Don't drink anything yet. You feel perfectly normal?" "Sure." "Well?" Carey took out a cigarette. The console walked across the room, picking up a matchbook on the way, and politely held the flame. Then it went back to its place against the wall. Fitzgerald didn't say anything. After a while, he took a cigarette from his pocket and waited. Nothing happened. "So?" Carey asked. "A robot. That's the only possible answer. Where in the name of Petrarch did you get it?" "You don't seem much surprised." "I am, though, but I've seen robots before. Westinghouse tried it, you know. Only this—" Fitzgerald tapped his teeth with a nail. "Who made it?" "How the devil should I know?" Carey demanded. "The radio people, I suppose." Fitzgerald narrowed his eyes. "Wait a minute. I don't quite understand." "There's nothing to understand. I bought this combination a few days ago, turned in the old one. It was delivered this afternoon, and—" Carey explained what had happened. "You mean you didn't know it was a robot?" "Exactly. I bought it as a radio, and the damn thing seems almost alive to me." "Nope." Fitzgerald shook his head, rose, and inspected the console carefully. "It's a new kind of robot. At least—" He hesitated. "What else is there to think?" "I suggest you get in touch with the Mid-Eastern people tomorrow and check up." "Let's open the cabinet and look inside," Carey suggested. Fitzgerald was willing, but the experiment proved impossible. The presumably wooden panels weren't screwed into place, and there was no apparent way of opening the console. Carey found a screwdriver and applied it, gingerly at first, then with a sort of repressed fury. He could neither pry free a panel nor even scratch the dark, smooth finish of the cabinet. "Damn," he said finally. "Well, your guess is as good as mine. It's a robot, only I didn't know they could make 'em like this. And why in a radio?" "Don't ask me," Fitzgerald shrugged. "Check up tomorrow. That's the first step. Naturally, I'm pretty baffled. If a new sort of specialized robot has been invented, why put it in a console? And what makes those legs move? There aren't any casters." "I've been wondering about that, too. When it moves, the legs look rubbery, but they're not. They're hard as hardwood or plastic." "I'm afraid of the thing," Carey said. "Want to stay at my place tonight?" No, I guess not. The robot can't hurt me." I don't think it wants to. It's been helping you, hasn't it? Yeah, Carrie said, and went off to mix another drink. The rest of the conversation was inconclusive. Fitzgerald, several hours later, went home rather worried. He wasn't as casual as he had pretended, for the sake of Carrie's nerves. The impingement of something so entirely unexpected on normal life was subtly frightening. And yet, as he had said, the robot didn't seem menacing. Carrie went to bed with a new detective mystery. The radio followed him into the bedroom and gently took the book out of his hand. Carrie instinctively snatched for it. "Hey," he said. "What the devil?" The radio went back into the living room. Carrie followed, in time to see the book replaced on the shelf. After a bit, Carrie retreated, locking his door, and slept uneasily till dawn. In dressing gown and slippers, he stumbled out to stare at the console. It was back in its former place, looking as though it had never moved. Carrie, rather white around the gills, made breakfast. He was allowed only 1 cup of coffee. The radio appeared, reprovingly took the second cup from his hand and emptied it into the sink. That was quite enough for Carrie Westerfield. He found his hat and topcoat and almost ran out of the house. He had a horrid feeling that the radio might follow him, but it didn't, luckily for his sanity. He was beginning to be worried. During the morning, he found time to telephone Mideastern. The salesman knew nothing. It was a standard model combination, the latest. If it wasn't giving satisfaction, of course he'd be glad to— "It's okay," Carrie said. "But who made the thing? That's what I want to find out." "One moment, sir." There was a delay. "It came from Mr. Lloyd's department, one of our foremen." "Let me speak to him, please." But Lloyd wasn't very helpful. After much thought, he remembered that the combination had been placed in the stockroom without a serial number. It had been added later. "But who made it?" "I just don't know. I can find out for you, I guess. Suppose I ring you back?" "Don't forget," Carrie said, and went back to his class. The lecture on the Venerable Bede wasn't too successful. At lunch he saw Fitzgerald, who seemed relieved when Carrie came over to his table. "Find out any more about your pet robot?" the psychology professor demanded. No one else was within hearing. With a sigh, Carrie sat down and lit a cigarette. "Not a thing. It's a pleasure to be able to do this myself." He drew smoke into his lungs. "I phoned the company. And? They don't know anything, except that it didn't have a serial number." "That may be significant," Fitzgerald said. Carrie told the other about the incidents of the book and the coffee, and Fitzgerald squinted thoughtfully at his milk. "I've given you some psych tests. Too much stimulation isn't good for you." A detective yarn. Carrying it a bit to extremes, I'll admit, but I can understand why the robot acted that way, though I dunno how it managed it. He hesitated. "Without intelligence, that is." "Intelligence?" Carrie licked his lips. "I'm not so sure that it's just a machine, and I'm not crazy." "No, you're not. But you say the robot was in the front room. How could it tell what you were reading?" "Short of X-ray vision and superfast scanning and assimilative powers, I can't imagine. Perhaps it doesn't want me to read anything." "You've said something," Fitzgerald grunted. "Know much about theoretical machines of that type?" "Robots?" "Purely theoretical. Your brain's a colloid, you know. Compact, complicated, but slow. Suppose you work out a gadget with a multi-million radioatom unit embedded in an insulating material. The result is a brain, Carrie, a brain with a tremendous number of units interacting at light velocity speeds. A radio tube adjusts current flow when it's operating at 40 million separate signals a second. And, theoretically, a radioatomic brain of the type I've mentioned could include perception, recognition, consideration, reaction, and adjustment in 100,000th of a second." "Theory. I've thought so, but I'd like to find out where your radio came from." A page came over. "Telephone call for Mr. Westerfield." Carrie excused himself and left. When he returned, there was a puzzled frown knitting his dark brows. Fitzgerald looked at him inquiringly. "Guy named Lloyd at the Mideastern plant. I was talking to him about the radio." "Any luck?" Carrie shook his head. "No. Well, not much. He didn't know who had built the thing. But it was built in the plant." "Yes, about 2 weeks ago, but there's no record of who worked on it. Lloyd seemed to think that was very, very funny. If a radio's built in the plant, they know who put it together." So? So nothing. I asked him how to open the cabinet, and he said it was easy, just unscrew the panel in back. There aren't any screws, Fitzgerald said. I know. They looked at one another. Fitzgerald said, I'd give $50 to find out whether that robot was really built only 2 weeks ago. Why? Because a radio-atomic brain would need training, even in such matters as the lighting of a cigarette. It saw me light one, and followed the example. The dishwashing. Induction, I suppose. If that gadget has been trained, it's a robot. If it hasn't... Fitzgerald stopped. Carrie blinked. Yes? I don't know what the devil it is. It bears the same relation to a robot that we bear to Eohippus. One thing I do know, Carrie, it's very probable that no scientist today has the knowledge it would take to make a thing like that. You're arguing in circles, Carrie said. It was made. Uh-huh. But how? When? And by whom? That's what's got me worried. Well, I've a class in 5 minutes. Why not come over tonight? Can't. I'm lecturing at the hall. I'll phone you after, though. With a nod, Carrie went out, trying to dismiss the matter from his mind. He succeeded pretty well, but dining alone in a restaurant that night, he began to feel a general unwillingness to go home. A hobgoblin was waiting for him. Brandy, he told the waiter. Make it double. 2 hours later, a taxi let Carrie out at his door. He was remarkably drunk. Things swam before his eyes. He walked unsteadily toward the porch, mounted the steps with exaggerated care, and let himself into the house. He switched on a lamp. The radio came forward to meet him. Tentacles, thin but strong as metal, coiled gently around his body, holding him motionless. A pang of violent fear struck through Carrie. He struggled desperately and tried to yell, but his throat was dry. From the radio panel, a beam of yellow light shot out, blinding the man. It swung down, aimed at his chest. Abruptly, a queer taste was perceptible under Carrie's tongue. After a minute or so, the ray clicked out. The tentacles flashed back out of sight, and the console returned to its corner. Carrie staggered weakly to a chair and relaxed, gulping. He was sober, which was quite impossible. 14 brandies infiltrate a definite amount of alcohol into the system. One can't wave a magic wand and instantly reach a state of sobriety. Yet that was exactly what had happened. The robot was trying to be helpful, only Carrie would have preferred to remain drunk. He got up gingerly and sidled past the radio to the bookshelf. One eye on the combination, he took down the detective novel he had tried to read on the preceding night. As he had expected, the radio took it from his hand and replaced it on the shelf. Carrie, remembering Fitzgerald's words, glanced at his watch. Reaction time, 4 seconds. He took down a Chaucer and waited, but the radio didn't stir. However, when Carrie found a history volume, it was gently removed from his fingers. Reaction time, 6 seconds. Carrie located a history twice as thick. Reaction time, 10 seconds. So the robot did read the books. That meant X-ray vision and super-swift reactions. Jumping Jehoshaphat. Carrie tested more books, wondering what the criterion was. Alice in Wonderland was snatched from his hand. Millet's poems were not. He made a list, with 2 columns, for future reference. The robot, then, was not merely a servant, it was a censor, but what was the standard of comparison? After a while, he remembered his lecture tomorrow and thumbed through his notes. Several points needed verification. Rather hesitantly, he located the necessary reference book, and the robot took it away from him. Wait a minute, Carrie said. I need that. He tried to pull the volume out of the tentacle's grasp without success. The console paid no attention. It calmly replaced the book on its shelf. Carrie stood biting his lip. This was a bit too much. The damned robot was a monitor. He sidled toward the book, snatched it, and was out in the hall before the radio could move. The thing was coming after him. He could hear the soft padding of its feet. Carrie scurried into the bedroom and locked the door. He waited, heart thumping, as the knob was tried gently. A wire-thin cilia crept through the crack of the door and fumbled with the key. Carrie suddenly jumped forward and shoved the auxiliary bolt into position. But that didn't help either. The robot's precision tools, the specialized antenna, slid it back. And then the console opened the door, walked into the room, and came toward Carrie. He felt a touch of panic. With a little gasp, he threw the book at the thing, and it caught it deftly. Apparently that was all that was wanted, for the radio turned and went out, rocking awkwardly on its rubbery legs, carrying the forbidden volume. Carrie cursed quietly. The phone rang. It was Fitzgerald. "Well, how'd you make out?" "Have you got a copy of Casson's Social Literature of the Ages?" "I don't think so." "No? Why?" "I'll get it in the university library tomorrow, then." Carrie explained what had happened. Fitzgerald whistled softly. "Interfering, is it?" I wonder. I'm afraid of the thing." "I don't think it means you any harm." "You say it sobered you up?" "Yeah, with a light ray." "That isn't very logical." "It might be the vibrationary equivalent of thiamine chloride." "Light? There's vitamin content in sunlight, you know. That isn't the important point. It's censoring your reading, and apparently it reads the books with super-fast reactions. That gadget, whatever it is, isn't merely a robot." "You're telling me," Carrie said grimly. "It's a Hitler." Fitzgerald didn't laugh. Rather soberly, he suggested, "Suppose you spend the night at my place." "No," Carrie said, his voice stubborn. "No so-and-so radio's going to chase me out of my house. I'll take an axe to the thing first." "Well, you know what you're doing, I suppose. Phone me if anything happens." "Okay," Carrie said, and hung up. He went into the living room and eyed the radio coldly. What the devil was it? And what was it trying to do? Certainly it wasn't merely a robot. Equally certainly it wasn't alive, in the sense that a colloid brain is alive. Lips thinned, he went over and fiddled with the dials and switches. A swing band's throbbing, erratic tempo came from the console. He tried the short-wave band. Nothing unusual there. So nothing. There was no answer. After a while he went to bed. At luncheon the next day he brought Casson's Social Literature to show Fitzgerald. "What about it?" "Look here." Carrie flipped the pages and indicated a passage. "Does this mean anything to you?" Fitzgerald read it. "Yeah, the point seems to be that individualism is necessary for the production of literature, right?" Carrie looked at him. "I don't know." "Huh?" "My mind goes funny." Fitzgerald rumpled his gray hair, narrowing his eyes, and watching the other man intently. "Come again? I don't quite—" With angry patience, Carrie said, "This morning I went into the library and looked up this reference. I read it all right, but it didn't mean anything to me, just words. Know how it is when you're fagged out and have been reading a lot? You'll run into a sentence with a lot of subjunctive clauses, and it doesn't percolate. Well, it was like that." "Read it now," Fitzgerald said quietly, thrusting the book across the table. Carrie obeyed, looking up with a wry smile. "No good." "Read it aloud. I'll go over it with you, step by step." But that didn't help. Carrie seemed utterly unable to assimilate the sense of the passage. "Semantic block, maybe," Fitzgerald said, scratching his ear. "Is this the first time it's happened?" "Yes." "No. I don't know." "Got any classes this afternoon?" "Good. Let's run over to your place." Carrie thrust away his plate. "All right, I'm not hungry. Whenever you're ready." Half an hour later they were looking at the radio. It seemed quite harmless. Fitzgerald wasted some time trying to pry a panel off, but finally gave it up as a bad job. He found pencil and paper, seated himself opposite Carrie, and began to ask questions. At one point he paused. "You didn't mention that before." "Forgot it, I guess." Fitzgerald tapped his teeth with the pencil. "The first time the radio acted up, it hit me in the eye with a blue light. Not that. I mean, what it said." Carrie blinked. "What it said?" He hesitated. "Psychology pattern checked and noted, or something like that. I thought I'd tuned in on some station and got part of a quiz program or something." "You mean, were the words easy to understand? Good English?" "No. Now that I remember it," Carrie scowled, "they were slurred quite a lot, vowels stressed." Well, let's get on." They tried a word association test. Finally, Fitzgerald leaned back, frowning. "I want to check this stuff with the last tests I gave you a few months ago. It looks funny to me. Damned funny. I'd feel a lot better if I knew exactly what memory was. We've done considerable work on mnemonics, artificial memory. Still, it may not be that at all." "Huh?" That machine. Either it's got an artificial memory, has been highly trained, or else it's adjusted to a different milieu and culture. It has affected you quite a lot. Carrie licked dry lips. How? Implanted blocks in your mind. I haven't correlated them yet. When I do, we may be able to figure out some sort of answer. No, that thing isn't a robot. It's a lot more than that. Carrie took out a cigarette. The consul walked across the room and lit it for him. The two men watched with a faint, shrinking horror. You'd better stay with me tonight, Fitzgerald suggested. No, Carrie said. He shivered. The next day Fitzgerald looked for Carrie at lunch, but the younger man did not appear. He telephoned the house, and Martha answered the call. Hello, when did you get back? Hello, Fitz. About an hour ago. My sister went ahead and had her baby without me, so I came back. She stopped, and Fitzgerald was alarmed at her tone. Where's Carrie? He's here. Can you come over, Fitz? I'm worried. What's the matter with him? I don't know. Come right away. Okay, Fitzgerald said, and hung up, biting his lips. He was worried. When, a short while later, he rang the Westerfield bell, he discovered that his nerves were badly out of control, but sight of Martha reassured him. He followed her into the living room. Fitzgerald's glance went at once to the console, which was unchanged, and then to Carrie, seated motionless by a window. Carrie's face had a blank, dazed look. His pupils were dilated, and he seemed to recognize Fitzgerald only slowly. Hello, Fitz, he said. How do you feel? Martha broke in. Fitz, what's wrong? Is he sick? Shall I call the doctor? Fitzgerald sat down. Have you noticed anything funny about that radio? No. Why? Then listen. He told the whole story, watching incredulity struggle with reluctant belief on Martha's face. Presently she said, I can't quite. If Carrie takes out a cigarette, the thing will light it for him. Want to see how it works? No. Yes, I suppose so. Martha's eyes were wide. Fitzgerald gave Carrie a cigarette. The expected happened. Martha didn't say a word. When the console had returned to its place, she shivered and went over to Carrie. He looked at her vaguely. He needs a doctor, Fitz. Yes. Fitzgerald didn't mention that a doctor might be quite useless. What is that thing? It's more than a robot, and it's been readjusting Carrie. I told you what's happened. When I checked Carrie's psychology patterns, I found that they'd altered. He's lost most of his initiative. Nobody on Earth could have made that, Fitzgerald scowled. I thought of that. It seems to be the product of a well-developed culture, quite different from ours. Martian, perhaps. It's such a specialized thing that it naturally fits into a complicated culture. But I do not understand why it looks exactly like a Mid-Eastern console radio. Martha touched Carrie's hand. Camouflage? But why? You were one of my best pupils in psych, Martha. Look at this logically. Imagine a civilization where a gadget like that has its place. Use inductive reasoning. I'm trying to. I can't think very well. Fitz, I'm worried about Carrie. I'm all right, Carrie said. Fitzgerald put his fingertips together. It isn't a radio so much as a monitor. In this other civilization, perhaps every man has one, or maybe only a few, the ones who need it. It keeps them in line. By destroying initiative? Fitzgerald made a helpless gesture. I don't know. It worked that way in Carrie's case. In others, I don't know. Martha stood up. I don't think we should talk any more. Carrie needs a doctor. After that, we can decide upon that. She pointed to the console. Fitzgerald said, It'd be rather a shame to wreck it, but his look was significant. The console moved. It came out from its corner with a sidling, rocking gait and walked toward Fitzgerald. As he sprang up, the whip-like tentacles flashed out and seized him. A pale ray shone into the man's eyes. Almost instantly it vanished. The tentacles withdrew, and the radio returned to its place. Fitzgerald stood motionless. Martha was on her feet, one hand at her mouth. Fitz! Her voice shook. He hesitated. Yes? What's the matter? Are you hurt? What did it do to you? Fitzgerald frowned a little. Huh? Hurt? The radio. What did it do? He looked toward the console. Something wrong with it? Afraid I'm not much of a repairman, Martha. Fitz! She came forward and gripped his arm. "Listen to me." Quick words spilled from her mouth. The radio, Carrie, their discussion. Fitzgerald looked at her blankly, as though he didn't quite understand. "I guess I'm stupid today. I can't quite understand what you're talking about." "The radio. You know, you said it changed Carrie." Martha paused, staring at the man. Fitzgerald was definitely puzzled. Martha was acting strangely. Queer, he'd always considered her a pretty level-headed girl, but now she was talking nonsense. At least he couldn't figure out the meaning of her words. There was no sense to them. And why was she talking about the radio? Wasn't it satisfactory? Carrie had said it was a good buy, with a fine tone and the latest gadgets in it. Fitzgerald wondered for a fleeting second if Martha had gone crazy. In any case, he was late for his class. He said so. Martha didn't try to stop him when he went out. She was pale as chalk. Carrie took out a cigarette. The radio walked over and held a match. "Carrie!" "Yes, Martha?" His voice was dead. She stared at the radio. Mars? Another world? Another civilization? What was it? What did it want? What was it trying to do? Martha let herself out of the house and went to the garage. When she returned, a small hatchet was gripped tightly in her hand. Carrie watched. He saw Martha walk over to the radio and lift the hatchet. Then a beam of light shot out, and Martha vanished. A little dust floated up in the afternoon sunlight. "Destruction of life form threatening attack," the radio said, slurring the words together. Carrie's brain turned over. He felt sick, dazed, and horribly empty. Martha! His mind churned. Instinct and emotion fought with something that smothered them. Abruptly, the dams crumbled, and the blocks were gone, the barriers down. Carrie cried out hoarsely, inarticulately, and sprang to his feet. "Martha!" he yelled. She was gone. Carrie looked around. Where? What had happened? He couldn't remember. He sat down in the chair again, rubbing his forehead. His free hand brought up a cigarette, an automatic reaction that brought instant response. The radio walked forward and held a lighted match ready. Carrie made a choking, sick sound and flung himself out of the chair. He remembered now. He picked up the hatchet and sprang toward the console, teeth bared in a mirthless rictus. Again the light beam flashed out. Carrie vanished. The hatchet thudded onto the carpet. The radio walked back to its place and stood motionless once more. A faint clicking proceeded from its radio-atomic brain. "Subject basically unsuitable," it said after a moment. "Elimination has been necessary." Click. "Preparation for next subject completed." Click. "We'll take it," the boy said. "You won't be making a mistake," smiled the rental agent. "It's quiet, isolated, and the price is quite reasonable." "Not so very," the girl put in, "but it is just what we've been looking for." The agent shrugged. "Of course, an unfurnished place would run less, but we haven't been married long enough to get any furniture." The boy grinned. He put an arm around his wife. "Like it, hon?" "Who lived here before?" The agent scratched his cheek. "Let's see. Some people named Westerfield, I think. It was given to me for listing just about a week ago. Nice place. If I didn't own my own house, I'd jump at it myself." "Nice radio," the boy said. "Late model, isn't it?" He went over to examine the console. "Come along," the girl urged. "Let's look at the kitchen again." "Okay, hon." They went out of the room. From the hall came the sound of the agent's smooth voice growing fainter. Warm afternoon sunlight slanted through the windows. For a moment there was silence. Then, click.
Storm Warning by Donald A. Wollheim. By the end of 1942, science fiction's golden age was losing some of its luster because the war had taken away many of the young writers whose innovations had brought excitement to the field. But new talents were coming forth to fill the gap. Kuttner and Moore were at the forefront, with their work in Astounding, and there were also signs of wonders to come in other magazines, primarily those edited by Robert W. Lowndes, Frederick Pohl, and Donald A. Wollheim. In magazines with such aesthetic titles as stirring science stories, astonishing stories, and future fantasy combined with science fiction, They published the first stories of Ray Bradbury, Wilson Tucker, C.M. Kornbluth, James Blish, Richard Wilson, Damon Knight, and the work of Lowndes, Pohl, and Wollheim themselves. Wollheim wasn't actually a new writer then. He published his first story as long ago as 1933, when Wonder Stories printed The Man from Ariel, Wollheim's first story, written when he was 19 or 20. Wonder, however, neglected to pay Wollheim for the story, despite repeated reminders. Eventually, Wollheim began writing to other authors whose stories had been published in the magazine, and discovered several who hadn't been paid, including one writer who wasn't even aware that his story had been published. Wollheim and 3 others hired a lawyer and sued the publisher, Hugo Gernsback. The result was a settlement out of court by which Gernsback paid the 4 authors the grand sum of $75 in installments, of which the lawyer collected $10. In 1935, Wollheim wrote another story and submitted it to Wonder under a pen name, using a friend's address. He wanted to find out if Gernsback would publish that one too without paying for it. And Gernsback did. The 1930s are frequently referred to in science fiction history as a time when the magazines paid half a cent a word on lawsuit. Wonder Stories was not the only offender. Wollheim, the son of a doctor, had been an avid reader of science fiction since 1927, when on the last day before graduation from grammar school, that slack day when one still reports to school but lessons are over and pupils sit around the classroom killing a couple of hours until allowed to go home, another student handed him a copy of Amazing Stories. "I think you'll like this," said his classmate. And he was certainly right. For years thereafter, Wollheim read nothing but science fiction, except for schoolwork. Once he had sold his first story, he realized that science fiction was not to be just a reading hobby, but also a life interest. He became involved in the science fiction fan clubs of the 1930s and took part in early experiments with rockets. In September 1935, he assisted William Sikora in an attempt to deliver mail via rocket. The rocket flew up about a couple of 100 feet and then blew up, scattering letters in all directions, and also putting a hunk of steel through the arm of one little boy, a bystander, he told Damon Knight. Will was arrested because of that and charged with manufacturing and transporting explosives in New York City without a license. He was duly fined. A prolific contributor to SF fan magazines, Wollheim soon began to proselytize for communism, whose ideas attracted so many of the intellectuals of the late Depression years. He wrote that science fiction followers should actively work for the realization of the scientific socialist world state as the only genuine justification for their activities and existence. By 1940, he had switched his interest to technocracy, but this didn't last either. Currently, he describes himself as a disillusioned idealist, a latter-day cynic, adding, however, that I have continued to retain my faith in humanity and in the future. His friends of this period, who called themselves Futurians, were all interested to varying degrees in political applications of SF's utopian visions. Richard Wilson attended some Communist Front meetings, but he came from a Republican family and felt that the socialist cause had nothing to do with me. Frederick Pohl went to a meeting of the Flatbush Young Communist League and joined so that he could edit their mimeograph newsletter, since that was my main interest, putting out fan magazines. Damon Knight, who moved to New York City in 1941, remembers the Futurians as young bohemians with a great interest in avoiding work, so they usually stayed out of any activist political parties. They showed their solidarity, however, by going to Russian movies occasionally and by listening intently to Shostakovich. The one Futurian who seemed most committed to communism was John B. Mitchell, who published a score of mediocre SF stories under pen names. It was Mitchell, in a story about a scientist seeking a loan to finance a new invention, who wrote the following description of a town banker. He blinked his small, piggish eyes rapidly and fiddled with a gold watch chain strung from the pockets of his vest. The Futurians lived in various communal apartments and wrote reams of science fiction. Damon Knight counts 129 Futurian written stories by the end of 1942. Many or most of these were published under pen names, often because they were collaborations between housemates. One of the pen names used was Ivar Towers, which was taken from their name for one of the Futurian apartments, the Ivory Tower. In 1941, they formed the Cabal, a group of writers who met once a week to read and criticize each other's latest stories. Politeness was observed mostly in the breach, remembers Lowndes. Stories which the Cabal unanimously agreed were ready for submission were turned over to me as the Futurian's literary agent. Considering all the circumstances, Cabal stories did not do too badly. These circumstances included the fact that 3 of the Futurians were editors of science fiction magazines. Virtually all of the Futurian stories were published by Pohl, Lowndes, or Wollheim. Despite the number of inner or outer circle Futurians who went on to become accomplished writers, only Wollheim managed to sell any stories, 2 to John Campbell. Pohl sold 2 stories to Campbell, but they were rewrites of stories by a physicist friend, Milton Rothman. The least likely failure among the Futurians was Cyril M. Kornbluth, who wrote such famous fantasy stories as 13 O'Clock and The Words of Guru, and became, under 9 pen names, the most prolific and popular of the Futurian writers. Yet he was unable to sell to Campbell during this period. He was still in his teens, cocky and precocious. There was a story in his family about the time a stranger cooed over him in his baby carriage, and he remarked, "Madam, I'm not the child you think me." He displayed the same aggressiveness when Pohl took him to meet Campbell. He was deliberately rude throughout the interview, explaining later, "I wanted to make sure he remembered me." Presumably, Campbell did. If Kornbluth was the enfant terrible of the Futurians, Wollheim was their wise old man. He was in his late 20s, a veteran of 10 years in science fiction, an editor of stirring science stories and cosmic stories. Though these had been launched on a shoestring and paid no money for stories, Wollheim managed to make them superior to most of the paying magazines. Knight still feels he was a brilliant magazine editor. Wollheim also stood out as an author, selling about 40 stories during this period under his own name and half a dozen pen names. Storm Warning originally appeared under the name Millard Verne Gordon, the pseudonym Wollheim had used in 1935 to test Wonder Story's payment policy after his lawsuit against the magazine. It was published in Future Fantasy and Science Fiction, October 1942, edited by Robert W. Lowndes. Wollheim says he wrote the story while in the grip of admiration for George R. Stewart's novel Storm, an instance of imitation being the sincerest form of flattery. But the story has more of Wollheim than Stewart in it, displaying a strongly science-fictional view of what would otherwise be a commonplace occurrence. "I have a very critical attitude toward reality," says Wollheim. "I'm not sure anyone really knows what it is." In Storm Warning, he presented an eerie reality in matter-of-fact prose that made it seem strangely believable. Wollheim is seldom remembered as a writer, not only because he published so many of his stories under pen names, but also because of his remarkable career as editor of Ace Books, and currently his own imprint, DAW Books. But Storm Warning stands as evidence that he could have become equally famous as an author. References: The Futurians by Damon Knight, Thomas Y. Crowell, 1977, The Immortal Storm by Sam Moskowitz, The Atlanta Science Fiction Organization Press, 1954, All Our Yesterdays by Harry Warner, Advent Publishers, 1969, The Universe Makers by Donald A. Wollheim, Harper & Row, 1971, Donald A. Wollheim in Novi Terrae, January 1938, Donald A. Wollheim in Fantasy Digest, March, April 1940. When Half Worlds Meet by Hugh Raymond, John B. Mitchell, Cosmic Stories, July 1941. Night Piece by Damon Knight, Hell's Cartographers, Weidenfeld and Nicholson, 1975. It is written by Robert A. W. Lowndes, Magazine of Horror, September 1968. The Early Poll by Frederick Pohl, Doubleday, 1976. Letter from Donald A. Wollheim, April 11th, 1975. Letter from Damon Knight, April 7th, 1976. 24 Dragon Eggs by Donald A. Wollheim, Powell Publications, 1969. Storm Warning by Donald A. Wollheim. Copyright 1942 by Columbia Publications, Incorporated. From Future Fantasy and Science Fiction, October 1942, by permission of the author. We had no indication of the odd business that was going to happen. The boys at the Weather Bureau still think they had all the fun. They think that being out in it wasn't as good as sitting in the station watching it all come about. Only there's some things they'll never understand about the weather. Some things I think Ed and I alone will know. We were in the middle of it all. We were riding out of Rock Springs at sunrise on a 3-day leave, but the chief meteorologist asked us to take the night shift until then. It was just as well, for the Bureau was on the edge of the desert, and we had our duffel and horses tethered outside. The meteor fall of 2 days before came as a marvelous excuse to go out into the Badlands of the Great Divide Basin. I've always liked to ride out in the glorious, wide, empty Wyoming land, and any excuse to spend 3 days out there was good. Free also from the routine and monotony of the Weather Bureau as well. Of course I like the work, but still the open air and the open spaces must be bred in the blood of all of us born and raised out there in the West. I know it's tame and civilized today, but even so, to jog along with a haphazard sort of prospector's aim was really fine. Aim was, of course, to try and locate fragments of the big meteor that landed out there 2 nights before. Lots of people had seen it, myself for one, because I happened to be out on the roof taking readings. There had been a brilliant streak of blue-white across the northern sky and a sharp flash way off, like an explosion. I understand that folks in Superior claimed to have felt a jolt, as if something big had smashed up out there in the trackless dust and dunes between Mud Lake, Morrow Creek, and the town. And that's quite a lot of empty territory, and Ed and I had about as much chance of finding the meteor as the well-known needle in the haystack. But it was a swell excuse. "Cold front coming down from Saskatchewan," the chief said as he came in and looked over our charts. We were getting ready to leave. "Unusual for this time of year." I nodded, unworried. We have the mountains between us and any cold wave from that direction. We wouldn't freeze at night, even if the cold got down as far as Casper, which would be highly unlikely. The chief was bending low over the map, tracing out the various lows and highs. He frowned a bit when he came to a new little low I had traced in from the first reports of that day. An unreported low turning up just off Washington State. That's really odd. Since when are storms originating so close? "Coming east, too, and growing, according to Seattle's wire," said Ed. The chief sat down and stared at the map. "I don't like it. It's all out of whack," he said. Then he stood up and held out his hand to me. "Well, goodbye, boys, and have a good time. If you find that meteor, bring me back a chunk, too." "Sure will," I said, and we shook hands and yelled at the other boys and went out. The first rays of the sun were just coming up as we left. Outwards we jogged easily. The town and civilization fell behind rapidly, and we went on into the golden glow of the Sweetwater Basin. We made good time that day, though we didn't hurry. We kept up a nice steady trot, resting now and then. We didn't talk much, for we were too busy just breathing in the clean, open air and enjoying the sensation of freedom. An occasional desert toad or the flash of a disturbed snake were the only signs of life we saw, and the multiform shapes of the cactus and sage our only garden. It was enough. Towards evening at the Bureau, the chief first noted the slight growth of the southern warm front. A report from Utah set him buzzing. The cold front had now reached the borders of Wyoming and was still moving on. The baby storm that was born where it had no right to be born was still growing, and now occupied a large area over Oregon and Idaho. The chief was heard to remark that the conjunction of things seemed to place southwest Wyoming as a possible center of lots of wild weather. He started worrying a bit about us, too. We didn't worry. We didn't have any real indications, but our weathermen's senses acted aright. We felt a sort of odd expectancy in the air as we camped. Nothing definite. A sort of extra stillness in the air, as if forces were pressing from all sides, forces that were still far away and still vague. We spoke a bit around the fire about the storm that the chief had noted when we left. Ed thought it would fizzle out. I think I had a feeling then that it wasn't just a short-lived freak. I think I had an idea we might see something of it. Next morning, there was just the faintest trace of extra chill in the air. I'm used to Wyoming mornings, and I know just how cold it ought to be at sunrise and how hot. This morning, it was just the slightest bit colder. That Canadian cold front must have reached the other side of the mountains, I said, waving towards the great rampart of the Rockies to the east. We're probably feeling the only tendril of it to get over. Well, that's sort of odd, Ed said. There shouldn't be any getting over at all. It must be a very powerful front. I nodded and wondered what the boys in the Bureau were getting on it. Probably snowfall in the northern part of the state. If I had known what the chief knew that morning, I might have started back in a hurry, but neither of us did, and I guess we saw something that no one else has as a result. For at the Bureau, the chief knew that morning that we were in for some extraordinary weather. He predicted, for the Rock Springs paper, the wildest storm ever. You see, the southern warm front had definitely gotten a salient through by that time. It was already giving Salt Lake City one of the hottest days on record, and what was more, the warm wave was coming our way steadily. The next thing was that storm from the west. It was growing smaller and tighter again, and it passed over Idaho Falls 2 hours ago, raging and squalling. It was heading in our direction like an arrow from a bow. And finally, the cold front had done the impossible. It was beginning to sweep over the heights and to swoop down into the Divide Basin, heading straight for the warm front coming north. And there was Ed and I, with a premonition and nothing more. We were riding along right into the conflux of the whole mess, and we were looking for meteors. We were looking for what we expected to be some big craters or pockmarks in the ground and a bunch of pitted iron rocks scattered around the vicinity of several miles. Towards 10 that morning, we came over a slight rise and dipped down into a bowl-shaped region. I stopped and stared around. Ed wheeled and came back. "What's up?" he asked. "Notice anything funny in the air?" I asked, and gave a deep sniff. Ed drew in some sharp breaths and stared around. "Sort of odd," he finally admitted. "Nothing I can place, but it's sort of odd." "Yes," I answered, "odd is the word. I can't place anything wrong, but it seems to smell differently than the air did a few minutes ago." I stared around and wrinkled my brow. "I think I know now," I finally said. "The temperature's changed somewhat. It's warmer." Ed frowned. "Colder, I'd say." I became puzzled. I waved my hands through the air a bit. "I think you're right. I must be wrong. Now it feels a bit colder." Ed walked his horse a bit. I started slowly after him. "You know," I finally said, "I think I've got it. It's colder, but it smells like warm air. I don't know if you can quite understand what I'm driving at. It smells as if the temperature should be steaming, yet actually it's sort of chilly. It doesn't smell natural." Ed nodded. He was puzzled, and so was I. There was something wrong here, something that got on our nerves. Far ahead, I saw something sparkle. I stared as we rode, and then mentioned it to Ed. He looked, too. There was several things, far off at the edge of the bowl near the next rise that glistened. They looked like bits of glass. "The meteor, maybe?" queried Ed. I shrugged. We rode steadily on in that direction. "Say, something smells funny here," Ed remarked, stopping again. I came up next to him. He was right. The sense of strangeness in the air had increased the nearer we got to the glistening things. It was still the same, warm, cold. There was something else again, something like vegetation in the air, like something growing, only there still wasn't any more growth than the usual cacti and sage. It smelled differently from any other growing things, and yet it smelled like vegetation. It was unearthly, that air. I can't describe it any other way. It was unearthly. Plant smells, that couldn't come from any plant or forest I ever encountered, a cold warmness unlike anything that meteorology records. Yet it wasn't bad, it wasn't frightening. It was just peculiar. It was mystifying. We could see the sparkling things now. They were like bubbles of glass, big iridescent glassy balls lying like some giant child's marbles on the desert. We knew then that if they were meteors, they were like none that had ever been recorded before. We knew we had made a find that would go on record, and yet we weren't elated. We were ill at ease. It was the funny weather that did it. I noticed then for the first time that there were black clouds beginning to show far in the west. It was the first wave of the storm. We rode nearer the strange bubbles. We would see them clearly now. They seemed cracked a bit, as if they had broken. One had a gaping hole in its side. It must have been hollow, just a glassy shell. Ed and I stopped short at the same time. Or rather, our horses did. We were willing to, but our mounts got the idea just as quickly. It was the smell. There was a new odor in the air, a sudden one. It had just that instant wafted itself across our nostrils. It was at first repelling. That's why we stopped. But sniffing it a bit took a little of the repulsion away. It wasn't so very awful. In fact, it wasn't actually bad. It was hard to describe. Not exactly like anything I've ever smelled before. Vaguely it was acrid, and vaguely it was dry. Mostly I would say that it smelled like a curious mixture of burning rubber and zinc ointment. It grew stronger as we sat there, and then it began to die away a bit as a slight breeze moved it on. We both got the impression at the same time that it had come from the broken glass bubbles. We rode on cautiously. Maybe the meteors landed in an alkali pool, and there's been some chemical reaction going on, I opined to Ed. Could be, he said, and we rode nearer. The black clouds were piling up now in the west, and a faint breeze began to stir. Ed and I dismounted to look into the odd meteors. "Looks like we better get under cover till it blows over," he remarked. "Oh, we've got a few minutes, I think," I replied. "Besides, by the rise here is just about the best cover around." Now, back at the weather station, the temperature was rising steadily, and the chief was getting everything battened down. The storm was coming next, and meeting the thin edge of the warm front wedge, which was now passing Rock Springs, would create havoc. Then the cold wave might get that far, because it was over the divide and heading for the other two. In a few minutes, all hell would break loose. The chief wondered where we were. We were looking into the hole in the nearest bubble. The things they must have been the meteors we were looking for, were about 12 feet in diameter and pretty nearly perfect spheres. They were thick-shelled and smooth and very glassy and iridescent, and like mother-of-pearl on the inside. They were quite hollow, and we couldn't figure out what they were made of and what they could be. Nothing I'd read or learned could explain the things. That they were meteoric in origin, I was sure, because there was the evidence of the scattered ground and broken rocks about to show the impact. Yet they must have been terrifically strong or something, because, save for a few cracks and the hole in one, they were intact. Inside they stank of that rubber zinc smell. It was powerful, very powerful. The stink had obviously come from the bubbles. There was no pool around. It suddenly occurred to me that we had breathed air of some other world. For if these things were meteoric, and the smell had come from the inside, then it was no air of Earth that smelled like burning rubber and zinc ointment. It was the air of somewhere, I don't know where, somewhere out among the endless reaches of the stars, somewhere out there, out beyond the sun. Another thought occurred to me. "Do you think these things could have carried some creatures?" I asked. Ed stared at me a while, bit his lip, looked slowly around. He shrugged his shoulders without saying anything. "The oddness of the air," I went on. "Maybe it was like the air of some other world. Maybe they were trying to make our own air more breathable to them." Ed didn't answer that one either. It didn't require any. And he didn't ask me who I meant by they. "And what makes the stink?" Ed finally commented. This time I shrugged. Around us the smell waxed and waned. as if breezes were playing with a stream of noxious vapor. And yet I suddenly realized no breezes were blowing. The air was quite still. But still the smell grew stronger at one moment and weaker at another. It was as if some creature were moving silently about, leaving no trace of itself save its scent. "Look," said Ed suddenly. He pointed to the west. I looked and stared at the sky. The whole west was a mass of seething dark clouds, but it was a curiously arrested mass. There was a sharply defined edge to the area, an edge of blue against which the black clouds piled in vain, and we could see lightnings crackle and flash in the storm. Yet no wind reached us, and no thunder, and the sky was serene and blue overhead. It looked as if the storm had come up against a solid obstacle, beyond which it could go no further. But there was no such obstacle visible. As a meteorologist, I knew that meant there must be a powerful opposing bank of air shielding us. We could not see it, for air is invisible, but it must be there, straining against the cloud bank. I noticed now that a pressure was growing in my ears. Something was concentrating around this area. We were in for it, if the forces of the air ever broke through. The stink welled up powerfully, suddenly, more so than it had before. It seemed to pass by us and through us and around us. Then again, it was gone. It almost vanished from everything. We could detect but the faintest traces of it after that passage. Ed and I rode out to an outcropping of a rock. We dismounted. We got well under the rock, and we waited. It wouldn't be long before the protecting air bank gave way. To the south now, storm clouds materialized, and then finally to the east and north. As I learned later, the cold wave had eddied around us and met the equatorial front at last, and now we were huddled with some inexplicable globes from unknown space and a bunch of strange stinks and atmosphere, ringed around by a seething, raging sea of storm. And yet above, the sky was still blue and clear. We were in the midst of a dead center, in the midst of an inexplicable high-pressure area, most of whose air did not originate on Earth, and the powers of the Earth's atmosphere were hurling themselves against us from every direction. I saw that the area of clear was slowly but surely contracting. A lancing, freezing breeze suddenly enveloped us, a breakthrough from the north. But it seemed to become curiously blunted and broken up by countless thrusts of the oddly reeking air. I realized, as the jet of cold air reached my lungs, how different the atmosphere was in this pocket from that we are accustomed to breathe. It was truly alien. And yet always, the strange air seemed to resist the advances of the normal. Another slight breeze, this one wet and warm, came in from the south, and again a whirl of the rubbery, odored wind dispersed it. Then there came an intolerable moment, a moment of terrific compression and rise, and the black storm clouds tore through in wild streaks overhead and spider-webbed the sky rapidly into total darkness. The area of peace became narrow, restricted, enclosed by walls of lightning-shot storm. I got an odd impression then that we were embattled, that the forces of nature were determined to annihilate and utterly rip apart our little region of invading alien air, that the meteor gases were determined to resist to the last, determined to keep their curious stinks intact. The lightning flashed and flashed, endless giant bolts, yet always outside our region, and we heard them only when a lance of cold or hot storm pierced through to us. The alien air clearly would not transmit the sounds. It was standing rigid against the interrupting vibrations. Ed and I have conferred since then. We both agree that we had the same impressions, that a genuine life-and-death fight was going on, that pocket of other-worldly air seemed to be consciously fighting to keep itself from being absorbed by the storm, from being diffused to total destruction, so that no atom of the unearthly gases could exist, save as incredibly rare elements in the total atmosphere of the Earth. It seemed to be trying to maintain its entirety, its identity. It was in that last period that Ed and I saw the inexplicable things. We saw the things that don't make sense, for we saw part of the clear area suddenly contract, as if some of the defending force had been withdrawn, and we saw suddenly one of the glass globes, one of the least cracked, whirl up from the ground and rush into the storm, rush straight up. It was moving through the clear air without any visible propulsion. We thought then that perhaps a jet of the storm had pierced through to carry it up as a ball will ride on a jet of water. But no, for the globe hurled itself into the storm, contrary to the direction of the winds, against the forces of the storm. The globe was trying to break through the ceiling of black to the clear air above, but the constant lightnings that flickered around kept it in our sight. Again and again it darted against the mass of clouds and was hurled wildly and furiously about. For a moment we thought it would force its way out of our sight. And then there was a sudden flash and a sharp snap that even we heard, and a few fragments of glassy stuff came falling down. I realized suddenly that the storm had actually abated its fury while this strange thing was going on, as if the very elements themselves watched the outcome of the ball's flight. And now the storm raged in again with renewed vigor as if triumphant. The area was definitely being forced back. Soon not more than 20 yards separated us from the front, and we could hear the dull, endless rumbling of the thunder. The stink was back again, and all around us. Tiny trickles of cold, wet air broke through now and then, but were still being lost in the smell. Then came the last moment, a sort of terrible crescendo in the storm, and the stink finally broke for good. I saw it, and what I saw is inexplicable, save for a very fantastic hypothesis, which I believe only because I must. And after that revealing moment, the last shreds of the stellar air broke for good. For only a brief instant more, the storm raged, an instant in which, for the first and last time, Ed and I got soaked and hurled around by the wind and rain, and the horses almost broke their tether. Then it was over. The dark clouds lifted rapidly. In a few minutes, they had incredibly thinned out. There was a slight rain, and by the time 10 more minutes had passed, the sun was shining. The sky was blue, and things were almost dry. On the northern horizon, faint shreds of cloud lingered, but that was all. Of the meteor globes, only a few shards and splinters remained. I've talked the matter over, as I said, and there's no really acceptable answer to the whole curious business. We know that we don't really know very much about things. As a meteorologist, I can tell you that. Why, we've been discussing the weather from caveman days, and yet it was not more than 20 years ago that the theory of weather fronts was formulated, which first allowed really decent predictions. And the theory of fronts, which is what we modern weather people use, has lots of imperfections in it. For instance, we still don't know anything about the why of things. Why does a storm form at all? We know how it grows, sure, but why did it start, and how? We don't know. We don't know very much at all. We breathe this air, and it was only in the last century that we first began to find out how many different elements and gases made it up, and we don't know for sure yet. I think it's possible that living things may exist that are made of gas only. We're protoplasm, you know, but do you know that we're not solid matter? We're liquid. Protoplasm is liquid. Flesh is liquid, arranged in suspension in cells of dead substances. And most of us is water, and water is the origin of all life. And water is composed of 2 common gases, hydrogen and oxygen. And those gases are found everywhere in the universe, astronomers say. So I say that if the elements of our life can be boiled down to gases, then why can't gases combine as gases and still have the elements of life? Water is always present in the atmosphere as vapor. Then why not a life as a sort of water-vapor variant? I think it makes sense. I think it might smell odd if we accidentally inhale such a vapor life, because we could inhale it like we do water vapor. It might smell, say, for example, like burning rubber and zinc ointment. Because in that last moment when the storm was at its height and the area of unearthly air was compressed to its smallest, I noticed that at one point a definite outline could be seen against the black clouds and the blue-white glare of the lightning. A section of the smelly air had been sort of trapped and pinned off from the main section, and it had a definite shape under that terrible storm pressure. I can't say what it was like, because it wasn't exactly like anything, save maybe a great amoeba being pushed down against the ground. There were lots of arms and stubby wiggly things sticking out, and the main mass was squashy and thick, and it flowed along the ground, sort of like a snail. It seemed to be writhing and trying to slither away and spread out. It couldn't, because the storm was hammering at it, and I definitely saw a big black mass, round like a fist, hammer at one section of the thing's base as it tried to spread out. Then the storm smashed down hard on the odd outline, and it squashed out flat and was gone. I imagine there were others, and I think that when they aren't being compressed, they could have spread out naturally about 100 yards along the ground and upwards, and I think we have things like that, only of earthly origin, right in the atmosphere now. And I don't think that our breathing and walking and living right through them means a thing to them at all. But they objected to the invaders from space. They smell different. They were different. They must have come from a different sort of planet, a planet cooler than ours, with deserts and vegetation different from our own. And they would have tried to remake our atmosphere into one of their own. And our native air dwellers stopped them. That's what I think. End of Classic Science Fiction, The First Golden Age. Edited by Terry Carr. Narrated by Jim Walton, Richard Braun, David Palmer, and Andy Chappell. In the studios of the American Printing House for the Blind, Louisville, Kentucky, for the Library of Congress, March 1980. For special distribution as authorized by Act of Congress under Public Law 89-522, with the permission of the copyright holder and the publisher, Harper & Row Publishers.
End of book.